Okay, we are live. We got to let it breathe just for a moment here. Hang tight. Excited about tonight, even though the Broncos are not picking. It's going to be a fun discussion. Welcome in, everybody. It is the Mile High Huddle podcast slash MHH War Room. I'm your host, Chad Jensen. With me, my fellow football priest. You know him, you love him, Zack Kelberman, and our senior NFL draft analyst, Erick Trickel, who goes back with me way back, like circa 012 back. But anyway, Zack, what's good, dude? The draft is here. This has kind of been a weird draft run-up. You and I were just DMing each other about this the other day. It just 2 years in a row without a first-round pick, it kind of loses its luster for the normies like you and I. Erick, man, he's just like licking his lips through this whole thing, dude, just gluttonously enjoying every last, morsel.
Yeah, I'm very appreciative and grateful we have Erick here and the rest of the draft guys, but to me it's kind of anticlimactic waiting until pick 67 for the Broncos to go on the clock if they don't trade up. But did y'all see the Sean Payton bong video that's circulating on Twitter right now? He pulled a full Laramie Tunsil. I believe it was in 2018, but he's just ripping the bong. It was pretty cool to see.
Well, I guess
Way to kick it off tonight.
I guess there's more than one reason he wanted to come to Colorado then, right? And come coach the Denver Broncos. Erick, how are you feeling tonight, bro?
I'm doing good. I'm excited. I was actually talking with Carl today and on the whole thing about the draft. Is this year for the draft flew by quickly for me. Normally we get to the final 2 weeks before and it's like, okay, I'm ready to be done with the draft. This year I woke up this morning and it didn't feel like it was draft day. But not having first round pick or second round pick this year was definitely tough, but we still managed.
Yeah. And I feel for Broncos fans because you want to get excited, and there is excitement about the draft. But when you're waiting till pick 67 and all the juicy names that you're going to be hearing in the media, reading in the reports, but that's why Erick does what he does. Lance, you guys together this year have really crushed the written draft coverage for us at MHH. All the different Finding Broncos scouting reports. So, props to you guys. But while we're waiting, Erick, for and Zack for things to get cooking, a couple quick hellos, including from Sam Bam tonight, jumping in early before we even went live. Really appreciate you, Sam. It's great to see you in the chat tonight. Thank you for the generosity, my friend. He says, good evening, everyone. Is it too late for the Broncos to trade into the top 5 and take a punter? Punters win championships. Hope it's a fun War Room draft tonight. Go Broncos. Yeah, we do too. We're going to try and keep it fun. Zack and I will be with you for at least the first hour of tonight's War Room, but let your hearts not be troubled because if and when we sign off, you're going to have Carl Dummler, you're going to have Lance Anderson, you're going to have Nick Kendell alongside Erick Trickel, and those are the guys, Zack, that know the most about tonight's subject matter anyway.
Yeah, like I said, I'm really appreciative that they're here and continuing their coverage tomorrow when the Broncos actually get up on the clock. But it should be exciting regardless because we don't know beyond the first, maybe 3 picks where these players are going to go. We heard CJ Stroud is the betting favorite to go 2 now to the Texans, so we'll have to wait and see, but it should be exciting.
David McElrath jumping in also early with a super. Thank you, Papa Bear, as he is known. Really appreciate that. Rocking his his hashtag Buckham t-shirt like a boss, saying, good evening, Broncos country. The NFL draft has arrived. Thanks to Chad, Zack, Nick, Deacon Scott, Dylan, Luke, Lance, Erick, Thomas, Ron, Carl. You all rock. MHH for life. Buckham times 4 and Denver Broncos for life. The next time, Erick, you hurl an epithet that rhymes with Buck you at somebody out of anger or frustration, you say, Buck you times 4, and they're going to be like, what? But that's the level that David is operating on.
Yeah, I mean, it's I try not to say things like that to people for the most part, but definitely something. I mean, it's better than the alternative, anyways.
He's a sweetheart. He would never say anything like that. I'm just having fun here. Naj in the house, the tour de force that is Naj Altaf jumping in early as well with a super. Thanks, bro. It's great to see you. We will enjoy the draft. Hope you do as well. Guys, while we're waiting here for things to really get cooking, and if you hear me pause or glance up, I'm just keeping an eye on the proceedings. But guys, what did you make of that Philip Lindsay report that came out from Chris Thomason of the Denver Gazette that he has reached out to the Broncos about returning, wants to return even in a role player type role, And the Broncos said they didn't tell him no. They said, well, we want to wait to see how things kind of shake out in the draft. Zach, what was your thought on that?
Same thoughts I had about a week ago. I feel like if the Broncos wanted Philip Lindsay back, he wouldn't be playing for the Sea Dragons of the XFL right now. And, he had his run in Denver, but I feel like the NFL is telling us something about Philip Lindsay that he's just not cut out to be I don't want to say workhorse running back, but even a 2-down running back. He has too many limitations. So it's a good story on paper, a comeback story for the Colorado kid, but I don't think he's coming back to Colorado that quickly.
What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I'm with Zach on this one. I think that his career in the NFL is nearing its end. And when I read the quotes that he had, it kind of seems like he kind of feels that way too. And it was kind of like, because there was a comment about how ending his career with the Broncos where it started. And I mean, it just, ever since he's left, it hasn't been great. I mean, he's just been bouncing around, and now he's in the XFL, and he's not, last I saw, he wasn't really the bell cow guy, the top guy for the Sea Dragons either.
No. I got to tell you, it kind of hurt my heart even, being kind of a Philip Lindsay fanboy that I am. It kind of hurt my heart a little bit. By the way, Mike, good to see you, big dog. Love you. Appreciate you being with us in the chat tonight, the support always. But it kind of hurt my heart a little bit seeing him say things like, I'm cool with a role player gig. I'm cool with, like, as you said, kind of reckoning with, wrapping his arms around the reality that you're nearing the end, big dog. He's 28 years old, Zach. Running back shelf life, as we know, of all the positions, it's the shortest. So he's come to terms, it seems like, with it being right up against it. But I'm curious how much there really is to the Broncos saying, no, we just want to wait till after the draft. Is that just a nice way of kind of letting him down, you think?
Well, it takes two to tango. I mean, Philip Lindsay, what else is he going to say? He's putting it out there through his agent that he wants back in the NFL, and he found most success with the Broncos, but it takes two. The Broncos would want to have him back, and they got rid of him for a reason. So I think it's a non-issue going forward.
Yeah. Another interesting story. Zach, you wrote this up for us today. Broncos have an offer on the table for Kareem Jackson to come back. He has not yet pulled the trigger. What are your thoughts on that, both of you guys?
I'll let Eric go first if he wants, but that's pretty much my reaction. I don't understand the fascination with Kareem Jackson. He's a locker room guy, but he's 35 now. He's pretty terrible in pass coverage, and they do have some younger safeties on the roster. I understand wanting a veteran presence back there, but my same question applied to Melvin Gordon back in the day. Why does it have to be Kareem Jackson? Can they pick anyone else to round out that depth chart?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm in agreement with Zach here. Last year, 2 years ago even, you can see Kareem Jackson starting to lose his step. Yeah, the first couple of years were fine, and then you can see him start going downhill, and last year was really bad. He was consistently out of position. He didn't seem comfortable. There's not a lot in the draft, but I mean, it's an instance of I'd rather go younger, even if it's a guy who still may not be what Kareem Jackson is at this point, cheaper and younger, and somebody that you can at least try to develop at this point.
Yes, indeed. I think there's a reason why Kareem has yet to accept that offer. It must be, I would guess, guys, that it's probably pretty close or not much more, not too far beyond like a veteran minimum type thing. But he's another guy that's getting to a point where the NFL's telling him, you're reaching the end of the road here in the league. And that's what kind of contracts get offered to those guys. What about one last thing? And by the way, I guess before I get to this, Eric, what's the lay of the land for pick one, the trades, everything that's happened in the top five for people that are not draft experts following every little morsel? Just give a quick lay of the land of the top five in the draft this year.
So for the first overall pick, it sounds like that it's going to be Bryce Young. That's been the expectation. That was the expectation for ever since the Panthers traded to it. There was some discussion about, maybe Anthony Richardson. There was a report today that Anthony Richardson has been one of Frank Reich's guys from the start. They absolutely loved him. There's been some conversation that they were in on CJ Stroud, but it seems to be Bryce Young. Number two is where things get interesting because the Houston Texans, they could go quarterback. There's been reports today that Cal McNair is kind of stepping in and forcing a pick of a quarterback, CJ Stroud. They've been linked heavily with Tyree Wilson and Will Anderson. Some reports have said that they have Tyree Wilson higher rated than Will Anderson, but an injury drops him. They've also been linked with trading down, and there's also that connection with the new head coach. And there's been rumors going around about a possible trade with the San Francisco 49ers, sending 2 to get Trey Lance and more for that.
Interesting. Zach, who do you think's going number 1? We'll find out here shortly, but what's your prediction?
It's got to be Bryce Young. I mean, I really like what the Panthers are doing with Frank Reich, the offense they're putting together, and they hired Giro Evero as well to run the defense. I really like the way that Carolina is trending up, and getting their young quarterback, I think, is the cherry on top of that. So I think Bryce Young's the pick.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how things pan out because I published the Colts site on Fan Nation. I don't really do any of the content. I don't write about the Colts, but I'm involved with all the guys on staff at Horseshoe Huddle, and they seem, Eric, pretty set on the idea of Anthony Richardson going to Indy. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I really like that fit of Anthony Richardson. You have the former offensive coordinator of the Eagles coming over to take over the head coach. Name escapes me at the moment, and with what he was able to do with Jalen Hurts, especially halfway through the 2021 season, the offense was handed to him, and he just completely started to rebuild it, saw Jalen Hurts rise up, and you can get something similar out of Anthony Richardson early on using the same kind of offense, the quick, easy reads. I like that fit, but Jim Irsay is very hands-on, and everything going around about them has been he's absolutely in love with Will Levis, the quarterback out of Kentucky.
Did you guys, while we're still waiting for the pick hasn't been announced, right? I've got the sound off, so if you guys see something that I'm missing as far as timeliness, just cut in and tell me. But did you see, I think it was Keith Cummings today, had the article for us at Mile High Huddle that from KJ Wright, former longtime teammate of Russell Wilson in Seattle. He's basically saying that Russ is going to make his comeback. It's going to happen. But really for the first time that I can remember since the 2022 season ended, Zach, we have someone going on record to say that Russell Wilson was very upset about the film he put on, basically about the film he provided the NFL last year. What are your thoughts on I don't know how much of the article you read or what you saw from KJ Wright, but what were your thoughts?
Well, it's nice to get some positive, like Russ reinforcement, or it's not, overall slander, but the proof is going to be in the pudding. I really don't care, positive or negative, what anyone says, not named Sean Payton, about Russell Wilson, because it'll come out on the field, and all we can do is, I guess, hope that he has a career resurgence in a system that should better fit his abilities.
What do you think, Eric?
I mean, I've been very hard on Russell Wilson. He started to show signs of decline. And last year, I think it was just a mess all around. Didn't have the right head coach, didn't have the right offense. And it was an offense that he wanted to be part of. He wanted to be Drew Brees. But the fact that he's not happy with the film he put on, I think that he is very humbled by what he did last year. And he's going to be very willing. I'm not sure we see him become like this great quarterback again, but I definitely expect him to be significantly better than he was last year, which isn't hard to do.
Well, and even KJ Wright, who's trying to go to bat for him, is like he's not a drop back quarterback. Russ is not a drop. That's not his game. And unfortunately, he had to learn it the hard way. Jason O'Neill, thanks for the props on the Bridge the Gap album. Glad you're listening. Thank you. Appreciate it. We have a top rope super chat coming in. Here it comes from the Duchess, Michaela Parker, who jumped in the chat very early and then is throwing down a very generous super chat.
Thank you.
Love you. She says, what do you guys think about the new contract for Lamar Jackson? Is it a mistake, Zach? Your thoughts, and Eric, you follow up when Zach's done.
I think it's kind of just following the market. I mean, Jalen Hurts just got his deal, so they made him a little richer than Jalen Hurts was. Lamar Jackson's a good quarterback, but is anyone worthy of $255 million, $185 million guaranteed? A lot of money for a guy that hasn't really won much in terms of, championships or anything like that. So it's going to be a bigger deal for players like Herbert and Burrow and the other quarterbacks that are coming up, and Mahomes as well, because now his contract is looking like a bargain for Kansas City. So I'm glad that saga is over, but what's the next one going to be?
Yeah, I mean, we saw this with Russell Wilson. He ended up being one of the highest paid quarterbacks, and he's already fallen out of the top 5.
Right.
It's going to happen with Lamar Jackson. It's just the way contracts for quarterbacks work, especially. I'm not super against the contract. I'm not super for it. I mean, he's been banged up the last couple of years. He's really good when he's on the field. He has that absolute explosive running ability that just adds another dynamic to the offense. But just the injuries are starting to pile up. How much longer with the beating he's taken can he really realistically have in the NFL? And this contract is a huge gamble on with that factor.
Bryce Young is officially the first overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Panthers got their quarterback of the future. Eric, you were mentioning it in our private chat before I said it here, but your reaction to probably what you anticipated seeing number one overall.
I mean, the big thing with Bryce Young is he's got all the tools, he's got all the traits, the intangibles are all there. It's just the size. He is the smallest quarterback in the NFL. He showed up at the combine weighing 204. He plays probably closer to 185 to 190. He's extremely small. He's 5'10". That's going to be the biggest issue, and they're going to have to figure out ways to work around that. You can't have him be a pocket quarterback, which is fine. He does so well outside of the pocket. He does well when the structure breaks down. He's a good quarterback, but he's a complete outlier when it comes to size. So that's where the gamble is with the pick.
What do you think, Zach? You like his outlook? I mean, Kyler Murray's short, Russ is short, Drew Brees was short. There have been some, I mean, we can dial it even farther back to Doug Flutie. There have been some short guys that have had some success.
Yeah, one's not like the other, though. Putting Kyler Murray in there is a little ridiculous. But if anyone can mine a shorter quarterback, and Eric's absolutely right with the concerns about Bryce Young, as tremendous on paper as he could appear, Frank Reich is the one to do it because he ended his Indy tenure with a winning record. And if you look at the quarterbacks that he was forced to deal with after the Luck retirement, the Carson Wentz's and the old broken down Phillip Rivers, I have optimism that he's going to, make do in Carolina.
Michaela, love you. Thank you for the super chat. A few quick hellos while we wait to see what happens at number 2. Diamond Rattler in the house. What's up? Great to see you. Tyler Brooks has his own thoughts on the Lamar contract. If Lamar will now just play ball and stay healthy, the Ravens Jets relevant. Ravens and Jets should all be relevant along with the Bills, Chiefs, Bengals. AFC is definitely getting better. I don't know. How are you feeling about Aaron Rodgers being transplanted to the Jets, Zach and Eric? Because I'm not sure that really upsets. I'm not saying it won't. I'm just saying literally, like I mean when I say I'm not sure that's really going to upset the balance of power in the AFC East, so to speak.
Well, first of all, if you look at someone put out a graphic of like ranking the quarterbacks in each conference, and the discrepancy in talent from the AFC to the NFC is pretty laughable. Rodgers, he's not our problem. We worried about him last year. He's with his buddy Nathaniel Hackett now, who, by the way, looks terrible. I don't know if you guys saw the picture on Twitter. I don't want to body shame anyone, but he's not looking pretty good. So we'll see what the Jets do. They went all in because they feel like they're a quarterback away. But is that quarterback, being as old as he is now, and not the prime Aaron Rodgers, is he going to get him over the hump?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I do like with it is that they have the weapons the Packers haven't had to help him out for a while. They have a pretty solid offensive line that still needs a few pieces, and all the pieces are there on defense. I mean, that defense, they got them to 6-1 that they were to start the season last year, or 5-1, with Zach Wilson being absolutely terrible of a quarterback. So I think the pieces are there. I'm not sure it's enough to, upset the Bills at the top of that division, or, really contend with the Chiefs or the Bengals or the Bills in the conference. But I think they're in that second tier of teams now with Aaron Rodgers. Maybe they can get boosted into that tier 1 if they can find those few extra pieces they need.
It'll be fun to see how it shakes out. Mark from Georgia, it's great to see you tonight, big dog. Thanks for being with us. It's awesome.
Pick is in for number 2.
The pick is in. What are you hearing, Eric? Have you heard? Is it broke on Twitter yet? I don't know.
I haven't seen it break on Twitter yet, and I don't know. Like, as I was saying earlier, there was a lot they can do. They were trying to trade down. There was a talk with Trey Lance. Clearly, that's not in if the pick's in. Is it Will Anderson, the healthier edge that they have number 2 that I've heard? Or is it Tyree Wilson, their number 1 guy with injury concerns? Or did Cal McNair step in? Is it CJ Stroud, the quarterback that the owner wants to get? Tennessee Titans were trying to get up to 3. I think maybe they felt that they could, because they have the 12th pick too, they could take one of the edge rushers and then try to trade up from 12 to 3. but with the Titans closing in there, I could see it easily being CJ Stroud here.
Y'all got mad last year in the comments when I started tipping picks before they were announced, so I don't know how we're going about it, but Eric, you named one of the players that they took. I'm not going to give away who, but you got it.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Spit. Who was
It's
it?
Stroud.
Yeah.
Interesting. So resetting the board, so to speak, are the Houston Texans at quarterback, which, in the wake of how things ultimately unfolded with Deshaun Watson and the experiment last year, you can't blame them. But Eric, what's the scouting report on Stroud?
I mean, the big thing that we've heard over the last couple of weeks is that whole S2 test, the cognitive processing test that they have, where the report came out that he scored 18%. The guys who run the test and created it said that that's not true. He scored higher than that. But when I watch him on tape, you can see there is an issue with his processor. He can lock on and hang on to that number one guy a little too long, can be a little bit rough to get off. And he was helped out because the receiving core that he had at Ohio State is absolutely ridiculous. They have a top 5 pick still in college for next year in Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, it's just an absolutely ridiculous quarterback room, but his placement is so precise. He's the most accurate quarterback in this class. He's consistently on point. It's just, you got to improve the processor aspect of it. And that is the biggest thing with quarterbacks. The hardest thing to improve when they get to the NFL is how quickly they process things.
What about, go ahead, Zach, finish your thought.
I was going to say, it makes a lot of sense because they can't go through another season with Davis Mills as their quarterback. They signed Case Keenum too, but I'm looking at their depth chart right now, and yeah, it's great having CJ Stroud, but when you're throwing to Nico Collins and Noah Brown, when Robert Woods is your wide receiver 1, you still have some more work to do. So I want to see how DeMeco Ryans goes about building that roster from here on out.
I've got to tell you, I'm a little superstitious about certain things. And one of those things, Eric, I'm not going to lie, people will roll their eyes, and I can't wait for the exception that ends up proving the rule. But highly drafted Ohio State quarterbacks, man, I cringe. I got to tell you, I have a hard time buying in on that.
Yeah, I mean, there's that general rule that you don't scout the helmet, you scout the player. And, I mean, there's a bunch of colleges that just haven't produced a quality NFL quarterback. Texas Tech didn't really have one until Patrick Mahomes came around. So it's just one of those things, and it's tough because it could be something that they do at Ohio State with how they run their offense that is hurting them. I mean, we saw it with Justin Fields. One of the big questions was how quickly he could process the field. That has been a consistent issue with all these top-rated Ohio State quarterbacks for years. It's just the conference they play in, how easy the offense is, how schematically they get receivers open. It doesn't help prepare some of these quarterbacks for the NFL. And as I just said a little bit ago, improving how quick you can read, how quickly you can process what the defense is doing, that is the most challenging thing to do to develop for the NFL game.
What do you think, Zach? Do you think I make too much of that?
I think Eric's spot on. I mean, same with USC quarterbacks in the past. You kind of always have that, I want to stay away from them, but you have to judge the player on their own merit. And it's such an advanced league nowadays. I mean, the athletes that the quarterbacks are now, they were not the same even 5 years ago. So I have hope that Stroud could break that curse. But here's where things get interesting at number 3 overall. What do the Cardinals do? Do they trade out? Do they stay put? Eric, what do you see them doing?
They really want to trade down. They've been wanting to for a long time. They're trying to also offload DeAndre Hopkins. That maybe could be part of the deal. I would like to see them trade out and see a quarterback taken, because then we get quarterbacks 1, 2, 3, 4 for the first time ever. So a little bit of history. If they stay put, I mean, either the edge rushers, they need help there. They need help on the defensive line. They can go Jalen Carter. They can go offensive line. They've been linked with Paris Johnson a lot throughout this process, the tackle out of Ohio State. I mean, I mentioned how all the options the Texans have. The Cardinals have even more, because trading back is something they almost got a deal done with the Raiders a while back. The Titans are right there. The Vikings have been wanting to get up. The Washington Commanders have been wanting to get up. This was always the pick that a lot of people felt if one gets traded, this is the one. This is the first one.
I feel like Kyler Murray was lobbying for Paris Johnson, so if they listen to him, then they'll end up drafting him. But there was also the rumor, like you were talking about, Eric, that the Eagles could come up from number 10, I believe, and go get Jalen Carter. Might be a little too early or no?
I think Jalen Carter. I think his floor is the Seahawks at 5. And the Colts aren't wanting to move. The Colts are wanting to stay put. They want Will Levis or Anthony Richardson. They're at number 4. I don't think they're willing to move. So if the Eagles, I know they've done their due diligence. They've done a lot of digging into Jalen Carter. They've talked to Nakobe Dean and the big nose tackle, that name escapes me now, that they got last year. They've talked to them. That defensive lineman, he's good friends with Jalen Carter. They have the people around him to try to keep some of the maturity and character stuff in check a little bit. I could see them doing it. Another name, and I don't think they'd move up for him, but they've also been heavily linked with Bijan Robinson, the running back out of Texas.
That'd be pretty scary in a Philly offense.
Yeah. Bama X, glad to have you with us, my friend. He says Alabama and Ohio State quarterbacks going 1-2 this year. The jokes write themselves. LOL. You know what? I'll pick a nit though on the USC thing. Carson Palmer was a USC quarterback, and though he didn't go on to, great heights in the league, he made a couple of Pro Bowls and made a crap ton of money. But maybe he doesn't count. Who would you think? We don't have Scott in the room with us right this second. He's a pretty good Rolodex for this stuff. But when it comes to USC Qs, I can't even really think of another one that made enough hay, at least in the last 30 years, to even be mentioned.
Mark Sanchez went to 2 AFC title games.
That's true. Sanchez deserves the mention. That's true. Even the butt fumble notwithstanding and how things ended for him in the league. Former Broncos quarterback Mark Sanchez.
Yeah, Broncos legend.
Broncos legend. I don't know. That's right, Robbie. No USC quarterback led a team to a Super Bowl victory.
Oh.
This is true.
Wasn't Carson Palmer USC?
Yeah.
So the Houston Texans traded up to number 3. So they're coming up. They're going to get Will Anderson or Tyree Wilson.
Whoa.
They must have gave up a crap load for that.
And where did they come from, Eric? Where were they at?
12, right?
That's right, 12. That's right. Man, King's ransom.
Get your quarterback and get your franchise defensive player. I like the ploy here.
Yeah, before they took C.J. Stroud, I think part of it, Cal McNair interfering, I think they wanted the edge rusher too, and then to wait on Stroud because there was all that talk of him falling. But again, all those teams that were talking to the Cardinals to get up to number 3, I think that also flipped a switch with those in the building, especially Cal McNair, to kind of force that change of take the quarterback too, then we can try to move up for the edge rusher because the quarterback is everything. And I think that's part of why the switch. And I absolutely love this move. With the 2 picks, both of them in the top 15, you can get aggressive, especially with the state that roster's in. You can get a little bit aggressive to go get your potential franchise quarterback and potential franchise defensive player that you absolutely have to have.
Very interesting, man. It's already been an exciting first couple of picks, Zach.
Yeah, it's Anderson. So I like that consecutive picks there by D'Amico and company. Oh, I'm sorry. They traded down. That's the Cardinals, yeah.
D'Amico's looking pretty stoked right now. Pretty stoked.
I can't imagine that he was super pleased initially with passing on the defensive guy. Defense is what his bread and butter. He wants his guys there.
Okay, I'm going to jump into the chat for a second while we Lance is saying Houston had 12 picks in this class, so they have the ammo to move. Very true. Lance will be joining us here in a little bit, by the way. Okay, so hold on, I'm reading. Yeah. Bama X dropping some knowledge. I love it in the chat. We've kind of been keeping the conversation amongst us, but guys, we want to hear your thoughts in the chat. Tell us how you're feeling about the way things are unfolding early in this. And just, man, I look at the NFL draft order and I go, man, the Broncos could be picking in 2 slots right now. But instead it's the Seahawks. And I'm just still praying to the football gods, Zach, that is not a decision that anyone in Broncos country is ruining any further, say, a year from now. Like, hopefully a year from now, 2023 with Peyton and Russ, they go on to do some things and get back to competitive relevance to where it's not even a thought in anybody's mind.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I spent all day today watching highlights of the Broncos' first-round pick. So I was watching Sean Payton call plays from his time in New Orleans. The compensation update is in, though, and this is what the Cardinals got for that trade. They got 12.33, a 2024 first, and a 2024 third. That's a haul right there.
Think it's going to be worth it, Eric?
I mean, I think for the getting up there, getting that edge rusher, Will Anderson, I mean, there's questions about him. There's a lot of questions. Most of the questions come against the run and how he handles the run. But, I mean, he's such a talented pass rusher. There's so much there to work with. And with what DeMeco Ryans has gotten out of pass rushers during his time in San Francisco, being part of a team that has had tremendous success developing pass rushers, even amongst their depth guys, I think that this is a tremendous pick. I think it'll be worth it. But, of course, it all depends on what do the Cardinals do with that future first-round pick. And I think that could – I think this – for me, this trade is in the Texans' favor just because of what Anderson can be, but that first can balance it out.
I'm thinking Texans fans, though, have to be super excited right now, dude, with just not only with the head coach hire from a couple of months back, but what they're doing early on in the draft right now. Like, people got to be excited if they're Texans fans.
I would be. Between the coaching hire and the moves they're making, I would definitely feel something. After the last, 3-4 seasons, how could you not feel excited?
Yeah, I think that their next step, I mean, they still have plenty of picks in this draft. They got to continue upgrading that offense. They got to get some weapons because that receiving core is not very great. Like they got to get pieces for Stroud to throw to, but it's a good start. It's a good start to the defense as well that has to have some overhauling done. Like this is going to be a multi-year process to turn it around for the Texans, but this is a tremendous start.
Lance, you want to pop on for a minute? Let's get Lance's thoughts while we're waiting here for just a minute. We're keeping it to most of the time that we're going to be doing these live streams. We're going to keep it to 3 guys on the camera at a time or less, and then when situations dictate, we want 4 too. But Lance, dude, what do you think so far of the top 3 with the Colts on the clock?
Well, honestly, the move for Will Anderson to trade up is a very interesting move to me. I got an echo in my headset right here. I'm not sure why. What's going on here? Anyways,
just turn down your volume in your ears, and you'll be all right because you sound okay.
Anyways, it's interesting to me to see those guys move up, and I agree with Eric. This is going to be a long process in terms of this rebuild to go up and get a guy that fits perfectly with what DeMeco Ryans wants to do in his defense. And CJ Stroud was kind of a surprise to me as well, but I don't hate the move per se. Honestly, what I would have done if it was me was taken Will Anderson at 2, waited around at 12, and then potentially see if you get a guy like Will Levis to drop to you, or even wait until next year. This team still has so many different holes, and putting a quarterback behind that offensive line with no weapons, like what Zach was saying earlier, is just, to me, it's not necessarily a very wise move. Like, you got to build around the quarterback and also have stuff in place for the quarterback to succeed right off the bat.
Is this what you said? I'm not sure if there's typos. So Michaela's saying Cardinals get number 12, 33 or 31, right? Was it 31? And then 2024 third.
33 at 2024 first and a 2024 third.
Right.
And the Colts pick is in. Do y'all want to make some guesses?
I think they already knew what they knew what was going to happen. What are the odds, Eric? This is not Richardson.
I mean, I think it's 50-50. It's going to be one of the quarterbacks. I prefer Richardson here, but Jim Irsay, everything that's been going around is how much he likes and prefers Will Levis. I just think Richardson is a much better fit, and it actually ends up being Anthony Richardson. So maybe Jim Irsay kind of stepped out a little bit.
Lance, by the way, dude, good job crushing the draft content with Eric on
Thank you.
Mile High Huddle this year, my friend. What are your thoughts on Richardson?
Probably the most upside of any player in this class, quite honestly. He's got great size, great athleticism. He's the most athletic quarterback we've ever seen coming through the combine. Has just an absolute howitzer for an arm. But there's the downside of the fact that he's just so, I don't necessarily want to say raw, just lacks experience. He only started for one full season at Florida, and I believe he threw less than 500 total passes in his career there. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I know it's a very low number of throws for him. So he also had only completed 54% of his passes at Florida. So that's a very low number in terms of accuracy and completion percentage. So I really like this pick, especially for what Shane Steichen likes to do. He's the new head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, and look at what he did with Jalen Hurts up in Philadelphia. This was my ideal fit for Anthony Richardson in terms of just I think this system is going to really accentuate his talents. So I like this move for Indianapolis. Good for them.
And if Jonathan Taylor can get back to prior form, that rushing offense with him and Richardson is going to be lethal, man.
By the way, guys, appreciate each and every one of you being with us tonight in the live stream. If you're on Facebook, YouTube, make sure you give us a like, okay? It's a small thing you can do to really help ensure that this content reaches other Broncos fans and NFL draft fans just like you. We appreciate you guys. While we're waiting to see what happens next, I want to grab this comment here by James, because I was lamenting a few moments ago how, this could be the Broncos picking right now. Next. James says, I don't think the Russ trade is as bad as it seems now. Now that I look at the quality of picks, Russ was bad, but I'm not seeing a pick that would help, but you never know. I don't know about that because it's also just you can't go back and change time, because without Russ and how he played last year, do the Broncos finish, earning a top 5 pick like they did? Like, it's just still, but you can't help but feel like, man, how tasty would it be right now if the Broncos were on the clock? Whew. But instead, going to wait another 62 picks, Zach.
I'd rather not have a top 5 pick, to be quite honest with you. I'd rather the Broncos pick 32, for speaking frankly here. But it's another gut punch, but this is the last gut punch we'll have to take in the Russell Wilson trade before the Broncos get their full bevy of picks back for 2024. So I hope whoever Seattle does draft, though, is a bust. I can't stand that team, man.
Indeed. I'm looking at this kid's highlights, and I think you're right on that, Lance. We already know the precedent he set at the combine, but if things come together for this dude, for Richardson in Indy, man, the ceiling, it's quite high, but you got to worry a little bit too, Eric, about where that floor is for him.
Yeah, you always talk about who the highest ceiling, the lowest floor. That's Richardson in this class. He's got the lowest floor out of just about everybody in this class and the highest ceiling. He's just absolutely a freak of a quarterback, but he's inexperienced. The mechanics are extremely underdeveloped. The placement is all over the place. His ability to process, while not terrible, is still, in that developmental phase of it. But it's going to be on Shane Steichen to keep things simple and easy. And like Zach said, if Jonathan Taylor can come back, you can have a outstanding rushing offense based out of RPOs with Richardson and Taylor.
CJ and Dad, thanks for being with us in the chat tonight. What are the chances of Jerry Jeudy being traded for a pick tonight? Let's go around the table on this and be relatively pithy with our comments. Zach, what do you think?
I'd be surprised if the Broncos got a first for Jeudy. I think a second could be his ceiling, and the Broncos wouldn't take that because they're holding firm. So I'm going to put the odds at 20% he's dealt tonight.
Eric?
Everything I've heard is that they want the value of a mid to late first-round pick. So somewhere like 18 to 25, that range is what they want the value of, not necessarily, a straight first-round pick for it. And from what I've gathered, what few calls there have been, nothing's come close to that. I think I'd actually go a little bit lower than Zach would. I think 5%. I just have a hard time seeing some team just suddenly immediately just come out of nowhere and up their offer tremendously.
Lance?
I'm kind of with Eric on that one, or closer to Rob Turner over on Facebook saying 0.1%. I don't think it's very likely, but like it's the NFL draft. Surprises happen all the time. Like, honestly, I think that if you're going to get a Jerry Jeudy trade, you're going to have to trade another pick with Jerry Jeudy to get back into that first round to give a little bit added value from the Broncos side of things. Like, maybe you give up Jerry Jeudy and that 4th round pick to like Buffalo, so at that tail end of the first round, so that they can get that wide receiver that they want with experience, the guy that can come in quickly and learn, and then the Broncos can get back into the first round. But I put that at a very, very low percentage here.
Yeah, I mean, it's what they say, or pardon me, it's what they do, not what they say. You follow when it comes to GM speak and coach speak and all that. You try to pay attention to what they're doing, more so than what they're saying. But that even being said, George Payton Thursday, we're not moving Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Judy's going to be here. Cortland Sutton, a little less definitive on what the future might hold, but I think both those guys, like if you want Sean Payton's offense with this collection, with this quarterback and this rebuilt offensive line, and if you want that potential to be there, if you want a shot at reaching that potential, Zach, you need both those guys, honestly. If you want to get Russ back to even a modicum of the level he was operating on a couple of years ago, you're going to need those horses to get out there and be those explosive playmakers. And I don't think we've seen the last of Cortland Sutton's good, the best that he has to offer. I think just kind of a weird confluence of factors between poor quarterback play, his injury, recovering from that, and just less than inspired X's and O's acumen from the coaching staffs he's been under. But the Broncos are going to need those guys, Zach.
Yeah, but the thing is with me, in my opinion anyway, Jerry Jeudy is irreplaceable because you don't have another player on the roster as is that can do what Jerry Jeudy does. You do have someone that can do what Cortland Sutton does, and that's a returning Tim Patrick. I prefer to keep them all together, don't get me wrong, but if they could spare one, you can live without Cortland Sutton, in my opinion.
Michaela, thank you. Yet another super chat tonight. We love you. We appreciate you. Mount Rushmore, she says, this is, of course, on the subject of Richardson, Eric, that he's Tim Tebow 2.0. Now, maybe there's a lot of similarities there in terms of his school and all that stuff and his relative athleticism, even though he's a significantly more explosive, twitchy athlete than Tim. What are your thoughts on the comparison?
I mean, I think the comparison is with, just the issues with placement. And from there, I think it kind of goes away. Tim Tebow had a terrible arm. Like, he struggled to throw the ball and not just place it well. Like, it just, the mechanics were there. And Richardson, at least he's got a pretty clean throwing motion. It's quick, it's simple, and he can adjust it and speed it up. That's something Tim Tebow couldn't do. I get the comparison again. It just comes with the placement aspect of it. But Anthony Richardson just is so much of a better athlete. He can sling the ball with ease. Like, he's just absolutely talented of a thrower. You just can't he can't hit water from a boat. Like, that's just the issue.
What do you think, Lance?
Yeah, like Eric said, the accuracy concerns are really where the comparison ends. Anthony Richardson runs a 4.5 or a low 4.5, high 4.4s, and just the most athletic quarterback we've ever seen. Like I said earlier, and this dude, I mean, he's got the upside, he's got a cannon, he can put the ball anywhere, all over the field if he wants to. So Tebow just had the mechanic issues, the accuracy concerns. He wasn't that great of a runner in terms of being an athlete, but for the most part, I mean, I see where someone could come from and make that comparison, but it's not quite on point.
And the Seahawks pick is in, boys. And as Eric said in our side chat here, a little bit of a surprise. They're taking Illinois cornerback Devin Witherspoon. They passed on Jalen Carter, going for the cornerback.
I mean, for me, it's not just who they pass on. It's the Seattle Seahawks are very well known for being a traits and size team. That really matters to them. And Devin Witherspoon, I mean, he's a talented corner, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of concern if he can hold up on the boundary because he's a little undersized, doesn't have ideal length. So it's just a surprise that a team so big on size went with the guy who's a little, on the smaller end. And they took Tariq Woolen last year. Guys got tremendous size, Kobe Bryant. So it goes against what their MO has kind of been over the last few years. So clearly Devin Witherspoon absolutely just blew them away with his tape.
I'm with you on that, Eric. To be honest, like he's super physical. He's a great tackler out in open space and whatnot. And he brings the lumber when he comes, but he's a little bit smaller. Doesn't fit the archetype that they like. And Seattle's actually pretty set up at cornerback right now. Tariq Woolen. They also have Kobe Bryant, who played really well this last season. So it makes me kind of wonder what they're going to do with Witherspoon. Are they going to line him up in the slot and let Bryant play on the outside? They've also got Michael Jackson over there that played really well this last season. So kind of interesting. I figured if they were going to go cornerback, it would have been Christian Gonzalez, but Witherspoon's a surprise to me.
Keep it going, guys. I'm just sending a tweet real quick.
I think that. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the issue with Gonzalez is that Seattle, they also like their corners to be physical. So, and Christian Gonzalez, when it comes to run defense, you just may as well leave him off the field, and he can get bullied by bigger receivers. So I think the physicality there helps make it a little more sense as to why Witherspoon, but still the lack of size just so out of, the norm for them.
I was going to say, I do like the way, I hate to compliment the Seahawks, but I do like the way their secondary is shaping up. They have Jamal Adams coming back. You mentioned Tariq Woolen. They signed Julian Love, I believe, as well, the safety. So Pete Carroll knows what he's doing, but I hope Witherspoon is a bust. Not going to lie.
Just a little
petty. They still also have Quandre Diggs, too, as well. Oh, sorry, Chad. Go ahead.
No, I was just riffing. Go finish your thought, bud. Uh-oh. We lost his camera. Now he's back. Finish your thought.
Sorry, I tried to mute myself and I hit the wrong button. They still also have Quandre Diggs there too. He's an underrated safety at the position there as well. So you get Jamal Adams to bring in Julian Love as well. It's a scary secondary, that's for sure. It's just kind of surprising to me to see them, like Eric said, go with the undersized guy. I mean, he does fit the persona of what Pete Carroll likes to do. Bring in the physicality, but I mean, he doesn't fit many of their length and size thresholds. It's just a kind of a surprise to me.
We've got John on Facebook making a statement saying, we have the most overrated receiver room in the NFL. Results don't match the hype or contracts. Give me Mims at 68. Lance, you're giving the thumbs up on that. What are your thoughts?
So I don't know about most overrated wide receiver room in the NFL, but we definitely did overrate them in Broncos country for sure. I mean, like he says, the production didn't match anything. It obviously hurts to lose Tim Patrick, but I mean, KJ Hamler has been, I don't want to call him an abject disaster, but it really has kind of been that way. He's been injured so often, and he just has been so unreliable, hasn't seen the field a lot. Jerry Jeudy finally stepped up and took a step forward this last season towards the end of the year, but the Broncos need to add speed, and that's what Marvin Mims is. I mean, he's a straight line speed guy. He's a really good route runner, very reliable hands, very reliable on the field. I don't believe he's missed much time, if any, with injury, so he would be the immediate replacement for KJ Hamler, who also right now has a torn pectoral muscle, and we don't know what his status is going to be going into the season. So I like Mims a lot. He's one of my guys at the wide receiver position. So I'm with him there. Yeah. Marvin Mims at 67, 68 makes a lot of sense to me.
So
I'm going to step out though, guys. Carl's in here. I'm going to step out and go kind of take care of the family. I'll be back here in a little while though. Right.
We'll see you later, big dog. Carl Dummler in the house. What's up, bro? You ready? Give me the nod if you're good to go. Okay. Carl Dummler in the house, brother. Hope you're having a great Thursday evening. Zach and I are going to be signing off here in just a few minutes, guys. So if there's anything burning that you want us to grab, get it in the chat. But Carl, how you feeling tonight, brother? And how you feeling about the way this draft has unfolded thus far?
Like it. I mean, first off, Raiders not getting Anthony Richardson was a huge sigh of relief as a Bronco fan. Would not like to play that guy twice a year and see him in this division. The idea of Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, Anthony Richardson. Oh my gosh, that's murderer's row when you're talking about quarterback play right there, and all different kinds of quarterbacks as well. And like what the Texans did, they got their cornerstone pieces on both sides of the ball. Makes a lot of sense for them. But Seahawks, seeing what they did with the 5th pick, I mean, it's cornerback. But we've kind of seen with the Broncos, like Surtain, he's a great player. I mean, obviously he was all pro. Team still didn't win a whole lot of games either.
Real quick, Carl, not to cut you off, but Arizona traded back up to 6. What the Sam Hill is going on with Arizona, guys?
I think that at this point, they didn't expect Jalen Carter to get past 5. He's there. I think they're getting back up. They sent 12 and 34 to get back up to 6. I'd be surprised if this pick isn't Jalen Carter. Another one name to keep an eye out. He's been linked heavily with the Raiders, so maybe they're trying to jump the Raiders with the intent to take him instead before them. Christian Gonzalez, the corner that we were talking about with the Seattle pick, he's another one that this pick could be.
We mentioned Paris Johnson as well. I think you're right, though, about Jalen Carter, Eric, because they lost J.J. Watt to retirement. They lost Zach Allen to the Broncos. That would be the perfect replacement. So, interesting.
Sorry, Carl, I was cutting you off midstream there, but we had the breaking news. What do you think about the moving and the shaking that the Cardinals are doing?
This has been the craziest draft, just right off the bat here at the top of all these different trades and all the smoke that's been going on. You know, Texans weren't going to take a quarterback. All of a sudden they do, and it is Jalen Carter. Michaela's letting us know there. And again, another player I was hoping would not make it to the Raiders. So great to see him down there. Gives that their new coach a great defensive cornerstone player. Probably you could make the argument he is the best player in this draft. You know, maybe fell a little bit here because of some character things that happened here this offseason, but a great player for them. And he's going to give those NFC West quarterbacks a lot of trouble.
Guys, as always, I've had a blast being on tonight's NFL draft, our MHH War Room. But I think, Zach, unless there's anything burning on your head, on your mind, so to speak, maybe we dip on out of here and let the draft guys do their thing. So, any closing thoughts, Zach, before we say good night?
I guess about the Broncos receivers being overrated, I would give that whole group an incomplete. I think it's a little unfair to say they're overrated when they've dealt with so many injuries and bad quarterback play and bad coaching. We haven't seen the big 3 or 4 together. And I think with a better quarterback in place, hopefully Russell Wilson is playing better, much better coaching staff and play calling in place. I think the Broncos receivers will start to match the hype, assuming they stay together this season.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to keep you in the more than capable hands of Erick Trickel, Carl Dummler, Lance Sanderson. Nick Kendell will be jumping in the stream here in a little bit too. So you guys know the drill. You guys know how we do it here at MHH when it comes to the NFL draft. It's these we're streaming live for every waking second of how these events transpire. So just like all you guys, Zach and I will be watching from the audience. So have a great rest of the stream, guys. Love you. Appreciate everything you do. And Zach and I will talk to you later.
Later. Hope you guys have a wonderful night and wonderful weekend.
Go Broncos.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
So we did get the pick in for the Cardinals. It is Paris Johnson, the Ohio State offensive tackle. That's who they went up for. That's a guy that they were linked to at number 3. I mean, it was Jalen Carter, Paris Johnson, Tyree Wilson. Those were the 3 names consistently throughout the draft process for it. Jalen Carter, I mean, maybe they were scared off with the maturity questions that they have. Paris Johnson, I mean, I've been a huge fan of his for a long time. I remember bringing him up back in our group chat, Carl, in October or November. Dude is athletic. Yep. He's a gifted mover. There are some issues with strength and power, but he has those flashes. And I think if he can improve some of the technique, I think he could be a fine, extremely good, versatile tackle that can work in either scheme.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think that's a great pick for them. And whether you believe in Kyler Murray or not, you just paid him a big contract not too long ago. And so you got to go get yourself that great left tackle to play on to help him out, just to give him a chance to go out there and be successful. You know, that offensive line has been not great in Arizona. They've been okay, not like the worst in the league by any means, but still going and getting a guy like this, I think it's a great play for them. Again, shows their investment in their quarterback. And so I don't mind this pick one bit. I mean, I like Jalen Carter as a talent more, but I think Paris Johnson's a cleaner player that you feel, hey, this could be a cornerstone player for us for a lot of years.
Yeah, and I mean, Jalen Carter, everybody knows the whole issue with the speeding on the night that he lost a couple teammates and people there at Georgia, part of the program. But another issue that compounded on that is he got busted for speeding back in August. So it's compounding issues there with legal issues. And then there's the whole issue that he has consistently had maturity questions ever since he arrived at Georgia. And it's just been a thing of, he knows he's a freak athlete. He knows he's a freak player, freakishly strong, quick. And he just hasn't always taken to coaching very well when it comes to, improving the technique. So I could see him falling. I wouldn't be surprised here moving on to the Raiders as they are on the clock. They have about 6.5 minutes left. I'm curious to where they go. They've been linked heavily with Christian Gonzalez. They can use another pass rusher. Obviously, Chandler Jones has not panned out for them. Tyree Wilson's still available, but there's an injury concern there with him, and he's fallen a little bit. Like, maybe they go Jalen Carter. I mean, the Raiders in the past, they've had no issues taking risks on guys with those, maturity questions. They can go so many different ways. They've been linked with wanting to trade down if one of the quarterbacks wasn't available or if they weren't able to get up for it. Maybe they go quarterback. Will Levis is still available. Maybe this is where his fall ends up, coming to an end.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much they feel like they like Will Levis. He seems like that kind of quarterback that does fall a lot further than you think he's going to fall. Just you see the talent, but again, there's just so many more question marks with him compared to the other top 3 quarterbacks, and a lot more risk that's involved within that. But yeah, the Raiders can go a lot of different ways that can improve their team. I'm really hoping it's not Jalen Carter, because that is the one guy I think he could really become something here in the league if he gets his head on straight. He kind of reminds me of Ndamukong Suh when he came out. Like, that guy was just one of the most dominant players I've ever seen coming out of college. But head case at times. And you saw it show up. I mean, he was great in the NFL. But if he could have just got his head on right, I think he could have been one of those all-timers. And Jalen Carter's kind of in that same boat of, I mean, you see just outstanding talent. Could easily become a top 5 defensive tackle, even as a rookie, if he really went to the right situation and they used him right, and if he got his head on right. But it just so he's the one guy that really does scare me if the Raiders go that direction. I know they've been linked to a lot of different cornerbacks, and that doesn't scare me too much. I mean, I like the cornerbacks in this group, and I think that they would be a huge help for the Raiders and what they've been missing. But again, I don't know how much of an impact of moving them from a losing season to all of a sudden becoming a championship kind of team. I don't think that makes that big of a difference.
Yeah, I mean, what you mentioned about Will Levis, I definitely am in agreement there. He does feel like that quarterback that can fall a little bit more than you expect. But with what's been going around, I mean, they were dead set on trying to get Richardson or CJ Stroud, and Will Levis has always been that third guy. There's been rumblings for a while that the preference of Josh McDaniels has been Will Levis, and that is the guy that he wants. He did a lot with him during the pre-draft. Absolutely loved him at the combine. So I do think that that's a good chance here. I would be fine with that because I don't think Will Levis is a quarterback that can come in and start right away. And I can't remember, were they the team that ended up with Jimmy G?
Yes.
So I mean, at least you have that mid-range starter that you can go and face, and that makes things easier for the Broncos. I'm with you. I don't want to see Jalen Carter. I don't want to have to go against him, especially with the issues we have at center. And I would prefer not to go against Christian Gonzalez. While he has issues against the run and being physical, like, he is still a darn good cornerback in coverage.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the next couple cornerbacks that we have on the list here, I think they would help. Don't get me wrong. They're talented players. I just don't know how much of an impact they would make. And I mean, you still got to get talent everywhere. So don't get me wrong. Raiders have a lot of holes, especially on that defense. Like, they could go anywhere on that defense and you could say, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so Tyree Wilson is another one. I mean, if they want to add another pass rusher to that group, they don't really need that. But again, he's another huge talent that some people are talking could go top 5. And here he is. I'm not the biggest fan of him. I mean, he's an athletic freak, but there's things about his game. He's just late getting off the snap. That just kind of bothers me a little bit. I kind of question, is he more athlete that's playing football, or is he a great football player that can actually translate in the NFL?
And it's Tyree Wilson is who they're going. They're going with the other edge rusher. I mean, he was a projected top 3 guy for the longest time. Then that foot injury there. I really like Tyree Wilson. I like what he can do on an edge. He's not the bendiest guy. He's not going to be, sit there and blow by the offensive tackle and sack the quarterback. That's not his game. He's going to go through the tackle. I mean, he's got good power and strength to his game. He plays, for the most part, with decent leverage as a pass rusher. his leverage issues seem to pop up a little bit more when I was watching through him in run defense and sustaining the edge. But he's a talented run defender. And the thing is he's going to benefit. He is going to be just such a hard person to handle because of the guy on the other side. You're not, I mean, you can't double him. So you better hope whichever side he's going up or he's lining up on, you better hope that your tackle can hold up there. And with the issues that the Broncos or the tackles the Broncos have, there are some issues at times with power and, holding leverage, sustaining leverage and pass protection. So, I mean, I think this is a pick that we'll see more from a year from now and not this year in terms of on the football field. But he's one of those guys, like, not a super difference maker as a rookie, but he can develop into a major difference maker in the next season or in 2024 or beyond.
Right. And that's my point is you see the athleticism, you see the flashes of greatness of why this guy, like I said, was considered possibly a top 3 pick at one point. And so I could see some of that. He's just not there on a consistent basis. Like you see with Will Anderson, like that guy is just every game making impact plays left and right. And he's an NFL ready guy. Tyree Wilson, it's one of those, you just have so much development you have to do to get him to have the athleticism match the football player. And so there's just a lot of risk within that. Now, I think he can become a great player and could probably even become better than Will Anderson by the end of this. I think he has that kind of talent. But sometimes, especially in that top 7 picks, I like guys a little bit cleaner. Guys that just have really shown it on the football field that they are a football guy. And he hasn't quite proven that to me.
Now, since we've been talking about him a little bit, with Will Levis, Jalen Carter, do you think they'll fall much farther? Do you think that their slide is going to be coming to an end soon with the teams that are coming up on the board? I mean, the Falcons, they have a lot of issues on the defensive side of the ball, but they're a team that they're very big on the off-field stuff. One of the guys who's in part of the football decision process, he was there in Tampa Bay back when Warren Sapp was drafted and, the John Gruden trade there. And he has a book out. Excellent read. I'd have to remember I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but he really goes into how big of a factor character is for him and how he always installs it. But Will Levis, maybe they don't believe in Desmond Ridder and they want to go and try give him another shot. I mean, Desmond Ridder was a 2nd round pick last year, early 3rd.
Right.
So maybe they go take a shot on the quarterback. The Titans, they've been interested in moving up. Maybe they can take a quarterback. The Eagles, they've been interested in moving up for Jalen Carter. I don't think their slides are going to last much longer than it is. And I think they'll both be gone in probably the next 5 picks.
I would agree. I mean, as much as I'm not a fan of Will Levis and I don't think he's going to be a great NFL quarterback, he's still got so much potential. I mean, he's got the big arm. Guy can run if you need him to. He made a lot of really nice throws in college. I mean, it was kind of splattered with a lot of other bad throws, but and so you're going to have some coach that's going to say, hey, I can turn this guy into something. And they're going to say, go up and get him. It's kind of like when the Broncos pick Paxton Lynch. Like you just saw the traits and you said, okay, I can do something with this. And obviously that didn't work out for the Broncos, but same thing with Josh Allen. You saw the traits and then it turned the other way. So some team is going to go, yeah, we can't let this guy get past us. And there's a quarterback that could turn into a top 10 talent. We'll take that chance. And like I said, Jalen Carter, maybe like I said earlier, probably the best player in this draft. If we're just going on talent alone, nothing else. And there's going to be a team that's going to go, we're willing to take that risk. And like the Eagles, like you said, I think that's a great place for him to go. Here's a team that is, got that Super Bowl locker room. You got some great leaders in Jalen Hurts that just got paid big money. So you got some guys you can surround him with and maybe keep him in line and feel like, okay, we can take a guy like this and plug him into our organization and feel good about it.
Yeah, I'm going to grab a couple comments here in the chat. Lord Sheba says, watching ESPN and you guys at once feels like a war room. Now imagine being on this end of it. I have ESPN playing in the background so I can click over and everything. And so I'm trying to, funnel through the sound of what whoever is on with me, what they're saying, while funneling through the sound with that. So if I'm extra, stuttery or, taking a little extra time to get my thoughts out, that's part of why my brain is trying to do multiple things at once. Wesley Tay, I mean, we talked about this a little bit earlier when Chad and Zach were still with us, and he says, give Courtland Sutton another chance. This has been my stance from the very beginning. Let him see what he can do in Sean Payton's offense and try to get something a little bit better for him this year, because I think the value right now is probably somewhere in the value of a round 3 pick, and it's going to come with 2 day 3 picks. That's the sense I get. That's what the conversations have been about when, the report was that the Baltimore Ravens came close to a deal with it. From what I understand on it, the highest pick was a 4th round pick, and then like a 6th or 7th, with Denver sending their 6th round pick back. So it's definitely, something to keep an eye on. If anybody does get moved out of the receiver room, I think it's Courtland Sutton. What about you? I mean, I know that we talked about the receivers earlier, but how are you with the give Courtland Sutton another chance?
So I'm a huge Courtland Sutton fan. Like when the Broncos drafted him, I should preface this. When he was drafted, I was like, "Oh, this guy has a lot of."
Sorry to interrupt. Bijan Robinson, didn't even talk about him, and I can't believe it because, I mean, you can attest to this. For weeks, I've been saying Bijan Robinson and the Falcons. If not edge rusher, Lucas Van Ness was linked with him. Bijan Robinson, either to Atlanta or Philly, that seemed to be the high point. I love this pick for the Falcons. Just real quick, and then I'll pass it back off to you. I mean, Arthur Smith, look at what he did with Derrick Henry. I mean, Bijan Robinson's not Derrick Henry. I think he does bring a little bit more versatility, brings a little bit more speed. I love this pick with what you can do with Bijan Robinson in this offense.
Yeah, I think you feel good about not having the best quarterback situation, in the sense of they want to run the football big time there in Atlanta. And so you're going to have teams creeping up saying, we got to stop Robinson. Like, he is the offense. And so then you can have a quarterback that you can say, hey, we're going to play a lot of play action. It's pretty much what the Broncos are trying to do now with Russell Wilson. They just don't have a running back to the caliber of Robinson, obviously, until Williams gets back fully healthy, which I don't think will be this season. And so I think if he was going to go to a place that was going to really say, this is our guy, this is how we're building our entire offense around this one guy, I think Atlanta was that perfect fit. So yeah, I'm with you. I like the pick. Robinson's one of those few running backs I'm okay taking in the 1st round, because he's a true weapon. He's going to help you in the passing game. He's going to be an incredible runner for you, obviously. And Lance,
go ahead. No, go ahead. I was going to let you finish your thought first. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, you're good. I just, like I said, he is such a weapon that you can use. So you're not just viewing him as a running back that you're going to use up for a few years, then kind of cast to the side. He is a true guy that you can move him out to the slot if you need to, and he can go play a little bit of wide receiver at times. He can do just so many different things. You feel good about how he's going to fit into this system.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you there. And again, there's that whole Derrick Henry connection, and they've been needing a running back for a while. Lance, since you've been away for a little bit, go ahead and give us your thoughts on the last, 2, 3, 4 picks or so, however long you've been out for.
Well, Bijan Robinson to Atlanta was one of my dream fits here. He just fits exactly what they want to do there. It's such a great pick for them. And like you said, you want to build around Desmond Ridder. They've got a fairly decent offensive line up front, one of the better running teams in the NFL this last season. And he's an elite receiver. Like, this dude, you can split him out wide. You can go in the slot. Go ahead, Eric. What you got?
So the Eagles moved up. They traded up from 9 to 10 with the Chicago Bears. I mean, is this Jalen Carter?
It has to be.
Just quick, then I'll pass it back to you, Lance.
Yeah, it has to be, to me. Like, it makes too much sense at this particular point. They like him. I know that he would fit really well. Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis are there already. He would be a great fit for what they need to do defensively. I mean, you're moving on from Fletcher Cox here soon, so he fits that 3-tech role that you really need to have. Great pass rusher there, great run defender. Just the maturity concerns and the off-field issues that he has right now are definitely big concerns there. But you're talking the best player in the draft, the best defensive tackle we've seen since Quinnen Williams, and arguably the best one we've seen since Warren Sapp. Like, this dude is incredible on the field. So it makes the most sense here for Philadelphia to just go up and get their guy and then watch Chicago take like Peter Skoronski at 10. Like, I like the moves for both of these teams, quite honestly.
And the Eagles are taking Jalen Carter.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Going back to Bijan really fast, like I was saying, split him out wide. You can throw him in the slot and let him just work over the middle of the field as well. Really good in pass protection. I like to compare him a little bit to LaDainian Tomlinson, and I know that's a super lofty comparison because you're talking a Hall of Fame player, but the jump cut, the ability behind the line of scrimmage to just find that open crease and explode through the hole, and the receiving ability that he brings to the fold, quite honestly, you watch those two players side by side, and there's a lot of very similar comparisons you can draw between the two players. So I like that for Atlanta, and then I like Tyree Wilson to the Raiders as well. They need to get better up front. Chandler Jones is obviously on the downside of his career. Tyree Wilson has probably a year before you're really going to see him take off, but he has the ability to be an elite pass rusher at the NFL level. So I'm here for at least the last few picks. So go ahead, guys. I got to take off. I got some other obligations I got to do right now. So I will be back here in a little while, and we'll catch up here in a little bit.
So with the trade, obviously the Chicago Bears are now on the clock. Their offensive line last year was absolutely atrocious. I mean, it was probably, if not the worst, it was the second worst offensive line last year. And they got Justin Fields. They made it clear when they traded down from number one, they want to try to make him work. They also can use weapons. Well, there is a familiar weapon in Jackson Smith-Njigba that's, best route runner in this class, arguably. I mean, and he could just come in and be a natural fit what they want to do. Peter Skoronski out of Northwestern. He's a versatile offensive lineman that I think can play all five spots. Which way do you think that they're leaning, Carl?
Well, honestly, I think they're going to go wide receiver. You look at the Bengals. They had this whole debate: offensive line, wide receiver. End up going Ja'Marr Chase, and that paid off big time. And I think you're feeling like, okay, Justin Fields, with his ability to run around, he can make up for some of the things that the offensive line lacks. But you got him a great wide receiver in the trade not too long ago with the Panthers and getting more. Now you go get him another wide receiver, and I think you feel pretty darn good about that setup for him. At least give him two great weapons in Jackson Smith, Njigba. There we go. So I guess I would kind of lean that way. I do like Skoronski for them because, like I said, he's so versatile that he can play all positions. And so you just kind of say, okay, here's our weak spot, plug him in there. But I kind of would lean into the weapons. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of great wide receiver ones in this draft. So I think this is maybe where you can go with that.
So if what I'm seeing is right, all the Eagles gave up to move up one spot was a 2024 fourth round pick.
Oh. That's nothing.
Going back real quick to Atlanta, this is something that just crossed my mind. It's very clear by now that they absolutely don't give a crap about positional value. Kyle Pitts, the glorified tight end, a couple years ago. Then they took a receiver who's more of a big slot receiver last year, and now a running back. They don't care about positional value whatsoever. Maybe it'll work out for them. Time will tell. But right now, I mean, it's hard to see when you're taking weapons on top of weapon that it's hard to see if it's going to pan out when your quarterback position is still just very muddy.
Yeah. All right. We have Michaela coming in saying with a $5 super. Thank you, Michaela, saying, can you recap the picks for us so far? I'm late. Cooper just finished his school concert. Hope the concert went well for the both of you. Yeah, we can definitely recap. So pick number 1, Bryce Young going to Carolina. Pretty much everybody kind of expected that. Pick number 2, a lot of smoke that was around that of maybe they're going to go defense. End up going CJ Stroud, another quarterback. And then Houston made the decision, we're going to trade up from 12, get to number 3. So they had back-to-back picks right there in the top 3 and took Will Anderson for their defensive end or edge position, whatever you want to call it. And so getting there, 2 cornerstones on both sides of the ball. Good move by them. 4th overall to the Colts. They decided to go with Anthony Richardson. And so getting their quarterback set up. And then the Seahawks right there with the Broncos pick. Still upset about that. They decided to go with Witherspoon, cornerback. And 6th overall, Cardinals went with Paris Johnson. They traded back up after moving back to 12. Got up there, got their left tackle to protect their quarterback. 7th overall, Raiders go Tyree Wilson, edge player. And then last couple picks here, we have Atlanta Falcons going Bijan Robinson, running back from Texas. And then Bears, not the Bears, sorry. Eagles moved up one spot and then took Jalen Carter, maybe the best player in the draft. So that kind of catches you up here.
And also with it, I haven't seen anything about what the Bears are doing yet. They're still on the clock. So the Bears, they're a team that they want a lot of additional draft picks this year. They have a lot of holes. Maybe they don't feel like one of these guys is there available. I mean, we've talked about it a lot. For me, this wide receiver class is lacking at the top. For me, any of the receivers in the top 20 is a bit rough. Maybe the Bears, they want to trade down again and get some additional draft capital. And also, I mean, with the offensive line group, with the tackles, I don't think any of them that are left are, of value here at 10th overall. And just to be clear, Peter Skoronski, for me, is more of an interior guy who can play tackle instead of a tackle who can move inside.
Right.
So it's definitely something to keep an eye on. I'm continuing to scour and ask around and everything about what potentially is happening here with the Chicago Bears pick. But it's definitely of interest. And we actually do have the pick in. They are going offensive tackle. Darnell Wright. He's a big, powerful dude who I think would be a lot better inside than at tackle. He's got some issues with his kick slide speed, and it's just his footwork in general. Powerful dude. But I mean, if they want to be bullies up front on the offensive line, I mean, he's a good get. I like Darnell Wright, but I mean, 10 for me, I would have taken Broderick Jones. I would have probably taken Anton Harrison before Darnell Wright. Personally, I think that's how they are on my big board even. I like Darnell Wright, but I think this is just a little bit early for him. This is the first pick that I'm kind of like really scratching my head. I mean, I was scratching my head about the Seattle pick, but that was just because the archetype that they look for wasn't a match. But this is one of like the value for me, just it's not there.
Yeah, and I mean he's truly a pure right tackle.
Yeah,
you're not gonna be able to move him over to that left tackle spot, and so I'm kind of with you. I mean, they did just take Tevin Jenkins not too long ago to play that right tackle spot, and so obviously, kind of a sign. Are they either moving him over and giving it, or moving him competition, or are they just giving up on him? I guess.
I think they moved him inside. I think he moved into left guard or right guard, and actually did quite well.
Okay. Yeah, I just like I said, he's that pure right tackle for you. I think like I said, he's a good player. He's going to fit that they're going to want to run the football. He's going to be able to move people. I do really like him a lot, but like I said, I think it's a little rich for this point of the draft. And we have Deanna Hendry coming in with a $50 super chat. Really, really appreciate that, saying, "Evening, everyone. Hope everyone had a great day. Hashtag MHH for life." Yeah, no, I hope you had a great day as well. We finally got some rain here. We're at soccer practice and lightning started striking around us. And here we have all these kids like scattering everywhere. And so that was my coming into all of this real quick. So I was a little electrified coming into to talk about the draft here. And so, but no, I really appreciate that, Deanna. And yeah, it's how can you not be having a great day? It's the draft. Even if the Broncos are not picking here in the first round, it's always fun to get to see where everybody's going. And I really was interested to see, obviously, Raiders, Chargers, Chiefs, who are they getting in this draft? I guess I was going to ask you the question, since we're waiting here for a little bit. Who's one player you hope the Chargers take? Who's one player you hope they don't take? Same with the Chiefs.
Can I kind of be a smarty pants about it and say Will Levis, just for them to waste a pick on a quarterback?
Sure.
Will Levis. I mean, he's a guy who's going to do absolutely nothing for them behind Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes. I mean, it's just a wasted pick. But on a realistic aspect of it, it's tough because with where they sit, I think they could be in a position to land some pretty good value with guys that I have higher up on my board. I I would like to see the Chiefs maybe try and think about a Travis Kelce, replacement and maybe go tight end. I'm not super high on the top of the tight ends in this class. I don't think that for me, there's not a real surefire first round guy. I think my highest graded one is, early round 2, I think, and it's Dalton Kincaid. Maybe I'd like to see that for the Chiefs. For the Chargers, maybe another linebacker, like Drew Sanders, maybe. Like, I think he's a solid player, but I mean, it's just kind of admitting that the linebacker they took a couple years ago is kind of a failure there, and just continue to waste the value of a first round pick on the position.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm trying to, is it Murray was the?
Yes, Murray. Thank you.
Kenneth Murray. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he definitely was a waste. He's been nothing in the NFL. And that shows again, I think linebacker is just one of the toughest positions to always figure out what they're going to be. Like, they can be athletic freaks, but it doesn't mean anything if they have zero instincts on the field. And, you got other guys like Josie Jewell who are not a great athlete, but they have pretty darn good instincts and seem to be in the right spot most of the time. And I'm not saying you don't go try to replace a Josie Jewell, but I'm just saying it's hard to find guys with great instincts and athleticism that come into the NFL, like a Fred Warner. You don't find those guys growing around very often.
And Fred Warner, I mean, that still grinds my gears. Being taken just before the Broncos pick. And from what I heard, they were on the phone with him when San Francisco called, and then we end up seeing Royce Freeman. Real quick, going to grab a couple comments from the chat here real quick. Trying to find a good balance between keeping you guys updated on what's going on and everything, and going on. First one I want to grab is from Norman Bauer. Says, love that Eric is wearing a tie. Looks very classy. Thank you. I actually, because I'm fat and I have a fat neck, I actually had to buy new dress shirts this year. I mean, I go into a wedding, as I've shared, and so I just kind of wanted to show it out. And I tried to do a really fancy knot, but it didn't work out. But thank you. I always wear, I always get spoofed up for the draft, wearing a nice shirt and tie. But thank you for, that's just a little comment. Like, makes me feel good. William Catalano, do any players like Russ get to know what Sean and George want to do or think? Or do you think they get left in the dark like us? I think last year there was a pretty open door with Nathaniel Hackett. This year, I think that door is shut. I think as soon as Sean Payton came in, I think he slammed that door shut, laughing about how much influence Russell Wilson had last year. I mean, in his introductory press conference, in his first comments after being hired, he was always very clear about how much, Nathaniel Hackett gave up in terms of power over things. So I don't think that anybody really knows.
Yeah, I'm with you. And Broncos needed exactly a Sean Payton type to come in. Oh, go ahead.
And we got the next pick in. The Tennessee Titans are taking Peter Skoronski.
Okay. So they decide quarterback's not in the cards here. Will Levis again continues his fall here. Good pick for them. Again, a player that you can plug anywhere on the offensive line, continues to build towards Derrick Henry still being the central focus of that offense. And so I think this is a good fit for them.
Yeah, I do. I mean, they needed a tackle. They let go of Taylor Lewan. And they've had a lot of issues with their offensive line with injuries and everything. I can't remember who their other tackle is off the top of my head. But again, Peter Skoronski, he's a guy, he could play tackle. I think he's better inside. I think he could be an outstanding all-pro center in the NFL. It's just a matter of where you want to put him. And so I think that versatility gave him a significant boost for teams and for myself. He was the second best player that was left available. He was I think he was like just inside my top 10, maybe just outside of it. Just right around there anyways. I like his game. I just don't think that he's going to be a left tackle in the NFL. But I mean, again, that versatility, being able to, for a team that needs so much offensive line help, he's a guy who can give you so much offensive line help.
Yeah. Now, the Titans did sign Andre Dillard in the offseason to play that left tackle spot from the Eagles. So you could maybe see him moving over there to that right tackle spot. I think they need some help on the inside as well. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of positions he could go and play for him, and you'd feel pretty good about having an upgrade. Their right tackle right now is Nicholas Petit Frere.
Oh, the Ohio State guy from last
right.
year. That's right.
Yeah. So again, I think probably Dillard's probably going to start at that left tackle spot, but you could plug Skronsky in any other of the 4 spots and have an upgrade.
Yeah. Now going back to the chat here, String Guy says coming in. He's coming over from Scott's channel. Scott and Nick, we're live over there. Nick should be joining us here pretty soon, and to join us for the draft coverage here. And I'm sure Scott, as we have a couple people coming in saying Scott absolutely loves the pick for the Falcons. That's great. I'm happy for Scott. And I hope you guys had a good time over there. And thank you guys for joining us that are working your way over here, and can hopefully more continue to work their way over here. Let's see. Who do you guys think from Daniel? You was getting a little bit of Broncos talk in here. I mean, with no picks until 67, it's going to be a little light. Who do you guys think the Broncos will pick at 67 and 68 in round 3? I'll let you go first, Carl.
Man, it's so hard to figure out that far down the draft. I still really like what we did in our draft of Keanu Benton. I think if he makes it around that kind of point, the Broncos would feel very, very good about making a pick like that. Improves your interior defensive line big time. And I think allows Zach Allen a lot more freedom as well. Like I think you can play him on the outside a lot more. And I think he did a lot better for the Cardinals, really, when he was more at that edge spot, true defensive end, 5-tech, 7-tech, those kind of things. I think gives you a little bit more versatility on that defensive line. So I think that would be a direction the Broncos would go. A couple edge players, depending on how far they decide to fall down this draft, that I think you could feel pretty good about. I'm trying to think of any of them that would even make it that far. I don't know. Do you think any of the big time names, like the Northwestern kid, do you think he would make it over to pick 67?
Told me about Adabo Ware. That's the right one. Maybe. But as you said, it's really tough to project that far, especially with this draft class. There was so much uncertainty after the first pick, and even the first pick wasn't set until it was Bryce Young. Because again, mentioned at the start of the show is there was Anthony Richardson, there was CJ Stroud, there were a lot of different options. Real quick, I do want to make a comment, then I'll pass it back to you again. And I just find this funny. The Lions are now on the clock with the 12th pick, which they acquired from the Cardinals, who got it from the Texans, who got it from the Browns. Talk about a pick being moved. I think the most a pick has been moved has been 6 times, which is accurately, which is, insane to me. But Jake comes in saying, Carl got cut off talking about his thoughts on Sutton before the Falcons pick. Would you like to hear him pick him back up? So go ahead and finish your thoughts that you had about Courtland Sutton.
Yeah. So when the Broncos drafted him again, I wasn't the biggest fan just because there was so much that needed to grow within his game. Like, I like the talent, but he's also one that was hard to evaluate because he didn't have great quarterback play in college. And so it's just always hard with wide receivers. They're so quarterback dependent. There's very few guys that you sit there and say, like a Calvin Johnson. It didn't matter who his quarterback was. Like, you could tell this guy's going to be an incredible wide receiver in the NFL. But after seeing him his rookie year, seeing some of the steps that he took as the season went on, and then going into year 2, again, he really showed he could be a top 20 wide receiver that second year. Having Drew Lock and who was the other quarterback throwing to him that year? I can't even. He had a couple other quarterbacks thrown to him. But anyway, bad quarterback play. Still put up 1,000 yards. And so he's one of those guys you got to see him make play after play after play where throw wasn't perfect, but somehow he still made something out of it. And so obviously then that injury set him back. And he's never fully been that same player. But like I said, finally got a coach that I think knows how to use a player like him. Another year removed from his injury. I would rather see the Broncos keep him for sure. I don't want to hurt that wide receiver room because then all of a sudden you've only got 2 guys and a bunch of question marks. And with a Sean Payton offense, you need a lot of different kinds of weapons to make it work. He wants to go a lot of different formations, And so you got to throw a lot of different guys. And Eric, you got another pick for us?
Yeah, real quick. Got a pick, but I just want to grab this real quick. Take off your tie. You look like your head's gonna explode. No, there's a process here. The tie will stay up. It'll stay tight for tonight. Tomorrow at some point it'll get loosened up, and the top button will get undone. And then day 3 is when the tie comes off every year. But anyways, the Detroit Lions make their pick. Jahmyr Gibbs, the running back, wide receiver, the weapon out of Alabama. I know you and I a while back we had a little bit of a conversation about him, about that Christian McCaffrey type role that he can fill. And I'll let you talk on that. I'm interested this year for this draft. If more running backs go in the first round than wide receivers, there's been rumblings of only one or two wide receivers going in the first round, with maybe 3 running backs, Gibbs being the second one, and Zach Charbonnet out of UCLA. But go ahead and give us your thoughts real quick on Jahmyr Gibbs and the thing for the fit with the Lions.
Yeah. Obviously, I like the player. And Phil coming in with some stars saying, "Good evening, Eric and Carl. Great coverage, guys. Hashtag Buckham. Hashtag Go Broncos." Phil, always great to see you in here. I do. I love Gibbs. There's some things to his game. It seems like there's a lot of times where it's either a really big play or nothing. He's a home run threat, which you love to have, and it makes teams have to really respect what he brings on the field, because anytime you get the ball in his hands, he could do something with it. And like I said, he's a weapon that you can move around. He can play some wide receiver for you if you need him to, just to give teams a different kind of look. He can run to the outside, inside. But again, it's just a lot of the 0 or negative plays make me a little bit nervous with him. And Detroit, I only like taking running back if I feel like either your team is completely all about the run game, or you feel like you have a very complete team that you can take a piece like that. And, it's more of a added bonus rather than, this is what we need. And I feel like Detroit had a lot of other needs that they needed, that beyond running back. I feel like there's other running backs you can take later and still feel good about it. But again, he's still a great player. I just worry a little bit of also with Swift. I saw a comment about DeAndre Swift here. That maybe ripped to his career there with Detroit. But it feels like you're kind of getting a little bit of not completely similar players, but I think you want to use them in similar ways. And so I kind of wonder about that a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, DeAndre Swift, there's been a lot of disappointment there, and they're still looking for that guy who can be the top guy for them. Swift, I think they've kind of settled down as he's a backup guy. He's going to be a number 2 guy, number 3 guy. Definitely some similarity there. I like the pick, but how I am with running backs. I mean, two running backs in the top 12 picks. That's a bit rough. I mean, running backs, they don't matter. They can just go ahead and go away. But I think that there was guys. I mean, they traded the corner to Atlanta. They could have used some corner help. They could have used a lot of things, and I think that this just isn't the best usage of the value that they had in the pick for where they're with what they need. Jeremy Sean coming in saying, "Good evening, fellas." Good evening. Hope you enjoy the show. Thank you for joining us. Tim Durr asks, "Wasn't that early for Gibbs?" I think it was. For me, he was a guy that maybe late round 1. But I mean, clearly they value him. They value his ability to be a weapon on offense. And so they just went ahead and took him. Nick's now in. We're going to go ahead and bring Nick in here and kind of let him give some thoughts. I mean, he was there with Scott covering up the draft up until now. Go ahead and pass along your thoughts on the Falcons pick, bring you in, and just the picks in general, just a quick recap from you.
I'm pretty surprised to see the trade that Houston made to go up, how much they gave up to go get a non-quarterback in the top 10. I mean, the Arizona Cardinals, a team that might be picking number 1 overall next year, has a crazy amount of picks, but also at the same time, then to see the Cardinals trade back up, only giving up pick 33, I think, to move back up and get their number 1 offensive tackle. So kind of fun to see what the Cardinals did there. Didn't kick off the best today with the news about the tampering trade with the Eagles there. And then seeing Philly move up from 10 to 9 to go get Jalen Carter, pair him up with Nolan Smith and obviously Jordan Davis there, the rich get richer, Jalen Carter going right there. Biggest shock for me, though, is Devin Witherspoon going to the Seahawks. I mean, how historic the Eagles have built that, or excuse me, the Seahawks have built that team, really leaning into the later picks in the secondary, especially the height, weight, speed kind of guys. They had a lot of options day 2 they could have gone with. I'm pretty shocked to see Devon Witherspoon go there to the Seahawks rather than a defensive lineman.
I do got to grab this up because, Nick, I was going to mention it. It definitely does look like there's a little cloud floating through your room at the moment.
I don't know
but,
what's going on with my color in here, but
with what you said about the Seahawks, I mean, that was my point. Like, I like the player. It's just, it's so out of the norm of what the Seahawks are. They are a big size team. They have been for years, and he just doesn't fit it. And I thought, Christian Gonzalez, I don't think that he was the best fit for them either with his play style. He's not, the most physical of guys. But I definitely agree with you there. That's probably been the second most shocking pick for me. Darnell Wright to the Bears. I mean, I know you and I started really high on Darnell Wright, and talking to you, you've always been a little bit lower on him, and I kind of came down on him. But him to the Bears at number 10 overall, like that to me, like over Broderick Jones, over some of the other tackles that they had, Peter Skoronski, that to me was the biggest shock so far.
I mean, they're looking for a right tackle, and I think it also speaks pretty highly to a guy that you and I were high on. I don't know if you were as high on him as I was, but Braxton Jones, who ended up Southern Utah, absolutely loved him at the Senior Bowl, and then had mocked him like consistently to the Broncos in the 4th round. He goes to the Bears in the 5th round and looks like one of the better rookie tackles in last year's draft class. He'll probably stay out there at left tackle with Darnell Wright going to right tackle, really building into that offensive line around Justin Fields. Now they got DJ Moore there as well, so it'll be interesting to watch that team. And we have a Packers pick coming in here.
And it's one of your guys, Lucas Van Ness.
Lucas Van Ness to the Packers is an awesome pick. Now we just need the Packers to take Jack Campbell after this in the next round, and we can complete that. But Lucas Van Ness is such a Packers pick, right? They look for pocket crunchers. They look for height, weight, speed guys out there. I remember a few years ago, maybe it was even pick 13. They took Rashawn Gary, who was kind of a bigger edge rusher, and now Rashawn Gary suffered a horrible injury out there, unfortunately. And now they get another player who, what a great selection for them. I thought this would be Jackson Smith and Jigba, but I agree with the selection. I would take Lucas Van Ness over Jackson Smith and Jigba. So good pick here. I'm excited about this one. And Carl, hello. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you too. I was just going to say, I was really hoping that they were going to take wide receiver just to really stick it to Aaron Rodgers and say, now we'll take a wide receiver.
Got to trust him. Got to trust
him. That's exactly what I was going to say. I thought it would have been absolutely hilarious as a going away present. They finally drafted wide receiver in the 1st round.
Nope, not this time. Lucas Van Ness, a really unique player from the University of Iowa. I was pretty bummed that he decided to come out as a redshirt sophomore because Iowa could have had one of the best defenses in football if he'd have come back this next season. But inside-outside pass rusher, still really young to the game, has put on a crazy amount of weight at that Iowa strength and conditioning program. 2 years ago, they played him mostly as kind of an interior pass rusher in sub packages. And this last year, you started to see him get a little bit more outside pass rushing and then kicking in to the interior, somebody that can play across the line of scrimmage. I don't know if he's ever going to be a superstar pass rusher in the league. I don't know if he has the overall tools to be that kind of guy, the bend, the burst, but somebody who I think because of the rotational nature of pass rushers in today's fronts, because of his size and versatility of what gaps he can attack, somebody's going to be a very good player that can win in a lot of different ways. And if you're looking to scheme up pressures up front, somebody's going to be a problem. I mean, twists and stunts, delays, inside, outside, very fun player for them up front there.
Yeah, I wanted to get to this question here from Norman Bowers. Are the running back picks a sign that football is starting to cycle around again and be less like touch football?
I don't know if it's that exactly. I think it's more so that we are entering an era of more positionless football and running backs who can be featured as good as slot receivers in the NFL in the pass game are going to be valued more. I think your tip off to this wasn't Bijan Robinson going 8 and then Jahmyr Gibbs going 12, but rather Christian McCaffrey, who suffered multiple injuries, who's been older, who has a big contract, being traded for a 2nd, 3rd, and a 4th. I mean, McCaffrey's as good at wide receiver as he is running back. So positionless football is, I think, the takeaway that I have here with these team buildings. If you like a running back enough that you could move him to wide receiver and he's still a 1st-round caliber talent, then I don't care if he's running back. right? I think it's that kind of thing.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, it's just the more value you can bring to the offense, like that's just what they're looking at. And Gibbs, he's a very talented receiver. He works well in space. Not Christian McCaffrey level, but he definitely can be used in that way. Will Levis has fallen, and this comes up to a good question. So does New England take Jackson Smith-Njigba or Will Levis? They've been linked with both. There was a report earlier that they have their eye on quarterbacks who could potentially fall. And there also was a report that they want to go out and they want to get weapons. So I could see either one of them here, but I could still see both of them continue to slip and New England try to work the board a little bit and moving down.
Will be interesting. Definitely, I think Levis is an interesting one here. As they mentioned, New England also could use an offensive lineman, right? Broderick Jones might have the best upside of any offensive lineman in this class. We've already seen 3 of the top 4 go. They're a team that's tried to build their team more run-oriented, especially with Ramondre Stevenson out there. So maybe this is a Broderick Jones spot out there. I don't know if taking Isaiah Wynn and him not living up would maybe cause them to not want to go that way, considering the scheme with Monken out there. But Broderick Jones is a interesting player that I would watch here as well.
And the Patriots do end up moving back. The Steelers are now on the clock.
Okay, well, maybe then it's Broderick Jones to the Steelers. They've been linked to a lot of offensive tackles. Also, the Steelers did a lot of work on cornerback. So maybe this is a Christian Gonzalez spot. I also know they did very interested in Deontay Banks. I know a lot of Pittsburgh fans that mocked him pretty consistently to the Steelers in that spot. Any dark horses here for you, Carl? Any names that stand out that'd be like, oh, that'd be a shocking one?
Well, I mean, quarterback. How much do they really believe in their guy with the tiny hands?
Yeah,
I got a good friend that's a big Steelers fan, and they're like, "Oh, this guy, he's gonna be our quarterback. He's gonna be that next Hall of Fame guy for us." I'm like, no, that's not happening. But no, I agree with you. I think probably offensive line or cornerback makes the most sense for them. Hard to see them going any other direction at this point. Just they're kind of those. We want to build up our defense, or again, like I said, build up in the trenches. They've always been that kind of team. So I have a hard time seeing them stray from that.
And we do have the details of the trade. It's 14 for 17 and pick 120.
That's not an expensive one. That's definitely good to go get your guy. Is there a shock here with DeJuan Jones? I know the Steelers were also extremely interested in him. I think Mike Tomlin took him out to dinner. Could he shock and go before Broderick Jones as well? I know there's some questions about Broderick Jones' ability to transition in more of a drop back scheme.
I definitely think that it's a possibility. As you said, they've been linked heavily with DeJuan Jones, and it could be a situation. And I mean, they were linked heavily with Darnell Wright too. It could be a situation of with how early Darnell Wright went that it kind of scared them a little bit to go in. And another one is there's a family connection possibility here too. Joey Porter Jr. going in, to the Steelers where his dad played.
Yeah, God, is there any other interesting positions that maybe they could go here? They're pretty good at tight end. No running backs that are worth it here. Could there be a shock like Brian Burns at this spot? Is that way too early for him? Maybe somebody on the defensive line, like a crazy pick like Kalijah Cansey. I think that's early for both of them. I think we've probably already talked about the guys that make sense. Maybe a shocking pick like Nolan Smith out there. That he's a freak athlete. Maybe they could do a little bit with him. But
it's Broderick Jones.
It is Broderick Jones. So my gut, the first intuition was correct. So, all right. Well, this is, I think, the highest upside tackle in this class. If you're looking for somebody who can move and just deliver absolute punishment in space, like target like a heat-seeking missile guy, he's the one. Now, because of Georgia's splits on the offensive line and how they played with so much 12 personnel, playing on an island in like a drop back, passing game really wasn't on tape too much for him. Obviously, this is first year starting out there, if I'm correct, out there at Georgia. So there's some questions about Broderick Jones long-term, but a very unique player, a good athlete, can do a lot of different stuff. And big fan of this pick for them, especially giving up so little. What do you have after that? New York Jets. The Jets were going to take a tackle. Washington had been linked heavily to Broderick Jones. So to go up and jump those two teams to get him makes a lot of sense to me.
And word going around has been that they were trying to get up even earlier than that. That they were one of the teams that was, trying to figure out a way to get up there, get Paris Johnson, getting up there. I don't think they expected Darnell Wright to go as early as he did, but they've been trying to get up for offensive tackles for quite a while now. Again, they started talking, from what I understand, to get to number 3, to get into the top 10 for about a week or two now. And so they finally get up, and as you said, jumping the teams that they did, they're looking at tackles, and they needed to get above them.
Yeah, and we got our guy Dirt Boy 6789 coming in 199 saying all he wants is Keanu Benton. Well, let's see if Keanu Benton can last through the draft here. But wanted to give a shout out to Dirt Boy 6789 for the 199 super. If you guys want to get your super chat read like Dirt Boy 6789, then make sure you drop it in here, and we will be sure to get to it Facebook or YouTube. So pretty interesting. We've had a massive run on offensive linemen here from pick 6 on, right? We've had 5 offensive linemen come off the board now. Is it 4 or 5? We have Paris Johnson, Peter Skoronski, Darnell Wright, and now Broderick Jones. So 4, maybe the 5th one will come here pretty soon as well. But now we're on the watch for the New York Jets. Is this, do the Jets do what the Packers never would do and take the wide receiver here? There was some linkage to Jackson Smith and Jigba, pair him back with Garrett Wilson as well, kind of rebuilding that Ohio State wide receiving core. That wouldn't be a shocking pick to me here. What do you think, Carl?
I mean, it makes some sense. They did go spend big on Lazard, obviously, here in the offseason. Like I said, you got Garrett Wilson, you got Corey Davis, Denzel Mims. Is he still out there?
Kind of.
Mecole Hardman as well.
He exists.
Went out there. So I think you've got pretty decent wide receiver core that you're working with. So I'm not sure that would be the direction. But again, maybe if you're trying to make your new quarterback really happy and say, hey, look, we're going to be that first team that's going to invest in wide receiver for you, I guess it would make some sense. But I also kind of wonder, as much as he always wanted a wide receiver taken, it always seems like he hates rookies. So I kind of question that a little bit of how well that would fit for him. He wants guys that know the system, know everything that's going on, that he doesn't have to really teach. Peyton Manning loved to teach players. He's
Unless
not that
your
kind
name
of
is
guy.
Cody Latimer.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Latimer, he earned it himself by not really paying attention and not really caring a whole lot. So yeah, A-Rod, I just don't know how well he would handle having a rookie wide receiver be with him. So I don't know. Maybe this is where we see a team kind of go back towards the defensive side of the ball. Maybe add a little bit more. Maybe you're going, okay, we got Sauce Gardner. Let's go add even more to that cornerback group. I don't know. I could see them maybe going that direction too.
Maybe they channel their inner Packers and take Will Levis. That would work out so well, I think, for them.
God, that would be hilarious. I don't see it happening, but you make a good point out there with Christian Gonzalez. Right now they have DJ Reed playing opposite Sauce Gardner. I thought DJ Reed is pretty good last season, but if not good enough where you are covering your eyes at the cornerback position, if cornerback is the best position available. And I think Washington's got to be pretty excited about this haul right now, where it looks as well, because they were very much considering looking at cornerbacks in a lot of mocks that I saw, Deontay Banks, Joey Porter. So we'll be curious to see what happens with this pick coming up now. And got to ask a question. Why am I seeing the Jonas Brothers on my screen right now talking to Kirk Herbstreit? What is this? What's going on?
I have no clue. But going on, I mean, also with the Washington Commanders, I'm sure they're happy too, because they've also been linked with the quarterbacks. They were a team that was looking at trading up. They were, competing to get to number 3. They talked to the Texans about number 2. They were even there for the Bears with number 1, but they never really progressed very far. They need a quarterback. They got to get something there a little bit. Will Levis, I think they go defense though. I wouldn't rule out edge rusher. They've been linked with trying to trade Montez Sweat or Chase Young. Both of them are free agents after this year, and it's one of the positions that you want to draft a year early. So it could be edge rusher. I mean, this is a talented edge rusher room. Nolan Smith is there. He doesn't really fit the mold that they've gone with, but Miles Murphy, the Clemson edge rusher, he's a guy who could fit their room or their prototype that they look for. I'm just not sure that this is, would be a great value for him this early. Skipping past the Jets pick, because I don't know what the Jets will do.
Yeah, it will be really interesting. And got some breaking news here. I think no, never mind. I think this is a BS source. So forget that. I saw a fake Dov Kleiman. God, why did they get rid of the actual verified check marks? It's really messing me up with the Twitter these days, as my camera I'm fighting with my camera right now. The color here, typically it doesn't go in and out so much, but Jets still have 4 picks left. Carl, why is Christian Gonzalez falling down the board so much? A lot of people had him in the top 10. He had a really good year, tested really well, good length, good plays on the ball for Oregon this last year. Christian Gonzalez continues to slide.
I have no clue because I think he's a great player. Obviously, one of those guys that just he looks like a true top tier cornerback coming into the NFL. He's a guy that moves well. I mean, has the size that you're looking for in an outside cornerback. Has the true athleticism to go play anywhere out there. I really have no clue why this guy's fallen down the board. I figured he'd be at least a top 12 pick. So I think whoever gets him, they're going to be pretty happy. Maybe there is something out there that we don't know, undisclosed injury, something off the field. I don't know, but right now, whoever gets him, I'd feel like that would be one of the big steals of the first round.
Only thing I could think of on the field is concerns about his physicality. He really doesn't like to play against the run. He really can get bullied in coverage a little bit. That's the only thing that I can think of it on the field. But of course, there's medicals, the attitude, stuff like that. That's not stuff we have access to, readily access. We don't have readily available anyways. So it could definitely be something with that. But on the field, again, physicality is all I could think that it could be.
Yeah, physicality. I mean, he did transfer from Buffalo. Maybe there's something else going on there, but would be a really interesting player for the Jets here if they do take him to play opposite Sauce Gardner. They could go. I mean, they could pretty much just play a cover 1 scheme with man corners on the outside in that situation in terms of the pass game and be pretty good. But will be interesting. So, Eric, what has been your favorite pick so far? Now that we are almost halfway through this mock, anyone that you're like, God, what a slam dunk home run selection.
I mean, I do really like the Colts pairing with their head coach and Anthony Richardson. I think of the coaches, of those that were in a position to land or could be willing to take Richardson, I think this was probably one of the best fits. But I love what the Houston Texans did. They got their quarterback at number 2, and then they used that 12th pick to move back up and get the guy that they wanted at number 2 as well in Will Anderson. And I absolutely love it. I think those 2 picks, as they work on rebuilding and turning it around, obviously you got to hit with the picks, but it's a good start for them to, get on the right track.
Yeah, for sure. So we're still waiting here for the Jets as I try to figure out what the heck is going on with my camera, but the computer's working now. I'm not dropping in my coverage all the time, but we got Deanna coming in right now. $50. Amazing. Thank you so much, Deanna. You are killing it. And we really do appreciate you coming in and supporting us like this. Deanna doing Alaska proud here with this one. So, and Deanna says, hope the Broncos get a center. Do you think Cedric Tillman? I think she says center. She must mean Joe Tippmann, not Tillman here. Do you think Joe Tippmann will still be there when we pick? Just wondering. Have a great night. Well, we can answer both of those for you, Deanna. For $50, we'll tell you about Cedric Tillman and Joe Tippmann. So I'll kick it to you, Carl. A chance that Joe Tippmann is there when the Broncos are picking at pick 67.
I guess if I had to put a percentage on it, I'd maybe go 5% chance. He's been rising up boards, it seems like. The media is always later than the NFL teams. And so as you see players climb up, it's usually a sign that they've talked to other teams and they're starting to realize maybe we were lower on this guy than what the NFL is. And so he's one of those guys, I think you're seeing him pretty commonly mocked mid-second round. And I would love for him to be there for the Broncos. I think that would be a home run pick. I mean, absolutely home run pick for them to really complete that offensive line. And but the odds are pretty slim. Eric, you got something for us?
Will Anderson, the Iowa State edge rusher, going to the New York Jets here.
Hey, man, Iowa
Will
guy
McDonald?
picked before him, but Will McDonald, yes.
Yeah.
Will McDonald, yes.
Yeah. It's like there's 2 Will Andersons.
Sorry.
Probably the most shocking pick of the draft so far. Will McDonald had a really good Senior Bowl out there, played a really weird defense for his body type, kind of an undersized pass rusher. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure you guys are looking at the profile right now, but I think he played around 240, 245, and they had him lined up at like 4I, that defensive end in a 3-3-5 defense. So didn't have a chance to really, pin his ears back and get after the passer in that style of defense, but has an incredible wingspan, tested very well. And again, stood out the Senior Bowl, one of the few players that I think gave Darnell Wright a hard time out there for who went number 10 overall to the Bears. So Will McDonald, I mean, you see obviously some good defensive talent in the state of Iowa this past year. My big concern with him, how does it translate? Obviously, again, the scheme, you're going to be moving into a spot that in theory should be better for him, but that is a bit of projection. The other area that is somewhat of a concern here with Will McDonald is I think he's going to be 24, 25 years old this upcoming season. He's one of the older players in the draft class. And for a position that is, can fall off a cliff, especially when they're older, that is somewhat of a concern. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I just remember him being somewhat of an older prospect.
He will turn 24 in June.
Yep.
So
but
soon.
To be fair, this draft is filled with older players because of the COVID year.
Yep.
You can't say that word. Yes, no, you're without a doubt that extra year of eligibility. So Will McDonald, fun pick here for the Jets. I think the Jets probably. I'll kick it to Carl here. Do you think that the Jets kind of crap themselves a little bit here? I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. You can't say COVID, but you can say crapped on here. Do you think they kind of freaked out here with the Steelers jumping them and then all the tackles off the board?
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of drop off, obviously, to that next level of tackles when we're talking about like Anton Harrison and guys like that. I mean, you like them, but I'm not sure that you want them going this high. And so I could see the Jets kind of panicking of the guys that they wanted went off the board. So they have to make that next pick, kind of like the Broncos last year, I think a little bit when they made that first pick there in the second round, or I guess last pick of the second round. A lot of guys that I think they really liked went right before they were going to pick, and they kind of went into a little bit of a panic mode. I mean, like I said, McDonald, he's kind of he's such a weird player. It's hard to know exactly how he's going to fit into the NFL. I mean, he put up some really nice stats there, obviously with Iowa State, and he's got something that you got to love there, Nick. He's got the long arms.
Crazy length.
Yeah, 35-inch arms. And so it'd be interesting to see how well he can translate, like I said, to the NFL. The Jets at least have some nice pass rushers out there, so they can give him a year to develop and work and try to figure out how to use this kind of guy. So it fits well that way. But again, if you're trying to take that next step to really, close that gap with the Bills and those kind of things, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much this pick makes that gap close.
Yeah, and I mean, they used a first-round pick last year on Jermaine Johnson as well, so they go back to the board here with another edge rusher. Obviously, Robert Saleh comes from that 49ers school of thought where you invest in the defensive line, and after you invested in it last year, guess what you do next year? You continue to invest in it, and guess what the Jets might do again in 2024? Yep, you guessed it. Probably another defensive lineman early in the pick. So Will McDonald, very unique player, leader for that Iowa State defense. You see him wearing that number 9 there. Very long, good bend, good balance. I am a little bit surprised he comes off the board here before Nolan Smith, but he's got a cleaner projection, even though it is still a projection to the league as that outside pass rusher. And again, that arm length that he has is unique. The arm length plus the bend. I mean, I don't want to use this comparison because I don't think he's the same level athlete, but watching him out there flailing those massive arms with the fluidity, some Randy Gregory to his game, a little bit wiry, but then you just see that bend and it's like, man, that the flashes are pretty from him out there. So what do you think, Eric? Where are you at on this? I know that we've had some Will McDonald talk dating back a couple of years now.
And talking about size real quick, Emmanuel Forbes, the cornerback to the Washington Commanders.
God.
I mean, dude plays at like 160 pounds. And because he bulked up for the combine, I think what did he weigh in at 166 or something like that?
Yeah.
And so he bulked up a little bit for it. I mean, he's just so thin, but I mean, he's an exciting player. It's going to be interesting to see if he can hold in there on the boundary at his lightweight that he is. Tall, he's got tall and he's got good length. Will McDonald, I mean, as you kind of hit, Nick, throughout the draft process, it was often, he's Randy Gregory light. He's very similar to him with what they do. He's bendy. He's got the length. He uses the length well. But it's another one of those things, and I'll talk about this a lot. Run defense from edges are absolutely, super important to me, and it's just not a thing that he does quite very well.
Do you think he'd be better, though, because of the technique? He's not going to be playing 4-eye very often. It's going to be 9 technique. It's got to have to be a little bit better.
I think it'll be better, but it's just like, for me, when I watch him, it's I don't think it's an issue of the size and who he's going against. I think there are concerns about his effort against it and just the overall technique. I do think that he'll be a little bit better. I don't think it'll still be a strong suit to his game, though.
Yeah, without a doubt. And we got Ruan coming in saying, is next year's draft going to come back to normal with the age issues? I think it will regress some. I think there might be one more year still where you have that extra year of eligibility because guys like Cam Rising are joining the college football for, I think, their 20th year out there. He's closer to AARP than retirement in the NFL at this point. But I think there's one more year where it's going to be older. It might not be the same level. The other factor here is NIL. Guys are going to be playing and staying in college longer, which I think is a good thing for the NFL and college football in general for the quality out there. But I think that you are just in general, it's going to be a little bit older classes coming through. And also we got Deanna Hendry coming in saying, Sting Guy, thanks. Great to be here. I'm celebrating my 60th birthday with the draft. Well, God bless. My first pick is Deanna Hendry with that. Go Broncos and happy 60th birthday. That's incredible. Thank you so much for taking the time to spend with us. God, I know Carl's a really good singer. Carl, you want to lead us to a rendition of Happy Birthday? We're not going to do that to the other listeners, but we appreciate you. we appreciate you, Deanna. Happy birthday. That's awesome. So
I got to say, it's my wife's birthday today as well. So you celebrate a birthday with a great lady.
Yeah, that's happy birthday to your wife as well, Carl. Yeah, very great lady. And congrats to her as well with professional stuff going on. I haven't had a chance to really say that, so I might as well overshare in the chat here. That's what everybody's here for, to hear about our personal lives. But MHH War Room, just checking in. I'm Nick Kendell. We got Carl Dumler there in the top right of my screen, and then Erick Trickel top left. Good to see you guys here with Mile High Huddle. We're going to be here all 3 nights this draft class, I guess days for Saturday as well. It's Saturday. We get a little bit slap happy by the 7th round, but it's always a lot of fun. We have the Commanders pick coming in. An absolute shock for me. Not as much of a shock as Will McDonald going 15 and wild pick. I mean, we said after like pick 14 on, it's going to get a little bit crazy, and it's lived up to it. But the Commanders going Emmanuel Forbes over Christian Gonzalez over Deontay Banks. Forbes has unbelievable ability to find the football, really good instincts in space, and I think he's the all-time leader in college football in pick sixes. If I am incorrect on that, you can correct me there, but it's unbelievable how much he takes the football back the other way for Mississippi State, not just playing at some small school, not just in a fake Pac-12 North kind of thing going on out there. No offense, Buffs fans or anybody, but a lot of plays on the football. Just 160 is such an incredible outlier for that position that it's I don't typically like to draft outliers, especially early, and he is an outlier. I think he's 0th percentile. I don't even know if that's a word. 0th percentile for weight.
Yeah, Nick, just so you know, your camera is frozen.
Oh no! Well, I look really cool.
It's got a lovely little face there. But with Emmanuel Forbes, I mean, as Nick said, I mean, the dude his ball skills are insane. He's got good ability to take it to the house. I think 6 pick sixes in his career, I think is what it is. I mean, absolutely tremendous. And if you're a defense that you're gonna be willing to take those hits if you can at least produce, similar to what you see out of Diggs in Dallas. I mean, he's boom or bust, but those booms are just such a huge help, such a huge boost for the defense and everything, getting those takeaways. We're starting to see this trend with defensive backs in general. You can give up big plays. You can have a little bit of issues as long as you can make the big plays. And I think that was a huge value for him. He was a guy that I had in the 3rd round just because I do view his size as such an outlier. I have serious questions about if he can hold up consistently at the NFL level. But I mean, it makes a little bit of sense. It's a team that struggles to get takeaways a little bit. And so it's a guy that you can trust in coverage to at least, have a good shot at getting a takeaway.
Yeah. Really fun player. Carl, do you have any thoughts about Emmanuel Forbes? Just kind of a quick little bit of info about Emmanuel Forbes. I believe he was a really highly rated pitcher. Maybe even was drafted to be a pitcher as well, and then had a shoulder and an elbow injury and gave up that career and then went and pursued football. So interesting overall athlete. Love those multi-sport athletes, but also apparently was a really good pitching prospect at one point.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Eric. He is, like I said, he's one of those guys that he's a home run or a strikeout guy, if we're going to talk about baseball terms. And so he's going to give up a lot of big plays, but he's also going to make a lot of big plays. And so, I mean, teams can be okay with it. And I think Washington, especially with their pass rush, they're going to like having a guy back there that can go actually get turnovers for you. It's something that's been lacking for them. So like I said, Nick, you don't like to take outliers. You don't like to take guys this kind of size because, I mean, injuries and everything else. Oh, Eric, you got something for us?
And the slide for Christian Gonzalez ends here with the Patriots picking him up.
Patriots, man, they always tend to do this. But yeah, Emmanuel Forbes, just the pick sixes, the ability to tackle the football. He's a unique player. I mean, watching him play, you see him, he just reads it really well. I think he's got a really good feel for it too. He does freelance some, but he's never really that much out of position. It's not like he's caught in no man's land. I think he's a really good student of the game with his ability to find the football. But my number one cornerback comes off the board here to the New England Patriots, a team that likes to play a lot of tight fronts, 5-0-5 up front there with one cornerback playing island coverage and bracketing the other receiver. And I think you found your number one cornerback here who is going to schematically take away team's number 2 receiver. They like to isolate the team's number 2 and then double the team's number 1. Christian Gonzalez might be that guy.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, one of those guys that truly just, he looks like an NFL cornerback. You know, he's one of those, like you said, he can play man coverage. He has great hips to be able to turn and run. Got all the size that you want. I think this is a home run pick for the Patriots. And I said earlier, I think this would be one of the best picks wherever he goes at this point, because he should have been probably in there in the top 12 picks. So getting him at this kind of point after trading back, pretty darn good move by the Patriots.
Yeah, I think that there were a lot of people that had him kind of penciled in there to the Detroit, especially after they made that trade at 6. And here we are talking 11 picks later and finally going off the board. He was my top corner as well, despite the questions I have about his physicality. He's a good ball player. I've heard absolutely nothing but praise about him and how high his football IQ is. He transferred to Oregon coming out of Colorado and just, picked up things instantly, and just praise for that. Praise as a teammate. I watch his interviews a little bit. He is a little bit awkward on camera, but that doesn't really affect anything draft stock wise. But it's a good pick. And, the Patriots, they're a team that does pretty well of just letting the board fall to them. And they got a good one, I think, in this one. I think he can have a pretty easy transition to the NFL.
Yeah, he's a fun player. The tackling is a little bit of a question mark. And in today's NFL, where you're trying to get athletes that are massive in space, that can be a problem for somebody with the size that Gonzalez has. But honestly, this is maybe not a great comparison because he hasn't been great in the NFL so far. But I see a lot of Caleb Farley in his game. The length, the fluidity, the size, the explosiveness, some questions in the overall physicality coming downhill. But in terms of the size and the sticky coverage, is as good as I thought in this draft class. So congrats to Christian Gonzalez. Stood out last year, 2 years ago with the Buffs, and now is going to be a New England Patriots. And they love themselves some cornerbacks. I'm excited for Bill Belichick and Christian Gonzalez because I think this is a good fit for him going forward. And we got a good fit coming in. Daniel Yost with the American flag / looks like a American flag take on the Nuggets logo. Congrats to the Nuggets winning their first round of the playoffs. So thanks, Daniel Yost, coming in with the Stars. We really do appreciate you coming in. And we got Michaela's heading out. Michaela, don't leave us. She says good night. We just got over halfway through the draft. We got a long way to go. But good night. Hope you have a good one. We also got Bobby Robbie's coming in saying happy birthday to Deanna. Happy birthday. And sorry, go ahead. Whoever pulled that one up, you can do that. Go ahead, Eric. Just take this question.
Oh, Greg coming in. This is a new name for me. I haven't seen him on Friday nights. I don't know if he's appeared on it. Thank you for the stars, Greg. We appreciate it. He asks, what do you guys think of Denver moving back from 67 to 81 with Detroit if they include Swift? Steal, fair, no. I don't know if the value would be there with 81 and Swift that equals 67. Personally, and for me, I mean, I would rather not take a running back that's kind of failed there in Detroit a little bit. I'd rather get, despite my issues with this draft, I'd rather just draft picks. Go get a running back. This is a pretty decent in terms of depth running back class, and maybe that pick you can get from them. Maybe you can use that on a running back instead. Swift is just, I think he's in the last year of his deal. Might have 2 more years. I can't remember exactly when he was drafted. But I'm just it'd be fine. I just think that there's a better way to go, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be a really interesting pick. I think that if he was available for trade, I would not be against it. But for the discrepancy from pick 67 to 81, I think that is too much. I think you're talking about like maybe flipping a 5th round pick or flipping a 6th round pick for that kind of value there for him. And also the Eagles are the Lions are probably dealing at not a point of strength and moving on from Swift now. 1 year control left hasn't been amazing there. I'll never forget that week 1 game. I think it was his rookie year, and he dropped a game-winning touchdown, and it was just the easiest one ever. And it hasn't really, maybe that's still in his head. I don't know. One play shouldn't define you, but hasn't been a great player for them after that for his career in Detroit. So yeah, I think 67 to 81. I mean, what would you say the value is for trading back 67 to 81? Is that like I would need 81 and 110, 120 to move back from 67 to 81. Maybe that's a little bit too much. Maybe like 180, but I don't think Swift gets 180 just straight up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I think it would be somewhere, 170 to 190, somewhere in that range. I'm not sure what picks the Detroit Lions have, but that's probably what I'd be looking at to move back that far, especially with how the trades have kind of been so far this year.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
go ahead,
Nick, you're right. I mean, that one play really does stick out, but I think something I've noticed the times I've watched Swift, there's a lot of times he's not in the right spot. And you can kind of see Detroit's not happy with some of the things that he's doing, and so they'll take him off the field because they're just I don't think they always trust him to always know what he's supposed to be doing.
So real quick, we got a Campbell pairing there in Detroit. Jack Campbell going to the Detroit Lions here.
Oh man, I love Jack Campbell, and talk about a kneecap biter. Jack is one of the safest players in the entire draft class. People are looking for these height, weight, speed freaks at linebacker. Now, not that Jack Campbell isn't fast enough at 4.65, but 6'5", 250, and the Butkus Award winner. Really good in the box. I think he was one of the best at taking on double teams of any linebackers I've watched over the last couple seasons and making plays. I think he only gave up, 4 yards per carry on double teams this last season. I think I saw that stat out there. So fun player, smooth in space as well. He's not going to be a guy where, you line him up against Travis Kelce and say, okay, we got that covered now. Please point to me the singular linebacker in the NFL that you're okay with that situation. He does not exist. But if you're playing zone, drop back coverage there, he's smart, he's smooth, he makes plays on the football. He pretty much does everything you want. Maybe you wish he was a little bit more explosive in terms of the speed, right? 4.65 isn't incredible, but that's still, plenty fast. That's Fred Warner speed. That's Shaq Leonard speed. That's Levante David speed. Love Jack Campbell. Congrats to him. 2 Hawkeyes on that defense going in the top 18 picks. Shout out to them as well. I was going to put on my Iowa Hawkeye polo tomorrow since we are, dressing up a little bit nice today. But maybe I should have put it on today with Jack Campbell coming off the board. Love Jack Campbell. I mean, incredible dude. Yeah. So what do you think there?
I was going to say, and on that note, since one of my players I was hoping would fall there to the Broncos in the 3rd round and Jack Campbell is gone, I think I'm going to go cry my tears at home. But I'll be back tomorrow with everybody, but just wanted to say thank you guys for tuning in and getting this chance to talk some football. And I know the Broncos don't have a pick today. Maybe. I guess I shouldn't say for sure, but just appreciate everyone tuning in. And everybody have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow when the Broncos finally have some picks. We'll see you guys.
Yeah. Carl, we'll see you. We appreciate you. Happy birthday to your wife.
Thank you. I'll tell her.
Yeah, for sure. You guys can tune in and we'll all sing it to her as well. John doesn't want Carl. He says, Carl, don't leave. But we got Michael Ronquillo coming in. So we're still hanging out. We're still having fun. More of Eric and I now. We're going to fight, I'm sure. Saying, I'm excited as Sean Payton is leading the charge of the Denver Broncos as the Broncos' new head coach. Let's go. Go Broncos and buck 'em. Go Michael. That's who I'm here for. I'm here for Michael. Appreciate you. Also appreciating the keep showing the Lions cheerleaders as well. That's a fan. And congrats to Jack Campbell. Going to be a big player there for Detroit. They were absolutely terrible on the defense the last few seasons. And I think Jack Campbell was the singular safest player in the entire draft. I'm an Iowa Hawkeye fan, so I'm biased about some of these guys, but you go back and you watch Kirk Ferentz, Iowa's head coach, ever talk about him. He has a hard time not bursting into tears talking about Jack Campbell. That's how much love I think that's the word to use, love he has for that guy. So Jack Campbell is going to come in and be just a super safe player. Maybe it's not a home run for you, but you are going to adore him out there in Detroit. No doubt about that.
Do I think he ever lives up to the value of this pick? No. But but I think you're going to be extremely happy with it. He is such a Dan Campbell dude. Like he's a leader. He checks all the boxes on the with the intangibles. Like he's just a leader on the field, and he just brings that extra, reinforcement to the front that they absolutely needed. Last year, the linebacker struggled a little bit. They did seem to find a good linebacker in Rodriguez last year, and he did all right in his action. But they needed somebody. They need that leader, that communicator. And one thing that I heard a lot through this draft process is how coaches and scouts are evaluating linebackers, and they're kind of splitting them up with the green dot dudes, the guys that you can sit there and be the, that key piece of communication on the defense. Jack Campbell, he's probably the best green dot dude there is at the linebacker position. I like the pick, like despite my lower value of linebackers, which I was a little bit lower on Jack Campbell. I mean, I had him in a, mid-late second round grade, just part of it being the value of the position. But I mean, it's just such a good pick for them with what they look for in players, with what Dan Campbell likes, with his preferences. We talked about the archetype and the prototypes and everything with Seattle and cornerback. Like Dan Campbell, this is what he wants. Like this is his archetype of just being a dude.
Yeah, and the Lions are, for some reason, the Ravens didn't get any flack last season for going center and safety early, non-positions of value, but I think the Lions are getting a lot of flack right now for going with non-positions of values in Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell. But two good players in a class that is not the most outstanding. So I understand it for them. And you're gonna have a hard time hearing me talk negatively about Jack Campbell. One of my favorite players in the entire draft class. And we got Buccaneers up, and Scott's working in the background now. Scott, we did a full, not full 7-round mock draft, but a full 1st-round mock draft on the show 2 weeks ago. And who did Scott and I have going to the Buccaneers at pick 19 overall? A diminutive but very athletic defensive tackle from Pitt. Not Aaron Donald. No, not Aaron Donald. But Kalijah Cansey. And Eric, you have some, I think you're tipping here that maybe Kalijah Cansey's the pick here for the Buccaneers.
Yeah, Kalijah Cansey's the guy for them. I mean, again, archetypes. When you look at what Todd Bowles has picked on, along with, versatile guys on the defensive front, Cansey doesn't, fit the perfect mold for it, but he's a guy that you can play outside, he can play inside, you can move him around, something that he has loved. Even going back, I think it was his first pick with the Jets, was one of those types of guys. Maybe my time may be a little bit off there, but one of his earlier picks was a guy who's, very similar to this with that versatility. A little bit longer, though. I like Cansey. They need a little bit more oomph getting after the quarterback. That was an issue last year with them. They dealt with some injuries on that defensive front. Again, I think that the size issue here is a concern. There's obviously that, the Pittsburgh connection there, Aaron Donald, that's been the common comparison. And I mean, that's what you got to hope he turns out to be a little bit, maybe not as good. Yeah. And I think at Cansey, at the very least, you're getting a good football player who can get after the quarterback.
I mean, a very specific niche, right? That's kind of what's going on with him there. Very small role. He's not going to be doing a lot of gap and a half, but if you want somebody who's going to play over the B gap and, or 3 technique, classic 3 technique, pin his ears back, dude lives in the backfield. I mean, they should charge him rent for how often he's in the backfield at Pitt. Good player, Kalijah Cansey, very limited skill set. One of those guys that, my God, when Tampa Bay goes up against Atlanta this year, Scott's going to have to be licking his chops because Atlanta's going to beat they're going to target him and beat the tar out of him in the run game. But fun player for them. And I think we got Lance ready to come in as well. It looks like he's busting at the seams, ready to hang out and talk a little bit of NFL draft with us.
Go ahead and bring him in here.
Oh, and he's gone. And we got Buster Hyman first, and he's back. Buster Hyman, $4.99. What are your thoughts about Denver taking D Butts? I don't know this one, but I almost read it out loud, and we didn't do that. But D Butts, we appreciate the $4.99 super, but did not get into the comment. You almost had me. That's why you read it in your head a little bit before you get ahead. And Noah72 coming in $1.99 saying Sean Payton just won Coach of the Year in my book, and he must be talking about. Did you guys talk about the Sean Payton stuff already?
Chad and Zach, we made a joke about it at the top of it.
I can't tell if it's actually him. In that, is it a deep fake? I don't know what's going on, but there looked to be a bong incident.
It was,
maybe?
I believe it's from like 2017, 2018. It's actually him, but okay. It's a few years old.
Well, it's legal in Colorado, and I don't give a hoot what an adult does as long as they're not drinking and driving and serving minors. So God bless. Not drafting round 1. Maybe he's hitting a bong right now. Who cares? But Lance, bringing you on that note, how you doing?
Good, fellas. What's going on? We having a lot of fun tonight. There's been some wild moves, man. I was on another show. It's the Worldwide Sports Talk Radio Network, and was doing some stuff with those guys with Connor Livesay from NFL Draft Bible, and we were just blown away by the fact that Christian Gonzalez just continued to fall. And he went to a really good situation after the Patriots traded back to get him at 17, I believe is where he went. So it's been a lot of fun so far. I'm having a great time tonight, guys. How we doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm actually going to dip out for 1 second because I need to get some tea. My poor throat. So I need to take care of that. We're being a little bit more preventative this year. So I will be right back. But going to grab some tea.
Bronchitis Nick is like he liked to call me Bronchitis Lance last year when I didn't have a voice on day 2 and day 3. So hopefully Nick's feeling a little bit better, man. Eric, so far, dude, it's like I said, it's been a lot of fun. What's been your most favorite pick so far out of this? We're at 19 right now. I'm not sure. Or no, 20. We're at 20 right now because Kalijah Kancey just went off the board of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. What's your favorite pick so far?
I mean, I absolutely love the value of Christian Gonzalez to the Patriots. I also like Jalen Carter ending up with the Eagles. I mean, it just made so much sense to him throughout the whole process. I mean, they were constantly digging into everything, all the maturity questions that he had, the legal stuff. They were always right there with it. They checked in with Jordan Davis. They checked in with Nakobe Dean. Georgia's kind of a pipeline for them. I like that pick. I mean, they have the pieces there. They have the coach, the right guys around him in the room to try to help him, grow with his maturity. And he's just such a tremendous fit. He's not a guy that's going to have to step in and have a lot of pressure on him right away. I mean, they can kind of use him in a rotational piece behind some of the other defensive linemen they have, because they've got a really strong defensive line. And I actually saw it earlier. Darius Slay made a tweet about how the guys up front, and AJ Brown just said, you're just going to be sitting on routes all day. I mean, and that's kind of what it is. It's a good pick. That's my favorite one so far.
Jalen Carter, absolutely. I'm like I said before I took off in our group chat, I'm just waiting for the Eagles to trade up and take Nolan Smith. Like, quite honestly, that makes so much sense to just continue to build up with that Georgia defensive line and bring in another familiar face for Jalen Carter to really, round out this defensive front. I want to go to Jahmyr Gibbs to Detroit, though, number 12 overall. That was very shocking to me, quite honestly. It was one of the bigger shocks that we've seen so far in this draft class. I like the pick, though, because you've got a very versatile player. They lost Jamal Williams from this last season in free agency. I believe he's with the New Orleans Saints right now. They still have DeAndre Swift, so you have a dynamic 1-2 punch in the backfield. But Jahmyr Gibbs is such a great receiver out of the backfield. What does he bring to this Detroit Lions offense, specifically in terms of what Ben Johnson likes to do with that offensive scheme?
Well, I mean, it just gives them a versatile weapon that they can use as a runner. They can use them. They can line them up out wide in the slot. They can use them in so many different ways. And they were kind of missing that versatility. When I was watching Hard Knocks, that was something that you kind of can glean from some of the conversations they had. They wanted somebody in the running back room to really step up behind Jamal Williams, and they didn't get it. Well, now they don't have Jamal Williams. I don't know what free agent moves they made. Maybe they brought in a running back. I can't remember. I didn't pay much attention to free agency this year. So they needed that guy. They got to have somebody. Like, it's a fine pick, don't get me wrong, but still the whole positional value aspect of it. But Brian Holmes is just saying screw positional value. I mean, running back then a linebacker after making a couple trades down. So he absolutely doesn't care. And I mean, they're good picks, but will they live up to the expectations that you have with the pick that you use on them? I don't think so, but only time will tell.
Jack Campbell is an interesting one, though, because I think that he has obviously starting upside right away. Like, he's going to walk into the NFL and just immediately be a great guy in the locker room. He has the coverage ability, not quite the athlete that you like to see, but he's got decent enough movement skills and whatnot. And he's really good at reading his keys and diagnosing in the running game. So, and like you guys were saying before I came on, he is that prototypical Dan Campbell guy that, like, I'm going to get knocked down and on the way back up, I'm biting your kneecap. You're going to knock me down again, I'm going to bite another kneecap on the way back up. Like, Jack Campbell from everything, like Nick was saying, he's that perfect guy in the locker room. His coaches, his teammates love him. He's just going to bring that high football IQ and the great leadership skills that he does have to this Lions team, and really help out that defense, which is they need another edge rusher. I firmly believe that they need some interior help as well, possibly another cornerback. But you get a guy over the middle of the field to pair with Malcolm Rodriguez, and honestly have a dynamic 1-2 punch at the linebacker position for the next 4 to 5 years. So I'm very excited for what the Lions have done. Another big move that was really shocking, one of the guys I was talking with on the other podcast I was just on, is actually a New York Jets fan, and Will McDonald, the edge defender from Iowa State. Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
Finally got a receiver taken. The Seattle Seahawks are taking Jackson Smith and Jigba. A little bit of surprise. I mean, their receiver room is pretty solid. I mean, but hey, you can always use a little bit extra weapons. And I know after Lockett and Metcalf, the receiver room has been a little bit questionable. I like this pick a lot. I was a little bit surprised that the Patriots didn't go that way, but when Christian Gonzalez fell, and it was just too much value there to pass up. This was a pick that they could have traded down. They explored moving up. You mentioned the Eagles. They had pick 30, and there's been talk that they've wanted to move up from both picks. They moved up from 10. Now maybe they look at moving up from 30, but I like this pick. It gives another weapon for Geno Smith and a guy who can come in. You can line him up in the slot. You can mix things up between him and Tyler Lockett and just add another weapon for Geno Smith, who they signed to that extension, that pretty decent extension anyways, as well, and give him more tools to be a successful NFL quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I really like about JSN to the Seattle Seahawks here is they need a guy that can work over the middle of the field, working out of the slot. Like Tyler Lockett is that guy that really can take the top off of the defense with his deep threat ability, like the explosive speed that he has. And DK Metcalf, we all know, I mean, slant God, a guy that's just a big physical wide receiver. He may not be the best route runner in the world, but they make him work. They scheme him up. They scheme him open. They allow him to just use that big body and that physicality at the wide receiver position. But they really lacked that guy over the middle of the field that is just like that high quality route runner that can sit down in zones, just be a reliable receiver over the middle of the field. I really like this pick for the Seattle Seahawks, man. Again, they may have shocked everybody with Devin Witherspoon at number 5 overall rather than taking Christian Gonzalez, who more fits their archetype. But JSN fits a big need for what they have, and I'm really excited. We got Nick jumping back in here, man. You just jumped in right as we got the pick for the Seahawks here at number 20 overall. Jackson Smith and Jigba, the wide receiver from Ohio State. What are your thoughts on the I don't want to call him a possession receiver, but that's really kind of what he is.
I mean, reminds me a lot of Jerry Jeudy as far as I thought coming out, best operating from the slot, crazy good short area quickness and getting open quickly underneath. I think Jeudy had a little bit more explosiveness down the field, but Jackson Smith and Jigba, I think, much better in playing physically when called upon than Jerry Jeudy. So especially over the middle of the field and in blocking. So not a player who ran exceptionally well, not going to be somebody who's much of a burner, but for his ability to get open quickly, again, I think he can operate as a Z, but it's much better in slot. Fun player, first wide receiver in the class. We'll see if we have a wide receiver run now, or maybe this opens the board for wide receivers being traded coming up here, but a good player, and I agree, wide receiver 1. And also the Seahawks going a little bit surprising, going to 2 perimeter players. Here. And it has not been the Pete Carroll mold, perimeter still with Devon Witherspoon, as well as Jackson Smith and Jigba. Typically had been a little bit more old school, building with the trenches, front 7, but good player, good wide receiver here. Again, I don't think he's a massive upside player, but if you can run routes, you can get open, you can catch the ball, you're going to have a good role in the NFL.
He's safe. What you're drafting is kind of what he's going to be for the majority of his career. I mean, there is a little bit of room for growth, of course, but there's again not that high ceiling. And while he's not a traditional burner, I think he can be used to take a top off a defense a little bit. And it's something that you do with his route running, double moves to get somebody to bite and jump a little bit early. And then you sit there and have him run by. And it's got to have the timing down with the quarterback, of course. But with Geno Smith, he doesn't have the best arm to consistently challenge vertically. Mm-hmm. And when you have DK Metcalf, you're not going to want to take away that vertical threat that he is and use him in a different way. I like his fit in the room. He was the top receiver on my board. For a lot of teams, from what I understand, like a lot of teams had him as the only first round wide receiver. And this is I mean, I think it's not great value, right there at 20, but it's not bad. It's not terrible value.
This is about where he should have gone. I'm wondering if the Chargers are a little bit disappointed with this selection, considering they could definitely use some. Keenan Allen's getting older. You really want to help your guy Herbert there, especially his last year of cost control with all the quarterback contracts coming down the pike. He's about to curious to see who gets paid more, Burrow or him, or if they're going to work out like a pact to like copy and paste each other's contract. But yeah, congrats. It's pretty crazy that they're showing it right now on the field. Ohio State, have they become wide receiver U? I mean, God. Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. And then you have probably the best wide receiver prospect since Jamar Chase, maybe even a better prospect than Jamar Chase coming out next year in Marvin Harrison Jr. So shout out to Ohio State. Brian Hartline done an incredible job with the Buckeyes and those wide receivers.
Yeah, one name looking at the Chargers pick, one name that I've heard pretty consistently linked to them, Brian Branch. He's a versatile defensive back out of Alabama. He's been a name that I've heard linked to with the Chargers a good amount over the draft process. Offensive line is another position that they've been linked with quite a decent amount. But they don't seem set on what their secondary is. And a wide receiver is also an option. I do think there's a little bit of disappointment that Njigba didn't happen to fall to them.
I really think that they should have went with more explosiveness at the wide receiver position. If like the Chargers here, they've got Mike Williams, they have Keenan Allen, who obviously is on the downside of his career. Mike Williams got a fairly decent contract extension a couple of years ago. So I think he's got one more year on that deal, but they really lack explosiveness at the wide receiver position. Like Zay Flowers here makes a lot of sense for the Chargers, smaller guy, diminutive skill set, but he moves differently. Like when I watch him, he reminds me a lot of Antonio Brown. And just the way he works his shoulders, the way that he works within his route stem, and then his release off the line of scrimmage. I really like Zay Flowers a lot. He makes a lot of sense to me for the Chargers here at 21.
Yeah, it would be interesting. I did want to say thanks for the 199 super, and also say Nick looks swell this evening. Yeah, I rocked the new haircut here. Not rocking the hat today as well. I didn't want to be too biased to any one show since doing so much work for all the shows here. We got our guy John coming in saying the name we didn't mention here, but this is one I've seen mocked a lot. I think Daniel Jeremiah has mocked him pretty consistently to the Chargers, him or the other tight end, Dalton Kincaid. Could we see a tight end come off the board here, Eric? This is an incredible tight end class. That would make a lot of sense as well.
Yeah, when I was talking about the Chargers and who they've been linked to, tight end completely slipped my mind. Positional value, but I mean they've been linked to the tight ends pretty well. It's something that they need a lot of help with. Gerald Everett, I mean, last year there was constant, concerns about or questions about his effort. That one play there at the end, I can't remember what game it was, but where he was absolutely exhausted and wanted off the field and they didn't let him. That was an issue with a lot of fans and everything. They got to improve that tight end room, and but they're going wide receiver. Quentin Johnston out of TCU, which is a little bit of which isn't. I don't want to say it's surprising, but it's kind of a sigh of relief a little bit because everything leading up to the draft was the Kansas City Chiefs. They want to get up. They want to get him. The New York Giants were the team that they wanted to get up. And he was one, honestly, of the receivers. He wasn't linked as far as my contacts with the Chargers all that often. So it is a little bit of surprise in that aspect, but they were linked with other receivers.
Quentin Johnson was the number one wide receiver through a lot of the earlier draft process out there. The guy, he struggles a little bit with the ability to change direction, decelerate, and because of that, his route running isn't amazing. Definitely somebody who you want to scheme touches open. Probably better as a Z receiver long term. If you can get him running horizontally and get the ball to him, he is then a thoroughbred in open space. Sometimes has some issues with drops, probably because he's looking to transition to being an open field ball carrier before he's actually fully hauled it in. But he also has some acrobatic catches down the field. We'll be curious if he's going to wear that number one out there opposite of Mike Williams. Gives him some tremendous length and size for that Chargers team as well. I think he's a really interesting Z player. And I had a really hard time finding a comp for him. Not a great route runner, somebody who made some good catches, but really just like a big yak kind of guy. And somebody mentioned Brandon Ayuk. For him as well. So I think the Brandon Ayuk kind of skill set there, which is a really good Z. Again, the yak ability with him. We know that Kellen Moore likes to use that quick pass game. He's got a quarterback with the intelligence to make those reads. Now you got somebody who can get the ball too quickly in the scheme and let him run against smaller cornerback safeties. Really fun pick here for the Chargers. A little bit unfortunate that they went with the position of value in wide receiver. I'm surprised they didn't go with tight end, how much they were linked to them, but especially by Daniel Jeremiah, by how much he's connected to the Chargers. But Quentin Johnson, fun, scary player for the Chargers.
Height, weight, speed guy. You're talking 6'3", 208, runs in the 4.4s. Like, this is a very interesting player, because when you think 6'3" and 208, you think of a bigger body guy, a guy that has that verticality in terms of physicality in terms of contested catch, stuff like that. But he's so inconsistent there. Like, you find him struggling with physicality from cornerbacks, especially at the catch point. And he has the ability, Nick, like you said, to go up and go make those acrobatic catches. He's got fairly decent body control, but he doesn't use it consistently enough. And that was the biggest flaw that I had with him. It's very interesting here that the Chargers would go back to that same, big, long, tall kind of archetype here, that outside of what Keenan Allen has turned into as a route runner. Like, Mike Williams was not a great route runner at all. He was more of that high point, go get the football kind of type. And while I want Quentin Johnson to be able to do that, he doesn't do that well enough. He's not a great route runner either. But to go back to that well of the height, weight, speed guy here is very interesting to me. I would have, like I said earlier, I probably would have went with Zay Flowers to bring that verticality, the explosiveness there. But QJ is fun for them. At least it's fun.
Yeah, it's really would be an interesting pick for them. And God, I'd just keep investing in the offense, because when you got somebody like a Justin Herbert, you got to invest in them. I'm happy that he's not going to the Chiefs. And again, the Chiefs targeting him also screams to somebody who maybe Z slot horizontal ability, because the Chiefs have kind of spread into a little bit of a heavier team and getting some yak guys out there. They lost Juju Smith-Schuster, but those kind of big body yak type of receivers who, I mean, honestly, some big slot abilities potential. So Quentin Johnson, they're going to show him do that big play against Michigan here, where he caught it and then took it, 90 yards after that, breaking some tackles. Big long strider. If you're playing, if you don't have good tackling cornerbacks, the Chargers are going to be an issue. If you play small cornerbacks, Chargers are going to be an issue this year on the boundary. So we got the Baltimore. Go ahead. Sorry. I
was going to say, definitely we have the Baltimore Ravens on the clock. They're a curious team. They've been, I'm trying to figure out the best way to put this. I haven't heard a lot about who they've been linked to, which can be surprising. But they are a team that they don't have a lot of holes, but at the same time, they have a lot of holes, if that makes sense. Like, it's just where they have holes at, it's just like the whole position as a whole, kind of. Where do you think that where do you guys think that the Ravens can go?
I think that cornerback sticks out here for me a lot, especially with Joey Porter Jr. still available and Deonte Banks. This is a team that's been interesting for those. They like to grab some of those cornerbacks. And after Marlon Humphrey right now, I can't name another big Baltimore Ravens cornerback. It's a position of value. So I know they used Hamilton did a really good job in slot and dimebacker last season, but adding a little bit more ability on the boundary. This is a team that in the early Eric DeCosta years really loved to stack cornerbacks and secondary players, and they've gotten away from that a little bit. So I think that that's a spot that makes some sense to me.
I'm with you, Nick. The big one here is Joey Porter Jr. with the length. Like, Eric DeCosta has really valued length and athleticism with the picks that he's had. Obviously, last year you go to Ojabo, the edge defender from Michigan. They also had Jason Owe, or Adafe Owe as he's now called, the freaky athletics, lengthy edge defender from Penn State from a couple of years ago. So length and size and athleticism really sticks out to me here. But my dream pick for the Ravens is Brian Branch. Write it down on a piece of paper, Brian Branch, no matter what, to the Baltimore Ravens. And I understand they have they brought Kyle Hamilton in this last season, and that's kind of a wonky fit there. But you want a nickel defender that can play down. He can play on the outside. He can also play that versatile safety role. I don't give a damn if they have Kyle Hamilton on this roster or not. I don't give a damn if they have Marlon Humphrey on this roster or not. You take good football players, and Brian Branch is one of the best football players in this class. I have him as a top 7 player in the class. So he also just the prototype of a Baltimore Raven, that physical, gritty, nasty demeanor. So that's my dream pick here.
Not only that, he fits the fact that he's a Crimson Tide.
Yep.
Baltimore has always gone towards Alabama players.
Yep, absolutely.
Has that been the case? has that been as much the case with DeCosta running the show there versus the Ozzie Newsome era? I know Ozzie Newsome was like way into that.
It's still a pretty consistent trend. It's not as much, but it's still one that it's a pretty safe connection there. Because Ozzie Newsome still has a voice in that front office. He's still involved a little bit, just not the title may not be there and may not have as much power, but it's definitely still a connection.
And we saw the Ravens just today make a huge commitment to Lamar Jackson. Congrats to Lamar Jackson getting the largest contract in NFL history. I think we as Broncos country should start a movement. It is unfair, but the Chiefs are paying Patrick Mahomes. He should probably get double his contract, and we can start that right now, being the representatives for Patrick Mahomes getting a new big contract. But I digress. Go ahead.
Justin Herbert too.
And I know, but Patrick Mahomes is, well, Herbert's on a rookie contract, but Mahomes is under
He's
control
eligible for an extension.
Yeah, he should get paid.
Same reasoning though.
Yes, yeah. So this is unfair. These guys should get paid maybe the entirety of the entire salary cap. I don't know, but we should be leading the charge there in Broncos country. But interesting here for the Ravens coming up. Maybe it's a couple guys who stand out here for me.
It's wide receiver. They're continuing to build that room for
just
Lamar
going to
Jackson.
say that.
Zay Flowers.
God,
nice.
Bless it. That was what I was getting to. They built around Lamar Jackson. What do you think about them continuing to invest in him? They invested in him once today.
Steal your thunder.
What about the second one? Zay Flowers. I was going to say Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison, but Zay Flowers for me, more of a vertical element. They traded away Hollywood Brown last year for a first-round pick, and now you have Rashad. Who they have? Bateman. They have Rashad Bateman there. They have Odell Beckham Jr. What about somebody who's like a super number 3 wide receiver? You're going to bring a vertical element to them. Zay Flowers. I was going to just bring him up. Eric had to steal my thunder, but
of course, I always have to steal your thunder. And I do wonder if I think this will kind of take them out of the Cortland Sutton aspect. DeAndre Hopkins. I think they're gonna pull back off that a little bit now.
A lot of weapons there. Zay Flowers, interesting player, can play in the cold, gritty player. Very small still, but I've worked to add some weight. Pretty good out there. Probably could have transferred somewhere else and had a better platform this upcoming last season, but stayed at Boston College. So go ahead.
Sorry, and that was something that was consistently praised for him, is that he didn't care. He wanted to stick there. He wanted to finish where he started. And the fact that he didn't transfer out, just consistently, anybody I talked to, that was always something that was mentioned.
So, and wide receivers coming off the board now. We were curious when that run would happen. Here we are. I'm wondering if we're going to circle back around on offensive tackle here pretty soon. DeJuan Jones is still out there. Anton Harrison. Matthew Bergeron's a little bit of a dark horse. Maybe you see that running into your offensive lineman. Joe Tippmann, John Michael Schmidt, Steve Avilo, Cyrus Torrance. And guys, best tight end class ever? Question mark. We have not had a single tight end drafted yet. Minnesota Vikings traded for TJ Hawkinson last year, but maybe that's something we could be looking for here. Or is Minnesota going to continue this run on Minnesota, as John suggests here, adding Addison to complement the likes of best wide receiver in football in Justin Jefferson?
Or do they take the quarterback who's fallen?
Ooh,
yeah, Will Levis is still available too.
Pretty.
I think they go cornerback here. I honestly think they go cornerback here. They need to have some press man versatility on the outside. They moved on from dang it, what the heck's his name? Former Mississippi State kid, ran really slow. Cameron Dantzler. They moved on from him this offseason, and Patrick Peterson obviously moved on as well. They got to add a cornerback here. You've got Joey Porter Jr., who is a great press man coverage cornerback, decent tackler as well, and they brought in Brian Flores as their defensive coordinator. And what does Brian Flores like to do on his defense? Cover zero, press man. Let's get after the quarterback. We're going to play a press man, and Joey Porter Jr. fits the archetype there. I also like Deonte Banks, but Will Levis, man, like it's a very real deal. Kirk Cousins is getting older. They got a guy that falls directly into their lap that you can, sit and groom for a little bit, and hopefully he develops into the quarterback that everybody thinks he can. So those are where I would go. And if it was me making the pick, I would take Joey Porter Jr. here all day.
I like Deonte Banks a little bit more than Joey Porter Jr. just because I'm worried about the long-term man coverage ability, the off coverage, and just how handsy he is at the top of the routes in today's NFL. I think he's going to be a penalty machine. Also, because of the lack of quick twitch, I don't think he made too many great plays on the ball, covering space quickly. So I like Deonte Banks a little bit more here if you're looking for an overall cornerback prospect. That's just my preference. So I can definitely hear the compliment because Joey Porter Jr., I mean, he can bump you and then ride you to the sideline every play. I mean, just with the length and the strength he plays with. So just more of a preference there.
Well, and to piggyback off of that, Nick, I do have Deonte Banks ranked higher in my cornerback rankings and on my big board. Like I think Deonte Banks has more versatility there. I just think that Joey Porter Jr. is such a perfect fit for what Brian Flores wants to do with his defense. That's where I would go in this particular situation.
And Miles Murphy's still on the board. We've had some questions about the health long-term of Hunter. He's been a question mark there. Maybe they look to invest in a height, weight, speed freak, somebody who was considered one of the top prospects entering this season. Didn't play out that way, but Miles Murphy, an interesting prospect. I feel like there's a little bit of a drop after him as well. Pretty shocking to see Nolan Smith also still out there as well. So Will McDonald going before both those guys. Don't think a single person out there that had that predicted.
See, I think Miles Murphy was that start of that second tier after the drop of the first three guys. Yes. I'm not a big fan of Miles Murphy. I never have been. But I think with the Vikings, I mean, they're in a position now where you got to figure out something at quarterback because they could. It's not the best division there. I mean, right now after trading away Aaron Rodgers, who knows what step Justin Fields is going to be? The top team right now on paper is Detroit. They want to get out from Kirk Cousins' contract. They were, heavily linked with moving up for quarterbacks. If I could see them passing on Will Levis, of course, they have so many other needs and maybe they're not as high on him, but like with how heavily linked they've been, my gut feeling is that it's Will Levis here.
Would it be a shock if Hendon Hooker came off the board before Will Levis here? There's been a lot of Hendon Hooker love. I know Minnesota had been talked about with him. I think it was the first team that was pretty much consistently linked to him. Would it be shocking to see Hendon Hooker be picked over Will Levis right now?
I think it's a possibility. I mean, especially with Kirk Cousins, I don't have his contract off the top of my head, but when I looked at it, I think it was a situation where next year makes more sense to move on from him. So they could totally use the year to redshirt Hendon Hooker, and with him coming back from the injury and then turning over to him. And with what O'Connell likes to do on offense, I do like his fit a little bit better than Will Levis if he can pick it up. That's been the big question about it, is the offense that he was at in Tennessee. Can he pick up a more NFL, a pro style system?
And while Lance is looking up the contract here, I do think that Minnesota's also been linked a lot with defensive tackles. I'm curious if we could see a surprise defensive tackle here. Is this a shocking? I mean, it's been a shocking night. Keanu Benton here, somebody that we mock round 3. Could he be sneaking into the first round? Mozzie Smith, one of the strongest players in the entire class. I think it was, who was it? Bruce Feldman's #1 freak in college football this last season with the athleticism and just the strength and all the testing that they did at Michigan with him. Brian Brisset, somebody also that I think could make some sense here to Minnesota. They need some help on that defensive line. That's a team that had a good defensive line for a bit. Now they don't.
It depends on the injury stuff for the defensive linemen. And Mozzie Smith, I mean, just real quick, last night I had a dream that saw him go first overall. Like, absolute weird dream. But, I mean, they definitely could. Defensive line, that's an issue with them. I mean, last year their offense wasn't great, but they lost games because of that defense. It was such a terrible unit. So, I mean, they're a team that they can go a bunch of different ways on the defense. I still lean quarterback here. But I mean, if they go they can go defensive lineman, they can go edge, they can go defensive back. They can try and shore up some of the holes that they have on their offensive line. They can go and try to find another receiver to take some pressure off of the Justin Jefferson. They can go and get another tight end to help complement TJ Hawkinson. Like, there's a lot of different things that they can do that it's a little hard to project. But again, my gut is saying quarterback.
Yeah, looking at this Kirk Cousins contract breakdown, this is per Spot Rack. He's on a 1-year, $35 million deal. It was an extension that he signed off this last deal. In 2024, he has a $28.5 million dead cap hit in terms of void years. But in 2025, that number drops to $10.25 million. So think about a long-term project here, a guy that needs to sit for at least a year, maybe 2, which kind of doesn't necessarily fit along the lines of what Hendon Hooker is. I mean, obviously he needs to sit and develop. He needs to learn how to read defenses a little bit better and get more acclimated to an NFL scheme, because what they did under Josh Heupel in Tennessee for Hendon Hooker just was just awful. It does not translate to the NFL level at all. But Hendon Hooker is coming off that torn ACL, so you're going to be able to sit him down for a year this season. He's 25 years old, so there's a knock there. You're not going to see him until he's 26, 27 years old if you keep on to Kirk Cousins for 2023 and 2024. So I would think Levis makes a little bit more sense in terms of the timeline there, but it would not surprise me to see them go with Hendon Hooker here.
Yeah, Hendon Hooker would be interesting, and Vikings are still on the clock. It's taking a little bit. They're showing Hendon Hooker right now on the TV. Maybe that'd be a shocking pick for them. We would go before Will Levis. Minnesota's a team that – go ahead. Sorry.
I also wonder real quick if they're looking at trading down with how long they're taking on the clock.
Okay. Just go ahead. What am I going to say next, Eric? Go ahead. Just go ahead and do it.
Hey, I've known you for so long that we're just starting to share a brain. You know, it's a pretty long connection from where I'm at to Seattle, but, you know, starting to share that brain.
Yeah, their general manager is one of the more analytically driven general managers in the entire NFL game. I think they have one of the largest analytics staffs in football, and that's a team that could trade down, but it says the pick is in. Maybe it's a different team coming in. You got Will Levis standing up here right now. I don't know if it's nervous. He doesn't look super happy. He's not like jumping around excited. So, although maybe he's pissed. I mean, he's fallen this long. Maybe he'd still be. Like,
the wide receiver run continues. Jordan Addison.
This
was a guy that, I mean, a lot of people I talked to, and I think it was Daniel Jeremiah in his mock draft, made it a point of like, if you want to replace Adam Thielen, Jordan Addison. Like, not the quite same the mold, but how you can use them is very similar. So it makes a lot of sense that you getting somebody to help Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, you can complement him extremely well.
Yeah, that's a good pick here. Wide receiver run has happened. I wasn't sure if it was going to happen round one, but wide receiver, I mean, you heard Sean Payton talk about how terrible this wide receiver class is, but it's a league. I mean, with number one wide receiver in free agency this year being Jacoby Myers, I mean, it was not a good year. So these teams are desperate for playmakers, trying to get these explosive guys out there. And I think Addison, he did not test well. But he's pretty good after the catch. I think he's got really good hands. Going back, I just absolutely adored him at Pitt last year. Watching Kenny Pickett, I'm like, Kenny Pickett, he's fine. But who's this number 3 at wide receiver? God bless. Wins the Biletnikoff, then transfers and has an unbelievable year with Caleb Williams. I don't think he has the explosiveness for a guy you're looking for to be a number 1. But guess what? That's never going to be a question. With Justin Jefferson. So now you got him out there. You got another weapon that you can isolate in the pass game. He can play slot. He can play Z. And to go with TJ Hawkinson as well, multiple ways that you can go for that offense. Position of value as well. I think it's a solid one. I'm surprised they didn't go defense, but Kevin O'Connell gets another wide receiver out there to go with that offense and set the table for whoever is playing quarterback after Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, and shout out to Daniel Jeremiah, who has one hell of a mock draft that he released yesterday. So he has Jordan Addison to the Vikings at pick 23 in this mock draft. He also had Emmanuel Forbes at number 16 to the Commanders. He also had Broderick Jones to the Pittsburgh Steelers without the trade up. He had him at 17, but Broderick Jones to the Pittsburgh Steelers is another match. He had the top 3 picks all correct in terms of the Houston Texans taking CJ Stroud and also then trading back up to take Will Anderson. Daniel Jeremiah continues to prove that he is as plugged in the NFL circle in terms of the scouting community and the NFL draft. He also had Bijan Robinson at number 8. I'm looking through this. Paris Johnson Jr., he has to the Cardinals at 12. So without the trade up, he's at least pairing these teams together with the right prospects, man. What a great job from Daniel Jeremiah in terms of, running a mock draft that actually makes sense. And he's actually got a lot accurate this year. So very good job for him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he can continue that run. I appreciate Daniel Jeremiah, good guy, and obviously very connected. Also, good benefit of him, releasing his mock like right before the draft is out, getting as much information as possible. Obviously, if you want to do that. But he's doing a good job. And now we have the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock. Team that's picked number 1 back-to-back, now all the way down here at 25. Probably the odds-on favorite for the AFC South going forward. Maybe a dark horse team. I mean, they had the Chiefs on the freaking ropes at Arrowhead this last year. They played pretty darn tough there. Trevor Lawrence is ascending. They brought back a couple guys, but the Jags are on the clock. I mean, maybe this is just too easy for me, and this is just a trope for me, but continue to build around the quarterback, score points. You have an unbelievable quarterback. Do everything you can as possible to make it easy for him. this is where I'm looking. I'm looking at guard here. I'm looking at Osiris Torrance. We know that Marone, is it Marone? Who am I thinking of? Who's the head coach there in Jacksonville right now? Former
Doug
Eagles
Peterson.
head
Doug Peterson.
Yeah, Doug Marone.
You had the wrong Doug.
Yes, too many Dougs. But Doug Peterson loves the offensive line. I invested in them a heck of a lot. And the Eagles, I think this could be an Osiris Torrance pick here. If not on that side of the ball, maybe a tight end also is on the table. I think Osiris Torrance, though, higher. And then maybe defensive line. We haven't seen a single defensive tackle after Jalen Carter come off the board. They could use some help up front alongside Trevon Walker there at edge.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them go edge here, quite honestly. Nolan Smith makes a lot of sense. Defenses, just anywhere on the defense. I think Brian Branch makes a lot of sense. Joey Porter Jr. is who Daniel Jeremiah has in his mock draft. So I'm going to reference that. I have that pulled up and going to reference that pretty much for the rest of the draft here. But a seam stretching tight end. Say
they
what?
traded up.
We just had a swap of picks, 24 and 25.
Okay.
And I have
So the Giants on the clock instead of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Is this, like you said, offensive lineman here? Is this potentially Osiris Torrance or maybe John Michael Schmitz?
I have a feeling this could be offensive line here. I think that maybe this is a continuing offensive tackle one here. I really like Anton Harrison at this spot. I know that they've been looking at offensive line opposite of Andrew Thomas. So my gut is telling me right now, maybe instead they want the absolute freak in terms of DeJuan Jones, but I think Anton Harrison, one of the youngest players in the draft, crazy good power when he jars guys. It's not Will Levis. I don't think it's Will Levis. They just paid Daniel Jones. Go ahead.
They traded up because Dallas was trying to get up. They wanted him to secure whoever it is that Dallas was. Dallas was linked to tight ends. But the details of the trade, they sent 24 for 25, 160, and 240 to move up one spot. And they got up and they took Deontay Banks. They went corner.
Man, this one of my favorite players left on the board. I thought they would go offense here to help out, continue to help out Brian Daboll, but maybe all those wide receivers running there didn't go that way. So they end up getting Deontay Banks, good physical cornerback, still young, ascending player. Really can help out that Wink Martindale defense as well. They love to blitz like crazy. You need some boundary corners out there that can play in man and play physical. And Deontay Banks brings that. So good pick for them. Jacksonville still can get probably the guy they wanted there and pick up a little bit more value.
Yeah, Deontay Banks fits exactly what Wink Martindale wants to do. You know, they bring a whole lot of pressure, but you got to have sticky guys in man coverage. And Deontay Banks is exactly that. He can play off the ball in man, he can play in press in man. He's a really good tackler, brings that physicality. I wish he had more ball production, though. Like, there was not a lot of pass breakups from what I saw, not a lot of interceptions according to the stat charts and stuff like that. So he fits the mold exactly. I guess, what's the best way to say this? I like Porter, fine, and I think he would have fit there. Banks brings a little bit more to what the Giants want to do with Wink Martindale, but I don't think that either one, in terms of taking the football away, really fit what Wink Martindale does, because Wink really values those turnovers, especially on the boundary. Like, go back to his time as the defensive coordinator in Denver there for a while, and also back in Baltimore. What did they do specifically well in Baltimore for the longest time? Take the football away on the boundary. So it's a curious pick. I like the fit. I think it's fine, but it just the takeaways, the lack of takeaways from both Porter Jr. and from Deontay Banks is a concern there in that defense. And maybe they can coach it out of him.
One thing you'll hear a lot about with Banks too is the grit. He plays with the chip on his shoulder. He's gritty. He's physical. One of the issues for me is that he can be a little too physical. He got 10 flags thrown against him last year. 8 of them were accepted. There's just a lot of it. Just arriving a little bit early. You got to improve that timing. But I mean, talking about Wink Martindale, he's taken corners like that a lot, and he's fine. He's fine with taking a few penalties throughout the season, as long as you can sit there and consistently play with great physical. And again, same thing with giving up the big plays. As long as you can make plays for the defense, like NFL teams are starting to value that and accept what the downfall that comes with it.
Yeah, one of my favorite corners in the draft. I agree with you, Lance, about the ball production. Not always there. Probably one reason that Emmanuel Forbes went much higher than Deontay Banks, despite being a complete outlier in the size. But fun player for the Giants. I think the NFC East is having a pretty good draft. We got Dallas coming up here pretty soon. I'm really curious to see if that's a tight end pick. I've heard they've been linked pretty highly to tight ends. I'm shocked to see the tight ends still all on the board.
There was another trade. The Buffalo Bills traded up to 25, with the Jaguars trading down again. And so the Buffalo Bills are on the clock.
Wow.
Bills are on the clock. Where can the Bills go? I mean, they've been linked to linebacker. They've been linked to wide receiver. They've been linked to offensive line. I think offensive line maybe makes some sense here. I know that Scott loves this guy, but who's their right tackle right now? Spencer Brown has really struggled in pass protection out there. Maybe this is one where they're looking to add the offensive line to further invest in the protection there of Josh Allen.
Makes a lot of sense for Osiris Torrance here. With that power scheme, they like to run up front. They need better guard play as well. Spencer Brown, I'm not sure exactly what the fit is there, but what right tackle is available? Is it DeJuan Jones maybe? Like a pure right tackle that's a quality pass protector, just plays with incredible length. Obviously, he's a mountain of a man. But Anton Harrison's played primarily on the left side and has only played on the left side. So are you moving Deion Dawkins? Are you moving Anton Harrison to make a more unnatural fit for him? I mean, he's a 3-year starter for the Oklahoma Sooners there. So Osiris Torrance is the one name that really stands out to me here, unless maybe they want to get a cornerback to pair with Tre'Davious White.
Man, every year we say Bills could take a cornerback and they don't. But hey, Jack, the Seahawks broke that trend earlier, so maybe you see the Bills do it here as well. I'm not as worried about Anton Harrison flipping where I'm at, unless I was told directly otherwise. It's still a really young player, one of the younger ones in the draft class. But you're right, it is a projection there. You'd have to work him out, put him there to see what he looks like. And I don't remember off the top of my head. Maybe it's another spot for tight end. I know they drafted and took up Dawson Knox, but in the way the NFL is going right now, maybe a interesting player for them could be one of those tight ends. Somebody like a Dalton Kincaid would be fun to pair with Dawson Knox or a Michael Mayer, or it could be a Steve Avila pick as well. Could be fun for them. I think he's a little bit more versatile than Osiris Torrance, and could be a solid pick for them. I mean, heck, maybe it's a real dark horse. I know Eric was talking earlier, not to steal your thunder, Eric, but Zach Charbonnet. The running backs have flown off the board here. Maybe they're feeling like they're getting left out. They were targeting one. I think Charbonnet would complement James Cook really well.
Yeah, coming into today, there was a lot of talk starting last night of Zach Charbonnet cracking the bottom of the first round with a team like the Bengals, with the Cowboys, with the Buffalo, and another team whose whoever it was escapes me at the moment. But it definitely could be. I think that they do go offensive line, but I am incorrect. They go tight end. They take Dalton Kincaid.
Hey, just called Kincaid. That's we named half the class. So Dalton Kincaid, man, I know he was the tight ends start to come off the board here. Kincaid has an incredible wingspan and one of the best players over the middle of the field we've seen from the tight end position in a number of years. I mean, his catch rate was something stupid. And Dalton Rising, good college quarterback. Not an NFL guy, in my opinion, out there. And Kincaid made him look pretty damn good. Guy who, just been a fun player out there. Probably one of the more better twitchy tight ends you see as a runner. I think he can be pretty good as a secondary blocker, but much more of your F who can play out in the slot. I think him and Dawson Knox might be a little bit redundant, but draft good players, and Kincaid's a good player.
Mm-hmm. Real quick on Will Levis, the turf toe that caused him to miss 2 games last year. I guess almost every team has flagged him for it with lingering concerns going forward, which that is probably a big reason why he's continuing to fall.
Yeah. Maybe it's also because he's not good at football. Oh, I didn't mean to say that out loud. I'm sorry, guys. Kincaid, I like this fit a lot. Seam stretching tight end. Like you said, Dawson Knox is kind of there. Maybe play him a little bit more in line. He's a better blocker than Kincaid is. So interesting, though, that they would go tight end here. With Diggs, I guess being able to work the middle of the field and have enough speed vertically to put pressures on defense moving down the field. And then what are they doing with their Z receiver, their X receiver, I guess, Gabe Davis, So they need to have another big body catch radius guy that can work the seams and kind of press some safeties and whatnot over the middle of the field. So intriguing fit. I like the pick and very, very dynamic receiving duo at the tight end position for the Buffalo Bills moving forward.
And maybe a little bit of the tip of the position there, jumping the Cowboys, who have done a lot of work on tight end. So Dalton Kincaid, been a good player, first tight end off the board. Pretty shocking. A year ago, we were all singing the praises of Michael Mayer, who might be the next pick coming up here. Might be the pick after that, too. Jags could use a tight end. But Dalton Kincaid, great player there. Is he Australian? I feel like he's had an interesting route to football as well. Came from San Diego, transferred from not San Diego State, but San Diego out there to Utah, and then just a really good player. I hate to compare anybody to Travis Kelce, but that's the mold I see. He's not incredibly super explosive long gate kind of guy. He's not the massive inline guy, but he's a big slot who does just incredible work over the middle of the field.
Yeah, I was actually talking with a friend of ours on Twitter the other day about that, and the worst fit, the thing that scares me the most for a team in the AFC West was I was talking about Zay Flowers, with the workout that they had with Patrick Mahomes down in Texas, just throwing his routes and working them out and everything like that. I was like, Zay Flowers to the Chiefs just absolutely terrifies me because I think that he doesn't quite bring exactly what Tyreek Hill brought, but he is another dynamic receiving threat. And our friend was talking, saying, what about Dalton Kincaid? And I said, he's almost exactly like Travis Kelce. He can line him up in line. He's got enough effort as a blocker, but he's such a dynamic receiving threat. Split him out wide, line him up in the slot, big slot kind of a guy, explosive athlete over the middle of the field. And when you watch Travis Kelce coming out of Cincinnati all those years ago, what was one of the biggest concerns that you had with him? He wasn't the most physical blocker up front, and he had a long ways to go there. You projected him as that move tight end more than the inline guy. And when you talk about Kincaid going to the Kansas City Chiefs, he has the ability because he has that mentality. He wants to be a decent blocker. He at least shows the effort there. He just doesn't have the technique and the physicality to do it. The effort at least is something that I can work with, and I can coach that up. For him to go to the Buffalo Bills here, where they can coach that up and hopefully get a little bit more productivity out of him than Dawson Knox, makes a whole lot of sense to me. So, like I said, I like the pick. I think Michael Mayer is going to come off the board here really soon, though. So, interesting tight end class for sure.
Yeah, and Will Levis continues to slide. They keep showing him on TV. Feel bad for the kid at this kind of situation. I know he's not the only one still in that room. I think Keon White was also invited and is probably still out there. So, Eric, this is a good chance to kick it over to you. Who are the top players left on your big board? Give me the slot, and we're now entering pick 26. I'm sure that you have some interesting players that have slid. Obviously, this has been a wild draft. Nobody ever gets it 100% correct. We're not dealing with all the information, but it's a good way to promote your work, because you do a lot of work on this, and kind of see who's left.
So I have 5 players that I had first round grades left on out of the only 20 of them that it did. Miles Murphy, the edge out of Clemson, while I'm not as high on him as others, he still had a first round grade for me. A late first. Brian Branch, the first tall defensive back. Osiris Torrance, who his name I think we can hear getting called here pretty soon. And then Drew Sanders, the versatile linebacker. He was my top linebacker just because I like his versatility, that you can kind of, not Micah Parsons, but you can kind of use him as such, having that experience as an edge rusher. And then Brian Bresee, the Clemson defensive lineman, who I put on there because of tape. I don't have access to the medicals, but I consider dropping him down quite a bit because everything throughout the process has been the medicals aren't that good.
Yeah, he's an interesting player. I thought he's better at 4-eye. I feel like his leverage is bad, and because of that, he's on the ground too often. But if you can play him up more against tackles out there a little bit wider, I think he's a pretty interesting player there. You see the burst and the strength. So hopefully it goes as a good fit. He's somebody too who, you talk about the medicals, but he's also dealing with a unbelievable trauma in his life. I believe his sister passed away from brain cancer. So this last year and a half. So definitely give him a pass and pulling for him, and hoping that we hear his name called soon, because that's I can't even flip and imagine. So Cowboys on the clock now, America's team. Probably, I know Jerry's probably still wiping tears away that Bijan went to 8 overall. He had dreams of that, Texas guy coming there. He's more of an Arkansas guy though, right? But I digress. The Cowboys on the clock. They've been linked a lot to tight ends. They've been linked a lot to Steve Avila as well. I would not be shocked if this is Steve Avila here. Apparently they love that guy. He's been mocked there a lot in the second round, but he's been linked so much that I wouldn't be shocked if it's the pick here.
And word going around was that Kincaid was their guy, and so the Bills wanted to get for that. But Steve Avila has been a very popular name with them as well.
Mhm.
I think that it's going to be offensive line or tight end.
With the wide receiver run that's happened, they're trying to build around Dak Prescott continuing there. CeeDee Lamb can't do it all. That offensive line's gotten a little bit older out there. They brought back, oh gosh, who's the running back they brought back? Really
Tony
talented
Pollard.
one. Tony Pollard. Tony
Mhm.
Pollard's back, but Zeke's gone. Running back run has happened. You mentioned Zach Charbonnet. God, that would be wild if they took Zach Charbonnet here. He'd compliment him well, but I don't know. It's going to be a talking point all night and all tomorrow. Oh, is running back? I think let's get around a prediction here, Lance. Who's it going to be?
We haven't really talked about it to the Cowboys much, but cornerback is kind of a sneaky need here. Is this a Joey Porter Jr. landing spot? I don't think he necessarily fits what Dan Quinn wants to do with his defense, but it did see a little bit more press man with Trevon Diggs over the last couple of seasons, taking a whole lot of chances and whatnot. So maybe there's that. I'm probably landing on Mayer or Avila here, though.
I think I'll go Mayer. They did trade for Stephon Gilmore, and they have Trevon Diggs out there.
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot they got Gilmore. I do apologize for that. But still, I mean, how old is Stephon Gilmore? 31?
He's old, and I wouldn't be upset if they took a cornerback here, but I think Jerry's in win now mode. So we'll see. But I think it's going to end up being I think the pick is going to end up being Michael Mayer, but we'll see. Eric, do you have a prediction here, or do you know?
I was going to say 31 is not old.
For a cornerback,
Don't say that.
Yeah, I was going to say Eric just turned 31 in January. By the way, everybody, Eric's old
Nick not long
for an
after.
NFL player.
No,
But one thing too is, Chad, if there's one thing you could take away for this, find someone who pines for you the way Lance pines for Joey Porter Jr. to get drafted. But no, I mean, I haven't seen who it is yet. Somebody asked how I'm getting the picks early using Twitter. Just trying to catch them and everything. Keep up with a little bit above the broadcast because my broadcast still hasn't even announced the pick at 25 yet, so I'm way behind on that. If they go, it's either Steve Avila, I think, or Michael Mayer. How are you saying?
Mayer. Yep, those two all make sense to
Mayer.
me. Maybe they go back to the well with the Wisconsin center as well, Joe Tipman. I mean, that's a name that I haven't heard linked there too much, but they had great success with maybe even pick 26, Travis Frederick for a number of years out there. So looking to fortify that offensive line some more. We know that Dallas has done pretty good with that. There you see Dallas's, at least I'm seeing Dallas's war room right there. Steve, we got Jerry Jones and Steve Jones. Is that his son? And Mike McCarthy out there. We'll see. Dallas is an interesting team here. Obviously, still got a big brand, and I know there's the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. Excuse me, but I'm distracted now. And Lance, what are you thinking here?
What?
Well, I look at the cheerleaders.
Would it shock anybody here if the Cowboys, instead of going Michael Mayer, they went Darnell Washington? Like a freak of an athlete up front that is just a mauler in the running game. They want to run the football there. Like you need to have that extra offensive lineman on the field. And if you're not going offensive lineman, am I going for a stretch here saying that Darnell Washington could be a guy here?
I think if they're going for Dalton Kincaid, I don't think they're going for Darnell Washington. I think if anything, if you're looking for that other tight end, it'd be Sam Laporta here, which would be the interesting.
That's fair.
One. But Eric's saying no.
Nolan Smith. They go edge rusher.
God, Dan Quinn. I should have said Nolan Smith. He's a perfect Dan Quinn player. God bless it. I thought for sure they'd be leaning into that offense. But yeah, Nolan Smith, a kind of a unique hybrid player, off ball, edge. What's he going to do? Well, guess what? He's going to play with Micah Parsons, and they're going to confuse the hell out of you with everyone. Cover your ears. Simulated pressures up front. Dan Quinn did a lot of blitzes, who's coming, who's going, dropping back into man coverage. And Nolan Smith is considered one of the dudes in the draft as far as leadership and personality. I mean, even though he was injured in the championship game, as soon as Georgia won it this year, they went up and got his interview. Oh,
hold on. Seems to be there is a correction. I guess my guy got the thing wrong.
Oh, no.
Mozzie Smith.
Well, that's another interesting one. Let's pivot here. Mozzie Smith, an absolute monster of a one technique out there, one of the strongest players in the entire NFL draft class, and somebody who he did have, not to talk about the bad things that they do as soon as they get drafted, the best moment of their life. He was arrested or had pulled over for having a a weapon that was not locked up, I believe, in the trunk of his car. Somebody can correct me on the details of that. So that was kind of a question mark out there in Michigan, kind of just, I don't think a terrible thing for him, but come on, man, if you're having a gun, maybe know the rules there. But Mazi Smith, incredible athlete, super strong, and somebody who's going to really help fortify that offensive line and going for the second offensive tackle back to the NFC East. Defensive tackle, excuse me. And what do you think, Lance?
Sorry, I was looking something up really fast because we were talking about Nolan Smith there and potentially him going to Dallas. I was like, holy crap, Dan Quinn just got another Bruce Irvin. But Mazi Smith, pure nose tackle out of Michigan, hyper athlete. Good run defender, but I don't think he brings nearly enough as a pass rusher. You're looking for a guy up front that needs to just be, that ass in the running game that can just drop an anchor and be that guy. Mazi Smith is your dude, but I want more pass rush versatility. I had Mazi Smith way down my board because of that. That people are going to look at the traits and the athleticism and think that you can get more out of him. I just don't know that you're going to get it there. I really don't. He lacks the nuance as a pass rusher. He relies on that first step explosiveness, but really doesn't have any nuance to his game. There's not a pass rush plan. His hand fighting's terrible. I get what Dallas is doing here for betting on the traits, but at the same time, I'm looking in a completely different direction for this defense. Completely different direction. It doesn't make sense to me at all.
Yeah, I get it. Just so much stronger and bigger, and somebody who's a displacer on the line of scrimmage. And if you're going up against the Eagles, you need to have some strength up front if you want to contend. So I understand it. Just going back, Mazi Smith, defensive tackle. I have the Bruce Feldman's article here. Number one player. Just some of the stats, pretty incredible. 6'3", 337, did 22 reps of 325 pounds. The typical reps you see is 225 for the bench press. Close grip bench of 550 pounds. Vertical jump of 33 inches. Broad jump of 9 foot 4 inches and a half, 37 tackles, 4.41 shuttle time, and a 6.953 cone. I mean, that's incredible testing. Obviously, it hasn't translated to the field, as Lance was saying so far, but the flashes are very much there. So it makes a lot of sense for me from that perspective. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, the pick makes sense. They needed a little bit more beef in the middle of it. They had some issues against the run, and as you said, in the division that they're in, especially the Eagles, you got to have be able to hold up against the run. You got to be physical on the defensive front a little bit on the inside, and he brings that. I wasn't a big fan of his game. I think that it's just he is such a project, and I don't see a lot of versatility with him. For me, he's more just a pure 0-1 technique kind of guy, which again dropped him in value for me a little bit. I had him as an early 4th round pick. So this is a big reach for my board personally. It makes sense, but it's just the value of it. I think that other guys could have brought a similar aspect to the defense that were a little bit more valuable, or they could have sat there and, gone with another bully on the offensive side of the ball, which you also need in the division against the outstanding defensive linemen that they have to go against, 6 times a year in that, Deron Payne, Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Davis, Fletcher Cox, Jalen Carter now. And I mean, you got to be able to keep Dak Prescott healthy. I would have liked to have seen them go on the offensive line more than the defensive line personally.
And just real quick, more Mazi Smith, kind of why I'm trying to think this makes sense. His ability so he's not a great pass rusher right now, but what he does do is he displaces offensive linemen. He is super powerful and punches them. Well, guess what? You have delayed blitzes and loopers coming from Micah Parsons. I mean, the blitz, the lanes that he's going to help create up front with the Dan Campbell blitz-centric defense, I think is going to be really intriguing out there because he does have so much power. So you're talking about that second level blitzing. I think this is a good pick to really help somebody like a Micah Parsons be even further unlocked. And Mazi is so strong that he's going to have to command a double team every once in a while over that A gap, which should, help things down the line. I agree with you guys. In a typical draft, you're probably talking pick 40 to 50. In my opinion, Eric had an early 4th. I think 40 to 50 just for the traits alone at a trait-based position. But in this draft class, pick 20 through 60 is lumped together.
I just didn't see it. I saw the traits. They were there. It's just, he was just not consistent with using them. And coming from Michigan with the defensive line, typically when you look at them, they're coming in pretty well rounded with their technique. They've got a pretty good defensive line coach with coaching that up, and it's like he's never been taught anything with his technique, and he's just relying on those traits that he doesn't use consistently. I mean, the upside is there. I think he has a chance to be one of the best defensive linemen out of this class, even as a guy who I view as just a pure nose tackle 0-1 guy. Which is why I was so low on him. But I mean, it makes sense. Just in the first round, maybe not.
I'm kind of with you on that, Nick, in terms of, like the 30 to 50 area. I had Mizey Smith as number 50 on my big board. So like low second round grade is essentially where I had him. This whole draft as a whole is weak. Eric and I have talked about this on Dove Valley Deep Divers a lot. Like we were talking about Jackson Smith and Jigba earlier, wide receiver 1 in this class. In last year's class, wide receiver 6, maybe 7. Like he was that far down in terms of my overall grade for him. Mizey Smith being in the top 50 players doesn't mean that he should necessarily be a top 50 pick. So with Eric, and your grading scale being different than mine, I can definitely agree with you. A 4th round grade is probably where he should have been. I bet a little bit more on the traits with him and the upside. So that's why I had him as a top 50 player on my board for this year, and a 2nd round grade. But at the same time, I understand exactly where you're coming from. The consistency for what his traits are and the ability that he shows on the field are completely different spectrums of his game right now. So I'm betting a little bit on the traits there, but for the most part, not a huge fan of the pick.
And I'm a big fan of Greg Penning coming in with stars here. Thank you so much, Greg, killing it in the chat today, saying the first round is almost done. So is Jerry Jeudy of the Broncos getting traded for quantity picks, 5th year signed by Monday, or Broncos don't give it? I think if the Broncos weren't at least shopping him or like listening to offers, the 5th year would have already been picked up. It's not a lot. I think it's the lowest tier of the 5th year options given his playtime escalators. I think they'd have picked that up if they had no interest in trading him. I don't think he is going to get traded at this point. I think he's going to be back in Denver, and after the draft, you'll hear pretty quickly that 5th year option has been exercised. But until the draft is over, I would keep an eye on it.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, I mean, if they were picking up that 5th year option, they would have done it let me rephrase that. If they weren't listening to offers for him, they would have picked up that 5th year option by now. I think it's a thing of maybe they were hoping that during the draft, a team who missed out on one of the top guys kind of comes back and increases their offer, because everything was that the offers weren't that great. But they didn't. They may not happen. Maybe they come tomorrow. Maybe a team recovers and after the first round and kind of reevaluates things a little bit and then comes in and make the offer. But we do have a pick in. The Jacksonville Jaguars are going along the offensive line in Anton Harrison out of Oklahoma.
Well, we talked about them earlier going offensive line. We were going guard instead, but they go with Anton Harrison again, one of the younger players in the class. Think he could work a little bit on his base, but the power in his hands that he arrives with in his punch is pretty incredible. A good player at that Oklahoma. Obviously, that Oklahoma offense is a little different than what you'll see at the next level, especially going against Big 12 pass rushers not named. I guess we had 2 Big 12 pass rushers today. God, you don't see that very often. With Will McDonald and Tyree Wilson. But it's Anton Harrison, very young, good mover in space, decent blocker, got just the prototype frame. There are not many human beings in the world that are the height, movement skills, and length that you need. That's one of the reasons offensive tackles are so valuable. It's a scarcity-based discussion. So I think Cam Robinson's dealing with a potential suspension coming up this season. You have question marks about Walker Little long-term. They lost Jawan Taylor, and they continue to invest in Trevor Lawrence. Invest in your young quarterback. If he's great, if you got a chance to be great, keep investing in him. If defense needs some work, you don't win by defense in today's NFL. I'm sorry, boys. So continue to invest in your young quarterback.
I guess the biggest question I have with Anton Harrison, and it's not that I don't like the player. I think that he's a high-quality pass protection. Is just his lateral agility to get out on, more angular sets as a pass protector he doesn't he's got some stiffness in his hips and he's a short strider. So he doesn't have that length in his lower half to really get outside the way that he needs to. He does well in vertical sets. Like he's a very linear player if you're wanting him to move forward and backward. And I think he lands really well on his second level targets and stuff. Like he brings a lot of power to his game, but that ability of him to move laterally, I think that you really want him moving forward and backward more than you do side to side. And I mean, he fits with what Doug Peterson wants to do. There's not going to be a whole lot of those angular sets, so it kind of erases a lot of that. But every now and again, when you need to get outside on a 9 technique that has speed, he's going to struggle there. And he doesn't have the recovery ability with his upper body strength to really ride guys around the arc for Trevor Lawrence to step up into. So that's a concern for me. Other than that, I mean, this is a great pick, Nick. I agree with you 100%. Invest in Trevor Lawrence, invest in this offensive line, and just hopefully he can develop that ability. Maybe some coaching up and some more explosive training in his lower half will help him with that.
Yeah, and the pick is in. And one thing that we talked about earlier when Zach was still on, and Carl, was that in the AFC, with how talented the quarterbacks are, you got to be able to get after the quarterback. The Cincinnati Bengals are taking Miles Murphy out of Clemson, which I think is, I mean, it fits their type that they look for. I mean, he should complement Hendrickson extremely well on the opposite end and just continue to be a boost on that defensive line that still needs a little bit of work. But if against Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, you got to be able to get some pressure on them, and you got to be able to do it with as few as possible. And so I like this pick. This is one of my, favorite picks out of the last few anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and just real quick, back to Anton Harrison. I think I'm going to disagree with you a little bit, Lance, on the foot quickness. It's kind of funny. I'm not that you're wrong. I just see it a little differently. My biggest issue with him was the core strength, the ability to anchor. I agree. I think he can get out to any spot that you want an offensive tackle. But when it comes to actually creating power at the point of attack, like being able to sit back, I think he needs to work a lot in his base in terms of the power, but we'll see how it plays out with him. And we got a troll in the dungeon. Let's get him out of here. See ya, block user. LLL. I see ya, but yeah, Miles Murphy coming in here, somebody that a lot of people thought was a top 10 pick entering this year, never really lived up to the athletic profile. I don't know what it is with the Clemson edge rushers. It seems like they have not really lived up to the hype. The defensive tackles have Christian Wilkins and Dexter Lawrence, but Miles Murphy, former 5-star, I believe, really good athlete, had some issues with testing, I think because of medicals, but ends up falling. This is a good spot for the Bengals, going with a position of value, get after the quarterback. And you're right, Eric, the prototype is there for the Bengals, looking for those big bully rushers with the bigger frames.
And real quick, going back to Anton Harrison real quick, I didn't give a whole lot of thoughts there. The Jaguars this is from Seth Wilder of ESPN, they were ranked 31st in pass block win rate last season and then lost Jawan Taylor. Cam Robinson, Nick, he's facing that suspension. As you said, they need somebody, and Cam Robinson hasn't been great. There's been a lot of, hey, move him inside, which, hey, something I've been saying since before he was drafted. Same with Walker Little about moving him inside as well. So maybe they can do something like, after the suspension, Walker Little inside if he doesn't, step it up at right tackle, moving Cam Robinson over and entering Anton Harrison. But as you said, I mean, you have a young quarterback. Trevor Lawrence looks like the real deal. Just got to get more talent around him and improve the offense in general so he can help, provide a little bit more help for him to carry the offense. And this is a pick that does that.
Yeah, without a doubt. Just continue to invest in the offensive line. And Doug Peterson, you didn't help me out, Eric, earlier, but Lance did. Doug Peterson really loves to invest in that offensive line, as much as he'd love to say after meeting, let's go get ice cream. So what are we thinking now? We got the Saints. We got 3 more picks left, thanks to the Miami Dolphins forfeiting their pick. The Saints are on the clock. Could this be Will Levis? Is it finally happening? What's going on? Is Will Levis going to fall? I mean, I know that he has a foot injury, has concerns, but that 5th-year option on that quarterback can be pretty damn valuable. Is it somebody going to trade out here? I mean, what's going on?
Well, I don't know that they take Will Levis because they just traded for Derek Carr. What's the upside here? Like Derek Carr. Everybody knows me. I'm a Derek Carr stan. Okay, I like Derek Carr a lot. I think he's a top 12 quarterback, potentially top 10 quarterback in the NFL. And if you put some help around him, I think that he's going to succeed and be a quality player. he played at an MVP level in 2016, handing the football off to Marshawn Lynch and throwing to Michael Crabtree and Amari Cooper. Like, with a good offensive line, like, he's a quality player. I don't think the Saints have that right now. And maybe Michael Thomas comes back and is actually healthy and can, play at the same level that Michael Thomas showed in 2019 and 2020. But at the same time, he's in a better situation now than he was in Vegas over the last couple of seasons. So I don't know that they go with Levis here because they did make that big investment into Derek Carr. I think they're going on the defensive side of the football, specifically on the defensive line. And I'm really looking at Keon White from Georgia Tech here. He fits what they want to do. He's got that freaky athleticism. He's got the inside-outside versatility. He can play that 4-eye technique, can play out to the 7 technique. I really like Keon White to the Saints here.
Real quick, just for clarification, Derek Carr, he was released. They almost had a trade, but he said he flat out told him he won't waive his no trade clause, forcing the release and then signing with the team that almost traded for him. They got that extension done with him, and it's always hard when you invest a lot of money. It's always hard to turn around and then draft a quarterback that you're going to try to develop for after him. But I mean, you can't get in the position like the Saints were after Drew Brees left. They had no one there. And Derek Carr, his play has been very hit or miss. I do think that I could see them go Will Levis here or Hendon Hooker. Part of me thinks that they go somewhere in the secondary where, they've lost a couple of players over the last couple of years and haven't been able to recover, and going somewhere to help shore up the secondary.
Yeah, Lance, you had a chance to talk about Brian Branch and Joey Porter Jr. It was set it up on a tee for you. But I could see them go that direction as well. But Saints, man, should have had a top 10 pick. They didn't. This is actually the pick. Also, I guess we got to say this is the pick acquired in the Sean Payton. So is this the point where we watch Sean Payton highlights? Do we have to roll the clip here for the Broncos with this pick? But Saints, only 3 picks left.
Or do we watch Bradley Chubb lowlights? Because this is the pick that the Broncos got in the Bradley Chubb trade. And not to talk trash on Bradley Chubb, he was not what the Broncos wanted out of a 5th overall player. Like he never was. The injury concerns were there, and he never really stood out as that Batman, a true Batman in the running game or as a pass rusher. So, do we call him the Bradley Chubb lowlights here? Because Miami was dumb enough to give us the 29th overall pick, which we turned around and got an elite head coach for.
I think the 29th was worth Bradley Chubb in this draft class, personally.
And the Saints go defensive line, Brian Bresee. I'll never pronounce that name correctly. But again, he's the guy that kind of fits the mold that they go with. I wasn't thinking they'd go that way because they're a team that's been a little bit more on the injury side of things, of avoiding guys who have a severe injury history. But I mean, I like the pick. He fits what they do on defense. He's a Davis Allen kind of dude. It's just the injuries. But at this point, I think it's good value. He has the upside of being one of the best players out of this draft. The issue was never his ability on the field. The issue was him staying out there on the field. But as Nick said earlier, I wish him nothing the best. He's had a really rough couple of years with the injuries and then the situation with his sister and her passing away. I hope nothing but success for him, even though that this was the pick that Denver did send, all that. And I know a lot of fans don't like to root for picks that Denver hadn't traded away for success, but this is one where we should.
Yeah, maybe absolutely. We just watch Chubb versus the Saints. That way we can do 2 birds, 1 stone with that pick. But the Saints, Brian Bresee, interesting player, inside, outside. We know the Saints love the draft defensive line. They've done it a lot over the last few years. Did they draft Logan Hall or was that the Bucks? I can't even remember. But Marcus Davenport, obviously.
I think that was the Bucks, if I remember. I know they had Marcus Davenport. I know they obviously Cam Jordan a few years ago.
A long time ago. The Von Miller draft.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they had another guy too that they drafted on the defensive. Zach Bond, the kid out of Wisconsin, I believe, was a draft pick by the Saints in the tail end of the first round a few years ago as well. I think that's right. Oh, yep. Mm-hmm, yep.
That's the name I was looking for. Thank you, Houston. That body type.
Yep. With Bresee, congratulations to him first and foremost. Like this is the biggest thing in his life, and obviously a lot of positivity going for him. I want to ask you guys a question because I struggled with evaluating Brian Brzee in 2022. I thought that there was a lot of times where it seemed like he was two gapping more than being a penetrator. So I really kind of had to project him there. But when you go back to 2020 tape, he was all over the field in terms of getting into the backfield. So I want your guys' thoughts. Was it more schematically limiting Brian Brzee there?
He actually talked on this and about it. It was the death of his sister. It affected him a lot on the field. It gave him issues concentrating and focusing, even in games. And it just, with how he's talking about how close they were and everything. And he didn't, if I remember correctly, he mentioned how he didn't really process it the best or grieve the best way. And it just carried over and lingered with him onto the field.
Which that makes a lot of sense, and thank you for the clarification on that. I obviously knew about the death of his sister, but I didn't know as like how much it actually affected him. Because when you watch, like I said, when you watch him in 2020 and 2021, he was dynamite. Like this dude was absolutely incredible as an interior pass rusher. 2022, it just seemed like he was not getting off the ball consistently, and I know that losing dang it, what's their defensive Brett Venables to Oklahoma this last season, where they changed that defensive front up a little bit and asked those defensive linemen to more eat up space and allow the linebackers to flow to the football, really kind of hindered his progress there. So I was curious if it was mostly scheme, but knowing that he had the issues with the sisters passing, it makes a lot more sense to me. So thank you for that clarity.
She passed in September at 15 years old.
Yep.
So it's very understandable that would be something that was affecting him. And then he just kind of, you know, never mind. Go ahead. There's more, but it's not something that I really want to get into.
It's rough and it's tough and it's sad, and we're pulling for him. We should move forward to the Eagles. The Eagles are on the clock now. Are we going to have another Georgia defender in Philly? They've drafted 3 of the 11 starters of that 2021 championship, 2022 championship defense. Nolan Smith is still on the board, pass rusher, hybrid player. They already got Hassan Reddick out there, but I'm curious, will they go that way? Will they go with the offensive line? Will they go cornerback here? What are you thinking, Lance?
If it's me, I'm taking Nolan Smith here all day, every day. Like continue to build that Georgia defensive line and just prosper. They need another edge defender. You're talking about a guy that profiles a lot like Hassan Reddick, who's a great run defender with some twitch and burst in the lower half, can get around the corner as a pass rusher, although he does need to develop more as a pass rusher. But Nolan Smith to me is the obvious pick here as a Howie Roseman value type player at a position of need, at a position of value. Absolutely, Nolan Smith is the guy here.
Yeah, would it be shocking? The last time the Eagles gave a quarterback a big contract, with their second pick, they ended up taking a quarterback, right? That's Jalen Hurts right after they just paid with Carson Wentz. It's not going to happen, but just kind of funny to mess with. You hearing anything, Eric? What are you thinking? Any other names that we should be watching out for? I can't imagine Howie taking Brian Branch. I can't imagine him going with tight end here. Any other thoughts?
I mean, I'm trying to think who they have at safety. I know they're pretty well set at corner. They might want to look at upgrading their nickel corner, where a lot of people project Branch to. I think if they go anywhere, offensive line, they love to invest in the offensive line. Nolan Smith makes sense as well. But honestly, continuing on that defensive front with an edge rusher or the offensive line working in the trenches, I can't imagine going elsewhere for them anyways.
Could this be a potential Matthew Bergeron spot?
It's Nolan Smith.
Oh, okay.
Wow. So they have 4 of the 11 starters on that from that championship Georgia defense. That is pretty damn wild. And this is a team that really needed to, not needed, I guess, but Eric, you mentioned it earlier, especially on the defensive line, drafting positions a year before they are holes. You have Fletcher Cox there, who is very old at this point. I remember, I watched reading about him on like my parents' giant basement computer when he was coming out of Mississippi State. So he's one out there. And then they also have Brandon Graham from Michigan, who's getting up there in age as well. So the Eagles absolutely adore to have multiple waves along the defensive line. And now they have added not only Jalen Carter, but Nolan Smith, 2 absolute freaks out there. And also, this is a pick for Jalen Carter. This is another pick where it's like, we got a leader in here who knows you, who's going to keep you on your toes. The soul of that Georgia, not defense, team over the last 2 years. Like him and Nakobe Dean together, like I can't imagine a better situation for that Jalen Carter pick now with you have just so many guys who know him that are leaders and hard workers. So this is a great pick for that reason too. It's like in, I don't know, you guys are nerds, right? You play the online games or whatever. It's like a bonus amplifier for that Jalen Carter pick. Now he has like a little bit of like 10% extra shield from being a bust this year.
Yeah. I said the exact same thing on that other show that I was on just a little while ago. It was like I said when I first came on tonight here, imagine the Eagles making a move to go and get Nolan Smith, like trading up to go and get that guy because he profiles perfectly with this defense. I mean, you've got Jalen Carter, you've got Jordan Davis, you've got Nakobe Dean. You're essentially recreating that Georgia front, that defensive line. So why not and go and get a guy who also knows Jalen Carter? It's an amazing pick. It makes absolutely the most sense here, given the value of the player, who I had as my 16th overall player just outside of the first round. And like, he's got the upside. There's a lot of upside. This kid's an athletic freak, and he's just a football junkie. This dude lives, eats, and breathes, sleeps everything football. Great leader, great player. I love him. I think he's a great run defender right out the gate. I think he's going to be a great pass rusher when he develops a little bit more nuance to his game. I love this pick. I'm my most favorite pick of the draft right now after Jalen Carter is Nolan Smith. No question.
That'll last until Joey Porter Jr. is selected.
No, I had a lot of fits with Joey Porter Jr. and I understand why he's fallen down, because everyone's going to say he's not a versatile coverage defender. He's a press man coverage cornerback only. And like he doesn't have the change of direction ability that you like to see. He's not necessarily the most fluid athlete in coverage either. You have to have him get a hold of you, punch you off the line of scrimmage, and then be able to turn and run with you. The lower half change of direction fluidity is just not there with this guy, and I understand why he's fallen. I thought that there was a lot more picks that a lot more positions in this first round where he made a lot of sense, which is why I kept bringing his name up. It's not like Bryce Hall from a few years ago. I was like, that's my dude. That's my dude. That's my dude.
I'm just curious, how long is it until the Eagles trade up for Keely Ringo at this point, right? They have to they're like Thanos collecting the Infinity Stones at this point with those Georgia defensive players. But the final pick is coming up here pretty soon. I don't know what's going on
Is
here.
it? Because ESPN is showing, and they've been talking about how the Chiefs and then the Steelers, like they're going to do the 32 picks, even though that 32 is still a second round pick. That's what ESPN's been saying.
Really?
That would be wild.
That would be weird.
We have to do 32 picks because of TV money. So that's what we have time slots for. And God bless it, that's what we're going to do. I mean, I'm seeing it on here. I don't know. We'll see if the Steelers are picking here. That would be wild. I need to get some food in my belly here before too long. But Kansas City is going to be coming up. Kansas City has a chance. I mean, the great team. Is this a DeJuan Jones area? I mean, they've been really looking to mass fortify the trenches here. I wouldn't be too shocked here if they went DeJuan Jones. They've been trying to do a little bit more power football here.
Who is their other tackle? Because I know they brought in Jawan Taylor.
Lucas Niang.
I mean, yeah, in that case, like it could very well be DeJuan Jones, maybe Matthew Bergeron, one of those final offensive tackles that are left. And of the offensive tackles, those are the only two that I think would be realistically make sense here. So it could be tackle. I know they were really heavy on wide receivers. Quentin Johnston or Zay Flowers were heavily connected to them for a while. So it's outside of that. I can't see defensive back. They've done a pretty good job shoring that up a little bit. Their interior offensive line is pretty good. I mean, offensive tackle just makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked about that at all. They could also go on the defensive side of the ball. You still have a couple of defensive backs available if you're going to be playing in a division where you have the lead and the other team's forced to pass. Not ever a bad idea to continue to invest in the secondary for those kind of guys, especially with how Steve Spagnuolo likes to blitz and use 3 safeties on the field. Maybe this is a Brian Branch spot. This far down the field. I know that Daniel Sorensen's long gone. I think Juwan Thornhill hit the market as well. They seem to like safeties and versatility there. So maybe Brian Branch is a pick here.
I totally forgot that Juwan Thornhill actually left. So Brian Branch does make a lot more sense. I was still thinking that they had him.
Yeah, I forgot about that as well. What about dang it! I now my mind just went completely blank after I just got done thinking about it. How about Jalen Hyatt here? Is this a wide receiver spot? Like you need to replace that Tyreek Hill downfield versatility in this team. Like get him a free release and let him go to work. And this dude is one of the most explosive receivers in this draft.
I don't know if that's the strategy they're going for now. I think Andy Reid has zigged compared to that. But you did jog my idea here for a really interesting wide receiver that's been mocked here the last 2 weeks as a late round, first round pick to early second. How about Mingo?
Josh Downs?
No, Mingo. They've been wanting size there. They lost Juju Smith-Schuster. And if they want somebody who is a yak weapon, I mean, he's massive. He's like, what, 230 at wide receiver, 220?
He can wait in like 222 or something like that at the
Yeah, he's a good blocker too. I mean, Mingo would be a menace in what they ran last year with Andy Reid and this more heavy personnel Kansas City offense. That one scares me. I didn't think about that one.
What about Michael Mayer? Go 12 personnel. You've got another good tight end as an inline guy. You can really work around the skill set of a move tight end in Travis Kelce and split him out wide a little bit more, and you can be a little bit more versatile in the front. That's sneaky. It's very interesting and intriguing to me. I doubt they go in that direction, but I could see a world where that kind of a pick does exist.
So real quick, I did just hear is that it's just they misspoke when talking about 32 picks in the first round with the forfeiture. So this should be the last pick. And one thing to talk about, maybe they're looking at trying to trade down a team coming up for a 5th-year option on a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
that makes a lot of sense.
How about Seattle? Like this makes Seattle or Detroit. Detroit already traded down and they got more draft capital. Seattle already has 2 second-round picks. And both of those situations have a bridge quarterback already in place in Jared Goff and Geno Smith in Detroit and Seattle, respectively. So maybe this is where Will Levis goes. Maybe those guys want to trade up, get that 5th-year option, let him develop for a couple of seasons. Hendon Hooker makes sense here as well. But, I mean, like that makes a lot of sense to me for Seattle or Detroit to trade up right now to come and get that guy at the last pick of the first round.
That's a definitely an interesting team. Tennessee is still out there as well, looking for him, pick 41. You don't see interdivisional trades very often, but there's been more as of late in the draft and just in general. Raiders there at 38 would be an interesting one. You have the Packers with 2 second-round picks and the Patriots there at 46. So there definitely are some teams, but you're right. The Detroit has pick 34 coming up and pick 48. It wouldn't be hard for them to come up there and get up if they liked Will Levis, and he does seem like a little bit of a kneecap biter or something like that, whatever Dan Campbell's looking for. So maybe this is where the slide stops, and I totally agree with you. That 5th-year option is a huge bonus in negotiation power and whatnot, and Eagles wouldn't have to pay Jalen Hurts yet if they had that option on him. So I think that's definitely a possibility, and that's one reason that we could see it being dragged right now a little bit.
How much time's left on the clock, anybody? I don't have the draft pulled up on my phone right now. So
1 minute and 20 seconds.
They are not trading. The pick is in. So, I mean, again, offensive line, Brian Branch.
Mingo,
yeah. I was trying to think of what wide receiver you mentioned. I'd hate it. I'd hate it if it's Mingo here.
That would be a bummer. Without a doubt. So, yeah, we'll see what they do here. I mean, and we also mentioned DeJuan Jones as a possibility as here as well. Still got tight ends. I know that Lance mentioned Michael Mayer. The fact that he's fallen all the way to 31 is pretty shocking. But who knows? Maybe they'll take a freak, somebody that could shock them as well. Maybe an athlete like Trenton Simpson out there. Maybe Felix Nduke Uzoma has been mentioned with the Chiefs a good bit as well. I know that you love him, Lance, but he's one that maybe could be there.
And
don't you dare pair him with George Karlaftis. That's a lot of power coming off the edges, man.
Well, sorry to burst your bubble, Lance.
It's Felix.
It's Felix.
Damn it. Damn it. Sorry.
Well, good pick for them. Tell me why you're pissed, Lance.
Well, I mentioned it the other day in our the roundtable mock draft. The Broncos need to get better on the edge. They need more power. They need more mass on the backside, especially at the 7 technique. They need a guy that has length, that has physicality, that can play in the running game, because they don't have a guy like that on this roster right now. They the Broncos with Randy Gregory, who is a freak of an athlete, but he is not a great run defender. You've got Baron Browning, who has injury concerns, as raw as an edge defender as it comes. And then Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito still have yet to develop into anything that we need them to be. And Nick Bonito just doesn't project as a great run defender. He's a speed rusher on the outside. The Broncos need more mass on the backside of this defensive line, and they need a guy that can play in the running game. And Felix Anudike Sama plays with his length very well. He's strong in his lower half. He plays with great power. He's a good run defender, and he gets after the quarterback. 13.5 sacks, had 6 forced fumbles this last season, I believe. Like, it's crazy the production that this dude has. This pick upsets me, because now you pair him with George Karlaftis, and you have 2 speed to power conversion guys on the boundary of this defensive line for the Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, and you also have Chris Jones along the interior. Pockets are collapsing in a bad way around your quarterback with his Chiefs defensive front right now, especially with Steve Spagnuolo, who likes to win with 4 guys up front and bring in a looping blitzer off the second level. So I hate this pick for the Broncos. I absolutely love it for the Kansas City Chiefs. My buddy Cody is going to be super thrilled.
Yeah, pretty damn incredible. That's just awesome pick for the Chiefs. Also, 3 guys that are incredible at swiping the football. Russell Wilson better be working on vice grips this season. So Scott's getting out of here. Scott, thank you so much. I'll shoot you a little text after we're done wrapping up here. I know we got to wrap up here real soon. So before we do it, favorite pick of the first round there. I'll give it to you, Lance. Favorite pick of the entire first round.
Like I said earlier, Nolan Smith at 30 is one of my most favorite. I'll probably backtrack a little bit on my excitement there. I do love that pick. Jalen Carter, obviously the pair there makes it look really nice. But Bijan Robinson to Atlanta at 8. And I understand the positional value is not what you want there, running back inside the top 10. I mean, you draft a running back that high, he's immediately a top 7 paid player at the position there. But this dude just brings it all, man. Like I said multiple different times tonight, you're talking about a guy that I compare to LaDainian Tomlinson with the jump cut ability, the vision, the speed, the burst, the receiving ability, the pass blocking ability out of the backfield. This dude just does it all. And I have him as a top 3 player on my board, a top 5 overall pick, and a potential Hall of Fame player at the position, given good health. Like, I love this dude. I love the fit with what Atlanta likes to do up front. I like what the mindset is with the Arthur Smith heavy run action, play action, passing game stuff. So that's my most favorite pick of this first round, even if it doesn't align with positional value.
Yeah, that's a good one. I figured to go with Felix, but we obviously just talked wax poetic about him. Eric, what about you? Your favorite pick of the entire first round? You're going to say what I wanted, so I'm going to be upset, but it's okay. That's what you've done all night.
There's a few that stand out. I mean, Jalen Carter at 9 with the amount of work that they've done on him. I think the best fit for me, it may not necessarily be my favorite pick, is Anthony Richardson to the Colts, just with what he's done. Mm-hmm. My favorite pick would probably be Christian Gonzalez to the Patriots with what they do. And with what they do and just the value of the pick. I mean, he was my top guy. He was I think he was my number 7 overall player, and they got him at pick 17.
All right. Well, I got nothing else to say, guys. That's a great one.
Eric, quickly, really fast. Eric you had him as 7 overall. I had him as 6 overall. So the same grade, essentially. Yes. I love the fit there too, by the way. Go ahead, Nick.
I love the fit with the scheme in New England. The fact that he can man coverage island against the team's number 2 cornerback on the boundary. Good fit. Again, have plays on the ball, good athletes. That just makes a lot of sense for what the Patriots love to do out there. So good pick for them. Value position. They like those kind of guys. I guess since I can't go with that one, I will go with another cornerback here, Deontay Banks in that Wink Martindale scheme with the Giants. I mean, that's a fantastic pick for them that far down. to get him to trade up to go get him as well. I think they said that they only had a very few first round grades, and he was the last one on the board. And they said, you don't screw it. We're going to go get the guy that we have a first round grade. So shout out to Joe Schoen for being open with that, transparent. Is it Joe Shane? I can't remember. But being transparent with it and going and getting their guy there. So love all that. Eric, I'm going to kick it back to you here before we start to wrap up. Biggest head scratching pick in the first round.
Well, real quick, I just want to grab this. I was going to, from Jeremy, I was going to keep naming guys till he stole it. No, I had as soon as Nick made his comment, I kind of figured who it was. And I went to the other guys because I debated not saying it. I just wanted to give Nick that just little glimmer of hope.
We want to blow out the people's eardrums for when I punch my mic. Just point blank. Least favorite pick.
Oh, either Will Anderson 2.0 and Will McDonald, since I called him that earlier, or Darnell Wright. I mean, Darnell Wright for me. I mean, I get the love for him, and it's just he's got tremendous snatch technique. That's the best thing he brings as a tackle. Outside of his power, and then Will McDonald. I mean, it's just I think he's very limited, and then trying to project him to the NFL with what he did in college is a little bit clunky. Those two, Jahmyr Gibbs is probably another one that's a little bit of a head scratcher for me.
You're just gonna keep naming them until you hit mine.
I did it. That time I did that.
Yeah. What about you, Lance? What do you think? You can name one of the same ones.
Bryce Young at 1. No, I'm playing. I'm totally. Devin Witherspoon at 5 is like the bigger head scratcher there. I thought that Christian Gonzalez would have been a more prototypical pick for the Seattle Seahawks at 5. So Witherspoon being that smaller guy, probably like better projectable as a slot cornerback and nickel defender than he is on the boundary. But I like the fit in the terms of the mentality of the player, where he is so physical and he brings the boom every time he comes as a tackler. So I understand the fit personally with what Pete Carroll likes to do. But in terms of the archetype where they value those more freaky athletes with more size and length, Christian Gonzalez would have made a lot more sense to me. So I'm going to go with that one.
And for me, it'd be Kalijah Kancey. He's just so freaking small. I know that teams are like looking for those guys, but he's like, I think he has the shortest like wingspan of any player in like 20 years drafted on the defensive line. I get it. His tape is fun, but I need you to be able to do a lot of different things out there on the defensive line. I mean, they want a lot of different techniques, and he is such a niche player. I mean, you see guys like that drafted 4th round and they carve out a nice role in their career, but I just don't know if he's going to work out with that small on the defensive line. Maybe I'm a little bit sizist in that regard, but what is it? With Kalijah Kancey, not so much for me there.
So for me, I got to say, how dare you speak slander on Kalijah Kancey, because that's been my dude since like July, but I'm 100% with you. Like I wouldn't have taken him in the first round. I didn't have a first round grade on him. The size concerns are too concerning for me, but Kancey is another one. I just can't speak bad of the guy. I love this tape. I love the ability he brings. So how dare you talk slander on my dude?
And Eric, that last question here before we wrap it up, because I know Chad's got to get on the channel and do some stuff. Who are we looking for tomorrow? What's going on? Broncos going to trade up? What are the top guys left? Give me some names, or let's rapid fire this.
Well, I think with how what draft went with the wide receiver, I think a Cortland Sutton trade is possible tomorrow. Maybe as part of a package to move up from 67 if the right guy falls. They've been linked with some tight ends. They've been linked with some centers. They've been linked with multiple receivers as well. So kind of, those more explosive types, someone like Marvin Mims, Jalen Hyatt, if he falls far enough, maybe they look at packaging something for that. If they stay put, I think you're going to want to watch the corners and how they fall. You're going to again want to watch the interior offensive linemen, seeing if one of the center falls, particularly John Michael Schmitz or Joe Tippmann. And then, of course, edge rusher. I think that's a position that they're looking heavily at. And, of course, again, wide receiver as well as another position, looking for that explosive guy.
Lance, any players that you're interested in for Broncos pick 67? Any guys that you're looking to trade up for?
There's one specifically. It's Brian Branch from Alabama. Like you want another nickel defender, a good safety that can fit alongside with what Justin Simmons does. Like you have the ability to drop him down in the box. If he falls far enough, I'd be willing to move up to go and get that guy. But Zach Harrison, quite honestly, the Ohio State edge rusher, is a guy that I'm really looking for 67 overall. Couple linebackers I really like: Deion Henley from Washington State, DeMarvion Overshown from Texas. Probably going to wait around on him for a little while. Could probably get him in on day 3, early day 3. I'm with Eric though. John Michael Schmitz, Joe Tittman, those are the two guys that are really the prizes here. But if Branch falls, Julius Brents is another one here. Joe Lenardi jumping in here. Julius Brents is the guy that I have ranked very highly. He's in a top 20 player on my board this year. So cornerback, safety, center, linebacker, really the guys I'm looking for. Branch and Brents are the two that I would move up for if we had the opportunity to.
I think there's a few defensive linemen that we need to mention. I wouldn't be shocked if they come off the board quickly, but Adi from Northwestern tested like an absolute freak. The Broncos could use some investment on that interior defensive line without a doubt and get some guys who can rush the passer. Similarly, not inside, but more outside athletic freak. Keon White still out there, Georgia Tech, a little bit older, but I mean, he's one that I think you have to keep in mind. We've seen the Saints under Sean Payton, now still the Loomis regime too, but with Payton, have traded up for big-bodied defensive linemen. Those are two who really stand out for me. Steve Avila, our guy, man. We screamed about him on the podcast when we were doing the roundtable war room. He's still out there, so he's one that makes a lot of sense. Then you got a couple tight ends as well. Michael Mayer is still out there. Luke Musgrave. I mean, the Broncos did a lot of work on Luke Musgrave, guys. So I know the injuries are a concern there. Maybe it's as much about that as anything else. So a lot of guys out there, and we're going to keep praying that Avila's out there. Predictions tomorrow. Last question, predictions. Who are the first guys off the board?
I think one of the first picks next year or tomorrow night is Detroit, right? Am I wrong on that? I think they're sitting at 33 or 34.
Mm-hmm.
Going one of the quarterbacks, getting somebody for Jared Goff. They're not overly sold on the longevity of Jared Goff there. Maybe, they give him one more year, see what he can do. So maybe they take a Hendon Hooker over Will Levis, let him kind of redshirt a little bit, and hope that Jared Goff can kind of mentor him a little bit and improve the mental side of things.
Anybody that's coming off the board quick tomorrow, Lance?
I've mentioned it multiple times tonight. You guys gave me a whole bunch of grief about it, but Joey Porter Jr., the cornerback from Penn State, is going to be a name that goes really early. Osiris Torrance is probably a name that's going to go early. John Michael Schmitz is a name that's going to go early. Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame, probably going to go early as well. There's a handful of guys that I have really highly rated available on my board. Like I said, Brian Branch is I have Brian Branch as the 7th overall player on my board. And the fact that he fell out of the first round to me is just truly shocking, especially with teams that need it. Like I think he fit with the Chargers. I think he fit with the Jacksonville Jaguars or the Giants there with Wink Martindale. Like Branch being a top 10 player on my board falling, he should be in the first 5 to 7 picks off the board tomorrow.
All right. Well, guys, I think we're gonna have to get on out of here. Good job today. We're at 4 hours on the dot, and I need to go rest my voice and get some food in my stomach. And I still got to walk the bleeping dog tonight. So it's going to be a long one, and we're going to be even longer tomorrow. But tomorrow we get some picks. So going to be a lot of fun. I expect the Broncos to hop around as well. Wish we had a little bit more picks. Wish we still had that second rounder from Seattle, but I digress. Maybe we'll even have more picks by the end of the day. Maybe we'll see a trade of a Broncos player to add some more draft capital. Who knows? This was a wild first day. Thank you guys thanks Eric for running the beginning of the show so Scott and I could do the stuff over there and cover the Falcons stuff. But we got to get on out of here. Make sure you guys are following Lance on Twitter, of course, as I take down the banner here. There we go. Lance is at Lance S_MHH. I won't get that right, Lance. I'm still sorry about your last handle, not to rub salt in there. And at Erick Trickel, of course, on Twitter. And then myself, the star of the show, at Nick Kendell MHH, before Eric starts jumping in and saying what I'm going to say on here. Also, make sure you guys are following us at the MHH Pod. Lance and Eric, Dove Valley Deep Divers. I do Building the Broncos and Broncos for Breakfast, but we all hang out. We talk a lot. There's a group chat. We don't talk about the group chat, though. But also make sure you're following us at Mile High Huddle, Facebook.com/Mile High Huddle Pod, and Facebook.com/Mile High Huddle. If you're enjoying this, I don't think Chad's going to break this down into a podcast, but there are podcasts available, and we find us on Spotify and iTunes. Find us on there, Mile High Huddle. Scroll down, leave us a 5-star rating and review. Helps us a heck of a lot. Thank you to everybody who joined today with the super chats and the superstars. You guys are the real MVPs today. And please, if you're joining us on YouTube, like most of you are, subscribe, like, and share. We will be live again tomorrow when the second round kicks off. Eric, what time?
3 p.m. 3 p.m. my time, 5 p.m. Mountain time, 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Well, God bless. It is going to be a good time. We're going to have a lot of fun, more fun than today even, and I had a blast. Thank you guys so much. You guys have a great one.
And
Eric, go ahead.
Real quick, just one more comment here. With the Broncos picking tomorrow, guys, on Twitter, I have my own personal board. On that board, we have every single scouting report that we got up on Mile High Huddle this year, all the articles we did between Lance and I. We got 417 players scouting reports up on Mile High Huddle, over 125 articles. If you go to my big board in the position rankings, you go and you click on the name, and it'll take the link is linked in the name. You can click on it, and it can take you right to it. Or you can just go to Mile High Huddle, go under the draft tab, and you can kind of search down and just try to find them that way as well. But make sure you guys go check them out, especially tomorrow. Broncos are picking. If we don't get to the cover every single thing, you guys can always go check out the scouting reports. Thank you guys so much for your support tonight and over the whole draft weekend. Thank you both for joining me, as well as the other guys who did. Very proud of what we've done at Mile High Huddle this year, and thank you guys for all the support and all the kind words the compliments out for the work we've done. Really, really appreciate it all.
You guys are great. Thanks, Michael, coming in superstar. Jeremy says drop a like on the way out. And I'd like you guys to continue to choose kindness and compassion, as I always like to say. Guys, have a great rest of your night. We'll be back again tomorrow. Day 2, the Broncos will have some new players, some new toys. It'll be a lot of fun. We'll see you tomorrow. Go Broncos.